Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have the 25 best scary stories of July 2024. I think this is one of the best months we've had in quite a while as far as the quality of the stories go, so I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Of course, don't just drop a like for the sake of it, only drop a like if at some point you feel this video genuinely deserves it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post long-form content just like this, multiple times a month. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I can barely remember what life was like before we found the game that June night. We were 6 high school kids bored out of our minds, trying our best to fill the void. Most of us had part-time summer jobs, but we were hesitant to spend money on anything. We all hoped to save for college. After what felt like hours going back and forth on deciding what to do for the day, we took a walk around our suburban neighborhood. It was the end of a yard sale day, and most of people were packing up and heading inside. A few people still remained outside, eager to sell. We didn't really have the intention to buy anything, but I still combed through the last pieces of used crap people set out. I always think I'm going to find some kind of amazing treasure, but always end up questioning my purchases hours later. I found myself digging through a shoebox full of old board games. I thought I might be able to find a new game for all of us to play. I also figured, since it was the end of the day, I might get it for super cheap. At first, I only saw games that looked in too bad of shape to even buy. That, or it was a game I knew my friends wouldn't want to play. I've always been a board game fan, but not so much my friends. I had to beg them for months to play D&D with me, and they were only willing to play it for my birthday. I'm always trying to find new games that might interest them. I was ready to give up, but then I saw a game at the bottom that I'd never heard of. Tasks with Friends, with the tagline, "The game you and your friends will never want to put down." The box looked colorful and pretty worn out, but not so bad that we couldn't play with it. It just looked well loved. I tried to open it up, but the sides were taped down. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want all the pieces to come flying out after all. I didn't see a price tag or sign for the price, so I found the owner and asked her, "Excuse me, how much are you charging for the game?" I said eagerly to the woman while admiring the bright colored box that lacked any company branding or trademarking. "Oh, that old thing? I don't know. Do you have $1 on you?" The woman said as she put the yard sale leftovers into one big box. As she told me the price, I perked up and started to dig through my purse. She either got annoyed with me taking too long or just wanted to be nice and told me to just take it. She immediately started to pack up her box again. "So, is the game any fun?" I said to her awkwardly. "I actually never played it. My friend Jen gave it to me a few years back because her kids got obsessed over it or something, so she just wanted to get rid of it. She thought my family would enjoy it, but we just never got around to playing it," she said with her back facing me. I kindly thanked her and called for my friends to come over to see what I got. As I called for them, I could see their curiosity over what I found. That excitement was quickly lost when they saw I had a board game in my hands. They rolled their eyes, knowing that I would try and get them to play it with me. "Kate, you know we don't do the board game thing," Aaron said to me, annoyed. "Come on, guys. You've all been going on and on all day about how bored you are. At least try. This game looks really fun. I actually haven't played this one before, so we can all learn together," I said as I saw their faces start to grow curious again. James came up to me and gestured at the box in my hand. I gave it over to him, hoping that he would be convinced to play after looking at it. I knew if he was down to play, everyone else would be too. As he held the box, I could see the expression on his face change from doubt to excitement. Dang, this game looks fun. Let's go play, he said with a giddy tone I'd never heard him use. He started to jog in the direction of his house with me close behind, and the rest of our friends slowly walking behind me, looking confused as to why James was so excited to play a board game when he was normally the person most against them. We all made it back to James' house. We walked in and were greeted by his mom, confused as to what made her emotionless son so excited. As we stood in the entryway not sure what to say, we heard him calling us from the basement. We ran down the steps to see the game fully set up on the floor and ready to play. He was sitting on a pillow reading the instructions with intense concentration. James, are we actually playing this game? Bree whined. Yes, we are. I promise if you just sit down and start to play, you will have fun. I had a chance to learn the rules while you guys got here. James insisted as he shuffled a pile of cards one last time. After a few minutes of back and forth, everyone was sitting down and ready to play. James explained the rules of the game directly from the instruction manual. Each player starts with their token at the start of the board. Players will take turns drawing a card from the top of the deck. Each card will have a task. If that task is completed, you may move the number of spaces that are specified on the card. Once you see the card, it will say secret or public at the top. If it's a secret card, do not read it out loud. This task must be completed without anyone noticing or questioning the action on the card. For example, hold someone's hand, sing a song, insult someone, etc. Just complete the task without anyone calling you out. If a player does something you believe to be a secret task, say out loud, deceiver. If the player was caught, they will show their card and fail their task. Do not move any pieces. If the person who calls out deceiver wrongly accuses the player, then they must move back one space. The accused player will keep that card and continue to try and complete the task. Once you have successfully completed a secret task, you may announce task complete and move your token forward as many spaces as specified on your task card. If you pull a public card, you must read it out loud. These cards will include things like saying the alphabet backwards. Don't say or until your next turn. Singing a karaoke song, playing Dead for 1 minute, etc. Some cards have time limits and specified instructions. Every card will clearly state the task. The player who gets their token to the end of the board wins. The game will start with the player who lied last drawing a card. Take turns drawing one card at a time, with the person to your right going next. Have fun. James folded the paper instructions up and sat them by his side, asking if anyone had questions. No one said anything. It seemed like they all understood the game fine, or maybe they just didn't care. Alright, let's get the game started, James proclaimed, but was met with blank stares. Come on guys, I just read the rules. You should know how the game starts. We have to start with who lied last. Everyone remained silent. No one wanted to say their last lie. This is so dumb. I guess I'll go. I told my mom that Henry wasn't hanging out with us when I left the house. There. I'll go first, Bree blurted out as she leaned forward to grab a card. As she looked at it, she rolled her eyes. This is so dumb. Why are we playing this game? Come on, Bree. It can't be that bad. Can you read it out loud? Henry said, sensing that the card was embarrassing. Ugh, public card. Pretend to be a cow for 3 minutes. She threw the card down and looked at Henry, who was to her right, expecting her turn to just be over and not wanting to even try. The rest of the group started to laugh and encourage her, chanting her name and begging her to do it. After about a minute, she gave in and got down on her hands and knees. When she first started, she was annoyed, staring daggers at Henry. As her time ran down, I could see in her face her feelings towards the game change. When the timer went off, she didn't stop for a few seconds. She kept going because she was laughing so hard. That was so fun. Someone moved my token up 1 space. Henry, it's your turn now, Bree said with a giggle and a newfound excitement. Henry looked at her in disbelief. He was so used to her cold exterior, but liked that this game made it melt away. Henry picked up his card. He motioned, zipping his lips shut, and shook his head. Me, Bree, and James all squealed in excitement, with the rest of the group looking lost, not understanding what they missed that got us so excited. Since Henry had a secret card, it was AJ's turn. She was chuckling along, but clearly just doing it because she didn't want to look dumb for asking us what was so funny. She pulled her card and read it out loud. It's a public card, she said with a dry tone, trying to gauge the room and observe everyone else as they celebrated her public card. It says I have to do jumping jacks until my next turn. As she stood up, everyone in the room cheered her on except for Aaron. As she got to her feet, she paused and looked over at Aaron. I can imagine he felt like the only sane person in the room, and wasn't sure what was going on. After a second of hesitation, she started her jumping jacks. Aaron looked around at us, eyeing him down desperately, waiting for him to read his card. By the time he finally picked up his card, AJ had started to laugh while doing her jumping jacks. Sorry, it's a secret card, Aaron said nervously, as everyone was wiggling with happiness. Well, looks like it's my turn, I said as I leaned forward, but was cut off by Henry quickly standing to his feet and lunging towards AJ, tackling her to the ground, interrupting her jumping jacks and making a loud thump as they hit the ground. Henry, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Aaron yelled in a serious tone that turned into him trying not to laugh by the end of the sentence. I'm calling a deceiver on that tackle, Henry, Bree stated with a laugh. Okay, you got me, Henry said while still laying on AJ from his tackle. They both smiled over the event, even though it clearly hurt when they hit the floor. But you have to admit, that one was tricky. I tried to start my turn again, but was interrupted by Aaron. Ha! Task completed. I yelled at Henry and didn't get caught. I get to move 2 spaces, he said as he smugly moved his token 2 spaces on the board game. We kept playing the game for hours. We finished the first game and everyone wanted to play again, and again, and again. I looked around at them in disbelief. It felt impossible that all my friends were enjoying a board game. It was a dream come true. After years of begging, finally, normally at hangouts like this by 10 p.m., Bree and Henry would wander off to make out in some closet. AJ goes home to sleep, and Aaron, James, and I are left to awkwardly try and find something to do with just the 3 of us. It got to be 2 a.m., and we were either exhausted, or our parents calling us telling us to come home, or we would be in serious trouble. We all went back to our houses, but all had a hard time going to sleep. We stayed up until 5 a.m. for some of us, just talking about the game over text, strategies, when we could play again, funny things that happened that night. We couldn't get enough. The games we played started out pretty simple. No tasks got too wild, and well, we really loved to play. It wasn't like it was taking over our whole lives. Not yet, at least. Because we played the game at James' house the first time, we ended up just keeping it there. Even though the game was technically mine, we always hung out at his place, so it just made sense. It was around 10 a.m. the next day when our group chat started to blow up, with everyone asking when we could get together that day. Now, because it was summertime, and we were all teenagers, we either had work in the mornings, or most of us slept until noon. But not me. I was always up early, waiting for my friends to get up so I had something to do, or trying to make some money as a dog walker. That being said, I was shocked when I saw that everyone was up, and everyone claimed to not have work. James didn't have a job at that point, so of course he was free, but everyone else was too. That did not happen often. We all met up at James' place at around 11 a.m. that same day, everyone eager to play. We must have played 10 games that day. The games consisted of us doing accents, being banned from saying certain words, backflips, and so on. Nothing too weird. We realized after a few games that we never got a repeating card, not one time. This was strange because there were probably 200 cards in the deck, but even with us playing a dozen games, every card was new. I knew I had a couple of dogs to walk that evening, but texted the owners to cancel. No way was I going to leave while all my friends were enjoying a board game this much. I knew AJ said something about her having a shift at 4 p.m., but when the time got close, she went to the other side of the room and called out of work. She didn't even mention it or talk about it. She just stood up, walked to the corner, talked to her manager, and came back. No one thought anything of it. After a few minutes, she loudly proclaimed, "Task completed," moving her token up 3 spaces. We looked around, confused at what tasks she had, and the card said, "Call out sick to work." We were surprised by this card, to say the least. It was the first time a card had to do with something outside of the players. Everyone else in the group canceled any plans they had for the rest of the day, although AJ was the only person who completed a task for it. It was around 11 p.m., which made it a full 12 hours of the game. Bree pointed out that we forgot to eat any food all day. After thinking about it, I realized that I hardly drank any water, and went to the bathroom like 1 time all day. Things started to get out of hand that night. AJ pulled a card that said to go into a closet with the player to her left, and kiss them for 5 minutes. Of course, that player was Henry. Bree was not happy, but she knew how serious everyone was about the game. She told him she wasn't okay with it, but he insisted that it was just a game and it wouldn't mean anything. It was worth 4 points for both people who would go into the closet. AJ and Henry stood up and went to find a suitable space. All while Bree freaked out and said she would end things with Henry if he went through with it. It was never completely clear what Henry and Bree were. They don't like to use boyfriend and girlfriend, but everyone knew they were a thing. Aaron tried to call it off, saying this wouldn't be worth it and to just stop, but it was like they didn't even hesitate. Bree sat on the carpet and started to cry as the timer on her phone counted down an agonizing 5 minutes. I thought I would either hear kissing or nothing at all, but instead I heard talking. It started as soft whispers, then crying and yelling. They stayed in for about 2 minutes, then came tumbling out. "That's it, Henry. I can't believe you would do that for a game. We're over," Bree said with a red, wet face. Henry came and silently sat down with AJ. AJ was now beet red as well, despite 3 of my friends just going through something I couldn't wrap my head around. They all looked at James calmly and nodded for him to pull his card. No one had moved any tokens forward, so it was clear they failed their task of kissing in the closet. James hesitantly leaned in for a card and read it to himself as we were bombarded by Bree, AJ, and Henry all saying, "Task completed," and then shot confused faces at each other. They all threw down their cards and moved their tokens forward. Bree's card said, break up with Henry. Henry's card said, make AJ cry. And AJ's card said, tell Henry you love him. All those cards were worth way more than the stupid kissing card, so the kissing task was ignored, and they all individually completed their tasks without ever communicating it with each other. They all saw opportunities to complete a task worth more points and they took it. After this moment, it was like nothing even happened. The girls stopped crying and started laughing and saying how impressive the completion of the tasks were. Wait, guys. Something's wrong here. Do you not see it? Aaron said with concern, trying to take a break from the game. Oh, stop. You're just jealous you didn't get to move 6 spaces, Bree said with arrogance. No, I'm not talking about that. Does no one find it weird that the cards are using our names now? Not only that, but the cards are somehow interacting with other cards to almost try and make bad things happen, James blurted. As he said that, it was like we all froze in our spots, all looking at each other, realizing how hungry and tired we were, looking around at the room seeing how big of a mess we made, Bree grabbing Henry's hand with a look of sadness, and coming to grips with how they hurt each other for a game. I looked down at my arm and was reminded of the crude things I had drawn on my arm with Sharpies in order to move 1 space in an earlier game. I saw Aaron's jeans that were now cut into shorts with some kid's scissors. I looked at James' leg and saw his one shaved leg lying crossed over the untouched hairy one. I looked at AJ and saw she had a huge purple bruise on her arm. At that moment, I remembered feeling like an addict trying to get off drugs. I knew this game was hurting us. I wanted to stop, but felt like I couldn't. I could see the same feeling in all my friends' eyes too. The urge to say one more game, just one more time, just to feel the high of this dumb game again. I think we need to take a break from this game, guys. It's getting kinda weird and out of hand, I murmured with the strength that I somehow mustered up. It was like telling an alcoholic you were taking away their beer. They all looked horrified at the idea of not playing the game for even a moment. Just then, James' mom came downstairs and was horrified at what she was looking at. 6 disheveled teenagers, all sitting in a circle looking like they had all just been through a war. Not only that, but her whole basement was a mess. James, what happened to your leg? Are you all playing that dumb game again? I can't believe this. Everyone out of my house. James, you're grounded. His mom shouted with rage in her voice. We all ran out of his house, not saying a word to each other, just trying to get home and get some food. As I sat in my kitchen with long-sleeve sweatshirt covering my now inked-up arm, I tried to eat a sandwich I made myself. I was starving. I could feel and hear my stomach growling, but my need to play the game was so much stronger. So strong I didn't even want to eat. I sat at my dining room table staring at that sandwich for what felt like an eternity, telling myself that I needed to eat and I'd feel better if I did, but somehow the thought of the game was taking up all my energy. I was holding back the urge to text my friends. It took every ounce of self-control I had left. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket, and I involuntarily grabbed my phone so fast it was in my hand before I could even think about it. It was James in our group chat. Hey guys, so do you think that was a long enough break? I think I can find where my mom put the game and bring it to that old tree house back behind Mr. Baker's house. I couldn't hold back anymore. I had to play again. Before I knew it, I was sneaking out of my house trying to remember where the old tree house was. As I ran through the neighborhood, my phone lit up with texts from my friends saying they were on their way. After running around for a while, I found the tree house. I couldn't believe I had such a hard time finding it, considering how much time a few of us used to spend in it during middle school. I could hear all their voices sounding annoyed, as I was the last one to get there. I climbed up the old wooden ladder to find all my friends sitting in a perfect circle, barely able to see the board or each other. It was around this time something strange happened within the game. It wasn't about winning the game necessarily. It was about playing as many games as possible, and completing as many tasks as we could. If anyone won a game or finished a task, everyone felt a high, not just the winner. Because of this, players stopped calling each other out for trying to complete secret tasks, so people stopped being so secretive to complete secret tasks. They still kept them a secret because it was a rule of the game, just no one called them out. This made us all more ruthless. I sat down on the hardwood in between Bree and James. Our next game began. AJ drew a card, and it was a secret card. She didn't seem giddy. She looked flush and scared. In fact, it felt like the mood had shifted with everyone. We weren't laughing our butts off anymore. We were terrified to stop playing. It was something in our guts that made us have to play, like a virus growing in us, desperately trying to get out. Next, Aaron drew a card and read it out loud. "Hold your breath for 5 minutes," he whispered with confusion. "How am I supposed to do that?" he said, trying to not get worried. It's not that the card was all that bad. It's that he knew he would stop at nothing to make it happen. He told us to keep playing the game while he did it, and got a timer up on his phone. He took a few deep breaths, then held his nose shut and became extremely focused, not making eye contact with anyone. Next, it was James' turn. He had a secret card and didn't show much emotion towards it. Next, Bree nervously took a card, and yet again, it was a secret card. In fact, we all drew a secret card until it was Aaron's turn again. It had been about 45 seconds, and he was really focusing, and we didn't want to make him draw a card while trying to finish his task. As we sat and watched our friend became more and more red from holding his breath, we found ourselves in complete silence. Other than the wind weaving its way through the trees outside, and the soft sound of crickets in the distance, we all just stared at each other, terrified of what was on those secret cards. I knew I had to use every little bit of self-control I had left in my body to not try and complete the task on my card. I was betting that's why everyone was being so quiet. They all had tasks that they didn't want to do, but felt the uncontrollable urge to do it. My card said that I needed to remove one of James' fingers by any means necessary. It was worth 10 points. I couldn't believe I wanted to complete it so badly, but I was frozen figuring out how to do it. As I stared at him, I noticed he was looking over at Bree. I figured that his card had something to do with her. It seemed like everyone was fixated on someone else. I glanced down at the timer Aaron had, and I was amazed to see he had been holding his breath for almost 2 minutes. Just as I was about to comment on it, chaos broke loose. Everyone jumping onto someone else, making it one big pile of people viciously grabbing each other. I didn't read their cards myself, but it was clear by their actions what their tasks were. Of course, as you know, I was going for James' fingers, but James was ripping at Bree's ear. Bree was pulling Henry's hair out. Henry was tearing at AJ's neck, and AJ was trying to open my mouth to get my tongue. For a solid 30 seconds we were all attacking each other when Aaron passed out from holding his breath. This seemed to snap us out of our trance for a bit. We ran over to our friend and checked his pulse. After we realized he was still breathing, we got lost in the game again, and all jumped on each other to keep brutalizing one another. Just as I got my teeth around James' pinky finger, we saw a bright flashlight coming through the cracks in the treehouse and froze. A police officer popped his head through the bottom entrance of the treehouse and looked at us in horror. He saw Aaron out cold in the corner alone with the rest of us in a pile of blood and ripped out hair. The officer grabbed us one by one and practically threw us to the ground, where another officer put us each in handcuffs. We had hours and hours of questioning that night, but we were all released by sunrise. No one was badly injured. Just a lot of cuts, bruises, and a few patches of hair missing. Even Aaron was okay. Honestly, Aaron made it out in the best shape. We all got grounded for the rest of the summer. All the parents agreed that we needed to stop spending time together because they insisted on us having some beef between us all. None of us mentioned the board game was at the treehouse that night because we didn't want them to take it away from us. We knew we had to play it again. However, they caught on to it and banned us from playing it again. We spent the next 3 weeks of summer miserable. Each one of us tried to fill the hunger to play the game by playing other board games, or attempting to remake it, but it wasn't the same. It was the night before school started and I got a message from James through Skype. Our parents banned us from talking to each other, but it seemed my parents and James' parents forgot about Skype. He told me I had to come over right now. I managed to hop out of my window and ran for James' house. I got to his house in what felt like record time, and jumped down the fire escape to the basement. There I saw the rest of my friends all sitting by the fireplace weeping. As I got closer, I saw they were covered in ash. I saw tiny little bits of what was left of the game lying out on the ground. "She burned it. My mom burned it," James said in between tears. Everyone was desperately trying to find any pieces that were left of our precious game. Some of them rubbed the ashes of the game on their faces and arms to try and feel something again. As I watched them, I saw something in the corner of my eye. I looked over to our normal hangout area and saw it. I saw the board game sitting out. Not just the box, but the whole game was out and ready to play. Are you sure that your mom burnt it, James?" I said as my eyes got glazed over looking at the beautiful board game sitting out for us to enjoy. "Yes, I'm sure. She did it right in front of me, so I'd stop looking for it." Just as James finished his sentence, he looked at me and then at my eye line. He saw the game. The next week of our lives was a whirlwind. After James' mom burned the game and it reappeared, we all ran away with the game. We stole a car from AJ's mom after we got a task card for it and left town. We would play the game in the car, in random fast food restaurants, and sometimes in parks. It's all we did all day. We would fall asleep playing the game, and only manage to eat maybe a bag of chips or something small during the day. We kept moving because we didn't want to be found. In that week, we all managed to lose our jobs and all missed the first week of our senior year of high school, all because we were addicted to a board game. I still remember the last game we ever played. It was a late Sunday night. We were actually in our town sitting in an old barn near the treehouse we sat in before, all because the game told us to. Up to that point, we were hanging out far away from home. We didn't want to be close. We knew we could be found easily by our families and the authorities if we were too close, but we had no choice. We were slaves to the game. At this point, we were in bad shape. With every new game started, we broke down a little bit more. We surrounded the board with tired eyes and growling stomachs, missing teeth and bruised bodies, concussed heads and broken toes. "Please, we have to stop. I can't do it anymore. I want to go home," Bree said as we were about to start our next game. I can't imagine not playing this game. It's all I ever want to do. I think I might die if I couldn't play it. I know the game hurts us, but it would hurt so much more if we stopped playing it," Henry said with a gravelly voice. "Guys, why are we talking? We have to play again," Aaron said while trying not to cough. "I know we have to. I've never hated something and loved something so much in my whole life," Bree remarked. We started the game with shaky hands, moving slowly and holding our breath whenever someone looked at their card. AJ went first. She reached down and picked a card, cringing to herself after reading it in her head. Next was Bree. She rolled her eyes and she read off the words, "Public card. Waterboard the player to your right for 5 minutes. Both players move 8 spaces," Bree timidly said as she glanced at James sitting next to her. I can't say we really knew how to waterboard someone, but we laid him on his back with his legs elevated and dipped water over him. We let him take a card for his turn before Bree started the waterboarding, so we didn't have to wait for 5 minutes for them to be done. His card was a secret card. We continued the game with the awful background sounds of gagging and choking. Next, it was Aaron's turn. He read his card and winced. He closed his eyes tight and opened them again, as if he was hoping he was in a dream. As he opened his eyes, he slowly looked at all of us, making eye contact with each one of us. Just then, James was done being waterboarded, and he and Bree came to join us. I was so glad they were done. Not just because I was sick of the sounds, but because it meant they got to move 8 spaces. Aaron stood to his feet slowly. I prepared myself because I figured he was about to hurt us. In an instant, he ran out of the barn and into our stolen car. We all looked around confused as to where he went, but kept playing the game as he drove off. Next, it was my turn. Public card. Jump off the roof of the barn. 9 points, I said out loud nervously. Henry and AJ jumped up and started to walk outside, not even questioning if I would do it or not. They weren't wrong in the assumption. Before I could even think, I was on my feet trying to find a way up to the roof. I found my way to the top of the 10-foot-tall building. I took a deep breath and leaped off, and was met with a hard thump as I hit the ground. I felt a gut-wrenching pain in my right ankle as I landed. I knew I broke it. I had no doubt in my mind. I was thrashing in pain, grabbing my ankle as my friend dragged me back into the barn. We knew we had to keep playing. Next, Henry took a card. He picked it from the pile with his eyes closed and brought it to his face while peeking just enough to see the words on the card. Then closed his eyes again, trying to pretend he never read the words in the first place. Next, AJ took a card. Even though it was a secret card, I knew it was about me. She glanced down at my ankle right after her eyes left the card. Just as James was reaching for his card, we saw Aaron walk back into the barn. We all sat in shock as his silhouette became clear and vivid in the doorway. Blood trickled down his arms and hands, dripping on the dirt as we all stared at each other. His eyes were blank at first, but then turned to pain. We watched him as he walked from the doorway to the board game, blood dripping on the game as he moved his token 30 spaces. "Aaron, what have you done? 30 spaces?" AJ muttered in fear. "James, I'm so sorry. I had to." Aaron whimpered as he sat in the dirt with his secret card crinkled in his bloodied fist. "Tell me what you did right now. What does your card say? Show us," James yelled as he stood to his feet. Just as James was about to jump onto Aaron, Henry reached into his pocket and pulled out some matches we used to start small campfires while we had been on the run. We all stood still, waiting to see what he was about to do as he lit 3 matches and threw them into the nearby hay bales, igniting the whole inside of the barn. Without hesitation, AJ saw the opportunity and stomped on my ankle as hard as she could. If it wasn't broken before, it sure was now. I looked down at it to see it now bent sideways. She then stomped on my other ankle, not breaking it but making it so I couldn't walk. She moved her token 12 spaces. Even though I was in agony from the pain, I still felt such an intense high from her moving so many spaces. Aaron dropped his card in the midst of everything happening. James fell to his feet to see the card and started to weep as he read it out loud. Secret card. Killed James' mom. Move 30 spaces, he said with anger bubbling up. I can't believe you would do that for a dumb game. How could you do this to me? I couldn't control myself. Come on, you know what I mean. I couldn't control myself. Don't do anything you will regret, Aaron said cautiously. Oh, I think it's a little too late for not doing things we regret, James said as he jumped onto Aaron, choking him with all his strength. It seemed at that moment he was able to break free from the control of the game. He wasn't feeling the high of someone else completing a task. He just felt hate. Red hot hate. I was overwhelmed, to say the least. The barn was in flames. James was trying to kill Aaron, and to make matters worse, AJ out of nowhere jumped up and dug a pocket knife into Bree's stomach. Now Bree and AJ were in a fighting match too. Henry and I sat across from each other in disbelief at our surroundings. He looked at me with death in his eyes as he reached for a card. It wasn't even his turn, but I don't think he cared anymore. He knew the others would be occupied for a while. The fire was getting bad. I knew I had to get out of that barn as soon as I could, because of the damage done to my ankles. I couldn't walk, so I dragged my body out of the barn, taking the game with me. I made it a few feet and looked back to see Henry not moving. He set his card down on the board before I started to drag it with me, and I read it as I continued to crawl. Secret card. Let the fire overtake you. Move your token to the finish line and win the game. I was able to get out of the barn with the board game in hand. I sat and watched as the flames overtook Henry. He didn't even flinch when he caught on fire. As I saw it happen, I moved his token to the end space so he could win the game. I felt an intense high overtake my body as the game was complete. Only a few moments after Henry caught fire, the whole barn came down, with all my friends in it. I looked at the burning barn and then back down at the game. I'm ashamed to say that my biggest worry was not knowing who I'd play with now. I hate myself for thinking that, but that's how all the game is. I tried to start a new game by myself and drew a card, but that's when I saw the sirens of police cars and fire trucks pull up next to me. I was immediately surrounded by people trying to give me medical attention, taking me away from my game. I scratched and threw my body around like a toddler not getting their way. I remember them giving me some kind of sedative, and waking up in the hospital. I was the only person to make it out alive that night. All I could say to the doctors and my parents was that I needed the game, that I had to play the game. It was the only meaning to life. It was the only reason I had to live. My parents got me a great lawyer, and I got out of everything by pleading insanity. Our families all knew the right people, and had the right money to ensure the word never got out about the deaths. They even managed to make the death of James' mom disappear. When they told me my friends were all dead, I didn't have much of a reaction. I just kept asking where the game was. When they eventually told me the game was gone and never coming back, that's when I lost it. They had to put me into restraints because I kept hurting the hospital staff from my meltdowns. I started to threaten the staff and told them all the horrible things that would happen to them if they didn't get that game back to me. I eventually ended up in a psychiatric hospital. I yelled and screamed so much that I never had my voice. I hardly ever slept, because all I thought about was the game and how I craved to play it again. My skin was red and torn up from my insistent picking due to the withdrawals. After months, I felt numb. Maybe from all the drugs they pumped me up with, or perhaps I was so used to the withdrawals I didn't feel it as much. It still felt like I had an uncontrollable urge inside my bones, but I was able to hide it. They then sent me home after a while. I knew I had to mask my emotions for the game, pretend I didn't care anymore, even if it killed me inside to say it out loud. I walked into my bedroom, and I felt like I was being treated like a baby. My old bed frame was gone, and it was just the mattress on the floor. All my sharp shelves were taken down, along with anything else I could possibly hurt myself with. I rolled my eyes, but knew my parents had to make these changes for me to even come home. I sat on my bed, and I looked around at my room, now with a doorknob that locked from the outside to keep me in, as well as bars on my windows. I searched my room desperately, trying to find something to take up my mind. That's when I dug through my closet, and I saw it. I saw that beautiful, colorful box that I came to know so well, just hiding in the back of my closet, waiting to be found. I knew it came back the first time it was destroyed, but it was feeling like it was a one-time thing. But here it was, patiently waiting for me to come and play it. I ripped open the box, giving myself a paper cut in the process, and started to play the game by myself. With all that being said, I can finally say, task completed, and share what my first card said in that solo game. Secret card. Spread the word about this game online so more people can join us. Move 20 spaces. So what do you say? Care to come join me for a game? I've never been one to believe in the supernatural, but what happened to me and my girlfriend on that road trip, something changed. It's taken me a while to gather the courage to write this, and even now, I can feel its eyes on me sometimes as I type. I've only been able to get a paragraph or two before I stop, but someone has to know. I've always despised long car trips. The fact wasn't lost on me when my girlfriend at the time, with the help of her parents, took it upon herself to fund a trip overseas to the USA. Our own Great Western Trail. She conveniently forgot that she didn't have a license, leaving me as the sole driver. I grumbled, but a lot of money had been spent, and given to us to do with as we pleased. I wasn't going to spoil this. It was our reward for successfully graduating from university. The trip wasn't particularly memorable. When I think back on it, I struggle to recall most of the places we stayed. I remember landing in New York, spending a few days seeing the popular sights, and then renting a car and just driving. We had no real plan. With plenty of money, we could stay wherever we wanted. We had a few destinations in mind, but most of my checklist was on the West Coast. San Francisco and Vegas were still ahead, so driving was inevitable. We'd pick a highway or back road and drive until I needed a break. Even though I found it tedious, Megan's company was comforting, though the ride would grow silent when she slept. The monotony of towering trees, sprawling plains, and endless fields played tricks on my mind. The persistent rumble of the wheels and the silent, stagnant air punctuated only by the hum of the engine added to the oppressive sameness. This was the aspect of driving that I loathed. Only the occasionally passing street signs provided any change, offering glimpses of nearby towns or warnings of local wildlife. After 8 hours of uninterrupted driving one day, I hadn't encountered a single town or city. Normally, I'd pass through 3 or 4 in a day's journey, but this time, the landscape remained stubbornly unpopulated. Yawning through my 3rd can of Red Bull, I considered pulling over in the middle of nowhere to catch some sleep. Then, just as the fuel alarm blinked to life, a weathered sign appeared, almost too late, making the turnoff to a town. There was a subtle unease as I veered onto the exit. It struck me as odd that I could not recall any prior signs, yet the promise of fuel and a potential resting place outweighed my apprehension. The indicator ticking, the steering wheel turning, and Megan stirring beside me, I guided the car towards a place named Graysall. As the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, casting long shadows across the empty fuel station, Megan and I pulled in, grateful for a chance to stretch our legs. The flickering fluorescent lights above hummed intermittently, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the isolated place. "We'll fill up here," I said, cutting the engine. Megan nodded, glancing around at the quiet surroundings. "And where is here?" she muttered. "A possible place to sleep?" I stepped out of the car into the cool evening air, the scent of petrol and dust lingering. The station was deserted, except for a lone figure behind the counter. Engrossed in a magazine, I pushed open the creaking door and entered, a small bell chiming softly. The service worker looked up, a slight smile spreading across his young face as he greeted me with a nod. "Evening," I said, my voice echoing slightly in the empty convenience store. The worker stared at me, his smile showing teeth slightly. "Just the gas today?" he said, a slight jubilation in his voice. "Yeah, thanks," I replied absent-mindedly, pulling out some cash. "Cash all good?" "Of course." His reply was almost a little too enthusiastic, lingering on the R. I handed him the cash and took my change. His smile widened. "Have a great day, sir." "Yeah, thanks," I replied, turning away. "Have a great day, sir." I paused, turned, and looked at the man again. His smile remained, showing all his teeth. The gnawing part was that he seemed unhappy. Not the soul-crushing service kind of unhappy, but there was something in his eyes. I couldn't quite describe it. "Have a great day, sir." He punctuated each word, eyes locked on mine. "I will, thank you." With a ring of the bell, I walked out the door, still feeling his gaze on me. His smile never wavered. As I fueled the car, I glanced back into the store. He was staring at me. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying behind his gritted teeth, but that smile remained burned into my mind. Getting back in the car, I shook myself. I was more than a little on edge. "You okay, babe?" Megan asked. I started up the car before pulling away. "That was a chilling experience," I said with a forced laugh that even I didn't believe. "How so?" "That guy was just creepy. No wonder he's out here at this station." There was a pause. "Sure," Megan replied. Leaving the gas station behind, we ventured deeper into Graysall, a town seemingly caught in a perpetual state of half-hearted development. Quaint shops with faded facades lined the main street, their windows showcasing dusty displays of antiques and local crafts. A solitary traffic light flickered intermittently, casting an unsettling glow over cracked sidewalks and neglected flower beds. "The road less traveled," Megan remarked, peering out the window. "This truly is the explorer's way." "Yeah, a strange vibe," I agreed, my thoughts still lingering on the encounter with the service worker. As we drove further, we passed a weathered sign promising accommodations ahead. Following its directions, we found ourselves at a modest motel inside town. The car park was empty except for a few cars, their owners on scene in the fading light of dusk. "I guess this will do for the night," I said, pulling into a parking space. Stepping out of the car, we were met with curious glances from the sparse population, their greeting smiles short, but their stares lingering a little too long. The motel seemed to stand in silent anticipation, its neon sign buzzing faintly against the growing darkness. I leaned in close and whispered to Megan, "What's with the looks?" She glanced at me, brushing off my concern. "It's a small town," she replied in a normal tone. "We're tourists in a backwater town. Of course we're going to get looks." After locking the car doors, we walked towards the somewhat inviting light of the lobby. Just as I approached the door with Megan in the lead, I paused and glanced over my shoulder. There was a whisper on the wind, a fleeting sound or thought. The caffeine was wearing off, and with a violent shake of my head, I dismissed it and entered the cramped lobby. "Hello there, dears." The wizened caretaker woman creaked, her smile forming like cracks on old porcelain. "A room for the two of you?" Megan smiled back brightly. "Yes, just for the night, please. One double bed." The woman nodded in acceptance and wrote down our details in a dusty ledger. As I glanced at the ledger, it seemed unusually sparse, lacking additional names or reservations. "A couple's room. Names, please." "I'm Megan, and this is Michael." Megan and Michael. I do like the letter M. A chuckle rattled through her, revealing teeth that seemed too white against weathered skin. Megan shifted slightly, her gaze wandering around the lobby with a casual interest. "And where are you off to?" Megan stepped closer to respond, but I cut in with my question. "We're just travelers. How much for the room?" Her grin widened. $40 for the room." She offered the key to us, seemingly pulling it from thin air. "Thank you," I said, taking it cautiously. Leaning against the counter, I counted out the notes before passing the key to Megan. "Is there a place to eat around here?" I asked, handing over the money. "Eat?" She seemed surprised. "Best not to linger when it gets dark. There's a vending machine with snacks. I'm sure you'll be okay." I glanced outside. Darkness had fallen swiftly, cloaking the town like a shroud. "Okay," I nodded. The woman took the money. "Have a great day, sir." "Sure." I turned a step away, but her grip suddenly tightened on my wrist, making me look back. Her eyes pleaded, and her teeth gleamed brightly as her smile stretched her wrinkled skin. I stood there in confusion as her grip tightened. "Have a great day, sir." I was shocked by her sudden strength and didn't move. Megan intervened smoothly. "Good night, ma'am." Her tone was breezy. The grip released as suddenly as it had tightened. Megan was next to me with a cheerful expression. I checked my wrist and looked back at the caretaker. Her smile was still wide, but her mouth was closed. What just happened? Nodding awkwardly, I hurriedly left, my instincts telling me to keep her in sight, but to not turn back. Only when we opened and closed the lobby door did I dare to relax. "She seems nice," Megan remarked, glancing back at the lobby with a dismissive shrug. I huddled close to Megan as we approached our vehicle. "Didn't she seem a bit odd to you?" I asked. She grabbed me, Meg. Like full-on Crypt Keeper clutched my wrist, I said with a touch of annoyance. "I wouldn't call that a grab. I think she just touched your hand in a friendly way." She laughed as she pulled her suitcase out. "Probably thought you were flirting or something." I wasn't. "Relax, Mike. Older folks can be like that." I wanted to press the issue further, but Megan brushed me off again. Was it just me? Glancing back, I saw the caretaker woman in the distance, appearing to close up shop. She gave us a glance and a smile before hastily dropping the shutters. Shaking off the odd feeling, I turned back to find Megan making her way obviously to the door. I took my bag and followed dutifully. She slid the key into the lock and opened the door effortlessly. Surprisingly, the room appeared to have been recently renovated. There was a modest TV and a large double bed. The calming blue interior was a stark contrast to the worn exterior of the motel. Megan responded with a jump, flopping onto the bed. "Not bad for $40. I smiled at her enthusiasm. "Hungry?" "Not really. Didn't she mention something about the vending machine?" She dug her phone charger out of her bag. "I guess all the local eateries close early due to the small population." That's how I interpreted her warning. I added uncertainty. "Maybe there's a high crime rate." "You think there'd be lots of crime in a place this small?" The sound of her phone accepting charge punctuated her question. "I don't know. Why else would she warn us about going out?" Megan shrugged. "Maybe she's just cautious." I nodded mainly to myself and started towards the bathroom. This place better have running hot water. A shower was a stark contrast to the room. Perhaps they ran out of budget before getting to the tiles and plumbing. At least the light worked, and more importantly, the hot water. I let it steam up before indulging in the warm embrace. My mind wandered, as shower thoughts tend to encourage, lingering on today's drive. I struggled to remember any major landmarks or anything of note. There was nothing. I kept pressing on the thought, all notions of washing myself forgotten. Beneath the roar of the running water, there was another sound. A buzzing, a whisper, a constant tone. I couldn't recall ever hearing it before. As the water began to go cold, a memory resurfaced. I did pass signs on the road, all pointing to Graysall. It made sense, but for 8 hours? The buzz grew louder as I pushed further in my mind. The distance on the signs to Graysall was always the same. It was always the next exit. A loud knock on the bathroom door startled me. "You good?" Megan asked. A shock of cold shivered me awake. I was freezing. "Yeah, I'm good. Be out in a minute." The sudden silence of the room was deafening. I strained to hear the buzz, but there was nothing. I made my way to the mirror, broke open my toiletry bag, and began to brush my teeth. I kept my eyes down towards the sink, focusing on the routine. A nagging feeling in my gut made me hesitate to look up, so I kept my head firmly angled down. With clean teeth, I spat out the toothpaste and looked up out of habit. My reflection stared back at me, but there was something else. I couldn't see it. Behind me were just broken white tiles, but something was there. Dread crept through me as I remained still, locked in a staring contest with my own reflection. I dared not move. The buzzing returned, a presence gripping my very being. It was as if I stood on the edge of a cliff, knowing full well that stepping off would be fatal. I knew that if I glanced slightly to the left of my shoulder, my life would be over. Time passed. I don't know how long before I closed my eyes. The feeling slowly dissipated, and I stepped away from the sink and out the bathroom door into the bedroom. My breath was heavy, buried deep in my stomach. Every movement felt like dragging boulders. Only when I opened my eyes and saw Megan lying casually on the bed with her phone did I let out a shudder of relief. "You were in there a while," she remarked, not looking up. "You'd better get some sleep." "I think so." I made my way to the edge of the bed and climbed in, my neck stiff and taut. I couldn't even glance behind me. Something was there, and I knew it meant the end. Laying on my back, I turned my head toward Megan, a protest forming on my lips. It got stuck in my throat as the oppressive blanket of dread fell over me, digging into my back and spine. I stopped myself as my stomach dropped again. The pits of my being filled with hollow trepidation. The words were stuck in my throat. I wanted to say it, to desperately convey that something was wrong, but terror engulfed me. "What's that, babe?" Megan asked, her tone light. "Nothing. I just need sleep," I muttered in defeat. The feeling receded. The disquieting unease left me. She smiled and gave me a peck on the cheek. "I'll leave you alone tonight so you can rest up. Maybe tomorrow will be better." I could only nod. It felt as if my blood had been drained from my body. Surely. I looked hollow, or my skin void of color, but her reaction remained cheerful and flirty. She turned away, set her phone's alarm for the morning, and nestled into the covers. I did not sleep. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. Time passed in a haze, the seconds blending into minutes, minutes stretching into infinity. My eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the thin curtains, and I began to notice the minute details of the ceiling above me. Tiny cracks splintered across the plaster, the paint already beginning to peel from its fresh coat, revealing faint water stains and the occasional cobweb as a finishing flourish. I could make out the slight variations in texture where the roller marks overlapped during the last haphazard paint job. My mind fixated on these imperfections, a desperate attempt to anchor myself in the mundane. Yet, the oppressive feeling lingered, a weight on my chest. It wasn't as strong as before, but its presence was undeniable. The sense of absoluteness gnawed at me from the left, a silent reminder of whatever unseen horror lay just out of sight. Every instinct boiled over, urging me to keep my gaze forward, to not turn my head even the slightest bit. The thought of what might be there, lurking in the shadows, was too much to bear. My body remained rigid, my breath shallow and controlled, as if any sudden movement or noise might draw its attention. Megan's soft snores provided a fragile comfort. I wanted to wake her, to share the burden, but the words wouldn't come. I was trapped, a prisoner to the unseen menace. As the hours dragged on, sleep eluded me. The darkness outside deepened, the walls pressing in as if to crush the very air from my lungs. I clung to the small details of the ceiling, using them as a lifeline to stave off the encroaching fear, knowing that dawn was still hours away. I couldn't bear another moment of this. Slowly, I lifted myself from the bed and made my way to the door, keeping my head still. Hunger had set in. I moved silently, cautiously crossing the cold car park to the glow of the vending machine. Inside, a variety of snacks looked faded from the sun. I pulled out a note and fed it to the machine, the normality of the action distracting me from turning around. The machine accepted the note, and I pressed the combination. awaiting something to take my mind off the dark. The spools spurred to life as the snack slid forward and then down. I bent down to retrieve it. That's when the chanting began. I turned slowly towards the sound, an uncomfortable twisting in my gut rising to my throat. Ahead, a gathering of people stood in a crescent shape inside the park by the motel, including the service worker and caretaker woman. They surrounded a small pile of random items, illuminated faintly by the park lights. Even from this distance, I could discern the silhouettes: a pair of glasses, a map, a wallet, and keys. The chant resonated through the still night, each syllable rolling off their tongues with a rhythm that felt both ancient and powerful. The words were guttural and melodic, filled with a haunting cadence that sent shivers down my spine. As the group circled the mundane items laid out in ritualistic precision, their voices rose and fell in a foreign, almost otherworldly harmony. The air seemed to vibrate with each intonation, weaving an invisible web of dread around me. My heart pounded and my skin prickled as if the very air was charged with dark energy. Though I couldn't understand the words, the intent behind them was clear. Summoning, binding, compelling. Fragments of the chant felt disturbingly familiar, echoing with the weight of forgotten rituals. Each phrase seemed to hold a hidden meaning, a dark promise, as if the chant itself was a living entity reaching out to ensnare any who dared listen. The figures began to turn. Despite being about 20 meters away, I unconsciously crossed the car park and stood by the street, now able to make out their faces as they surveyed me. Their wide smiles and mouths agape revealed what felt like too many teeth. The chant continued, their mouths twisting to form the sounds, yet their eyes betrayed terror. Pleading looks from all of them tore through me, screaming at me to leave now, but their welcoming bodies stretched wide, inviting me to cross the asphalt streets. The clash of emotions, fear, menace, and warmth, all fought one another to be the primary feeling. My mind almost acquiesced, the scratching ache of what was behind me pushing me forward. It beckoned me to join them. My body protested and screamed, the dread built as it sensed my thoughts. To turn and walk, I would step into abject horror. Forward was the loving call of familiarity. With a great, uncertain step, I turned my back on the gathering and walked back to our room. As I turned away from the gathering, my body protested violently. My heart sank, breaths long and deep. Each step back towards the motel felt like wading through molasses. An invisible force clawed at me, pulling me back towards the chanting group. The ache in my chest intensified as if something was trying to rip my soul from my body. My muscles tensed and strained with every movement. The chant almost engulfed me, surrounding me in a maw of alien chants. The distance to my room seemed to stretch interminably, the dim lights of the motel flickering in and out of focus, extremely bright in one moment and pitch black the next. Each step forward was a battle against an unseen force that grew stronger with every passing second. My mind reeled, assaulted by a barrage of whispered temptations and threats that made my skin crawl. I could feel the dark energy digging into me, its tendrils wrapping around my very essence, threatening to pull me apart. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and my vision blurred with the effort of resisting the pull. Every fiber of my being screamed in protest, urging me to turn back to the comfort of the gathering behind me. The door to our room was just ahead. My hand trembled as I reached out, fingers barely grazing the doorknob. I looked forward as I felt the door, but my consciousness felt miles away. Each touch of reality was such a distance. It bedraggled my mind. With a Herculean effort, I twisted the knob and stumbled inside, collapsing against the door as it swung shut behind me. Everything was quiet. The room was dark. The sight of Megan lying asleep on the bed brought everything into focus. My heart pounded in my ears, but I was slowly coming back to its senses. I looked around the dark room. I was here. Everything was back in its place. I strained again to hear the outside. Nothing. I paused and hesitated to look over my shoulder. Nothing. I turned and cautiously looked over my left shoulder to the door. Nothing. I locked the door slowly, made my way to the bed and crawled inside. I felt I wanted to say something to Megan or awaken her, but something held me back. The fear I felt before was distant, lingering in the back of my mind. The thought was different now. It was almost as though it would become real if I acknowledged what happened. I listened one more time, trying to make out any sense of what was outside. Nothing. I slid closer to Megan, wrapped tightly around her, and chose to forget. Sleep was not too far behind. I woke in a sudden panic. Upright, I observed the surroundings. The nice calm blue of the room was brightened by the subtle sun through the blinds. Morning had arrived, and Megan walked out of the bathroom brushing her teeth. "Sleep well?" she asked. I took a brief moment to stabilize myself and breathe deeply. "I think it's best we keep moving," I replied slowly. She smiled and made her way back into the bathroom. By the time she finished up, I had packed our bags and was walking out the door. "Why the rush?" She laughed. I didn't stop. I opened the door and noticed our vehicle where we had parked it. I loaded it up and was ready to leave. Megan climbed into the passenger side with a confused grin. I had started the car. "Why so sudden?" "I have to drop the key off, babe." I drove closer to the lobby. The shutters were still down. I pulled the handbrake and took the key from her hand. "I'll drop them off. Be 2 minutes." I got up and hurried to the chute. Glancing around, the park seemed normal in the light, but the ominous feeling lingered in the air. Keys deposited, I rushed to the car and slammed the doors shut, locking the doors for good measure. Megan rolled her eyes and sighed. With glances in the mirror and a careful foot, I made my way towards the highway and the open road. I kept checking. Every minute or so, I surveyed the town as we traveled. We were up pretty early for the cozy little town, which seemed deserted. It was not long until we had left the confines of Graysall and were back out through the woods. "You going to tell me what that was about?" Megan asked. I looked at her and feigned a nonchalant smile. Cozy little hideaway towns are not my thing. I'm keen for the big smoke, as they say. "So you didn't sleep?" I didn't know why I didn't tell her. Part of me wanted to keep the truth as a lie. I wanted to keep her safe from whatever that was. I sighed as I relented and opened up my thoughts. "All right, so..." Another part of me screamed in terror as a rising feeling tingled my neck. I stopped myself again. A glance in the rearview mirror, and I could sense it again. It was behind me in the back, but all I could see was the back window and the suitcases lying on the seats. It was still here. I couldn't look again. I looked away from the mirror and straight ahead. "Yeah, average sleep," I hesitantly stated. "Are you okay?" I paused and nodded. Megan seemed to have accepted that answer and went back to idling. I wanted to say more. I was screaming in my mind, but it stopped me. The tension in the car was palpable, my mind racing with the events of the night before and what lingers behind us. Megan leaned back in her seat, quietly scrolling through her phone. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the unease in the pit of my stomach wouldn't let up. Minutes passed, and the silence between us grew heavier. The winding road seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees blurring into a monotonous green. Suddenly, a faint flash of red and blue lights appeared in the distance, reflecting off the rearview mirror. My pulse quickened, but I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look back. Megan shifted in her seat, noticing the lights as well. "Are those—" She trailed off, her voice tinged with concern. I swallowed hard, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Probably just a routine check," I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. The lights grew brighter, closer, casting an eerie glow inside the car. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat echoing the dread I felt deep inside. The urge to glance in the mirror was overwhelming, but I fought it, knowing that looking back might reveal more than just a police car. The siren blipped, a short, sharp burst that made me flinch. Megan turned to me, her eyes wide with worry. "What should we do?" "Just stay calm," I replied, though my own nerves were fraying. "I'll pull over." I eased the car to the side of the road, the lights now glaring in full force through the back window. My hands shook as I shifted the car into park and rolled down the window. The officer approached, his silhouette framed by the flashing lights. Megan's fingers brushed against my arm, a silent gesture of support. "Good morning," the officer said, his tone neutral but firm. "License and registration, please." "Of course, sir." I pulled out my license and the relevant paperwork from the glove department. I handed them over as he began to scrutinize. His mirrored glasses glared at me, forcing me to look away. "You know why I pulled you over, sir?" No, I don't." "Your taillight is out." "Oh, it's a rental. It was definitely good when we left New York." "Yes, I can see that." A pause. I looked up as he continued to read the papers. His face was stern and aged, poring over each of the documents I handed him. "Did you notice anything last night in town?" I gripped the wheel in surprise. The itch and clawing returned, digging into my spine. Like what, sir?" He looked at me. I felt my head move with strain to look at him. Something invisible, a dark presence, was gripping my head. "Did you notice anything at all, sir? No noises, no strange occurrences?" Another grip on my arm, this one from Megan. There was concern in her touch. I could feel her eyes on me, sensing something was wrong. No, nothing at all. Slept like a baby." The pause dragged on for too long. Each second felt like an eternity as the presence tightened its hold, sending waves of terror through my body. "So, you're a foreigner, driving through this state in a car with a broken taillight that you hired from another state." He sighed audibly. "Too much paperwork." He handed me the papers, which I gladly took, but they didn't move. He was gripping them tight as I tugged at them. "You got anything to say to me, sir?" My neck craned again, as if an unseen force was controlling my movements. My entire body was on fire from fear. My muscles ached as the invisible claws dug deeper into my shoulders. My eyes shook from the pain as my cheeks tightened, pulling further and further apart in a smile too large for my own face. "Have a great day, sir." The policeman smiled widely back, almost in wicked greeting. His grin was unsettlingly familiar. "And you have a great day too, sir." My dad was, and still is, my hero. I'm sure it sounds like just another worn-out cliche, and it might be, but it is very important to me that you remember this piece of information, because otherwise, all the things that I'm going to tell you about, all the actions I've taken, will make me seem like a total lunatic. He was an anthropologist by trade, and you could tell from the moment you met him, even as young as I was, I knew that my dad loved people. He was fascinated by them, and he adored everything about them. It was woven into the dorky Hawaiian dad shirts he wore when he threw spontaneous backyard barbecues, tucked into his palm as he enthusiastically shook hands with every barista and bank teller he met, and etched into the crinkles of his eyes as he let out another boisterous laugh. The sort of laugh that made everyone else in the area want to laugh with him. People, it seems, loved him too. He wrote a lot of books, and apparently his personality shone even in writing because they sold incredibly well. It was after the smashing success of one book in particular, one discussing folk legends in our home state of Colorado, that he decided we would buy the vacation home. God, it seems bitterly ironic looking back on it now, but we'll get to that. The vacation home was in a tiny Welsh town called Arforder. It was, as the Welsh name suggests, on the sea, and the town lined a semicircular divot in the country's coastline, flanked on either side by craggy cliffs. Only a short distance out from the beach, approximately where the center of the circle would be if it were completed, there was a tiny island. It was scarcely more than a large rock, harboring little besides a couple of small grottos and a smattering of gulls' nests. It was called Morgan's Isle. I only ever got to spend a couple of summers at the house, but I remember those summers very fondly. My dad was deeply interested in the area, not only because of his appreciation for Welsh culture, or what little remained after the gentrification of the area, and also because of some of the town's more unique attractions. Two in particular stand out to me as I reflect on it, and both involve the island. If you were outside at night, or when a dense fog had blanketed the town, you could hear a low, haunting melody rolling in off the sea. It was like someone playing the flute, resonant and mournful, far away across the water. My dad thought that it was the wind, catching in the cracks and crevices of Morgan's Isle, and flowing back out across the water, friction from the sea-soaked rocks producing the ghostly howl. During the day, he said, the sounds of the town drowned it out, but at night, we would sit together on the back porch of the house and listen to the island sing across the inky sea. From our porch, it was also possible to observe the other phenomena. If you looked out towards the island on a clear night, it was possible to see small, glittering points of light drifting over the dark water. They typically appeared in pairs, and they seemed to dip and swell as if riding atop the waves. My dad thought that it was a trick of the moonlight, perhaps an unusual reflection from something on the island or the shore, and he thought they were beautiful, like diamonds drifting on the sea, he said, and I looked up at him, stars in my eyes, and agreed. I was only 9 when he disappeared. He had decided that he was going to go out fishing for the day. We had a small boat, and he went out on it pretty frequently, leaving in the mid-morning and not returning until the last dregs of sunlight were slipping from the sky. Usually he would let me come with, and I begged to go that day too, but he wouldn't let me. I'm still not sure why. Maybe I had been particularly clingy for the days preceding, or maybe he was planning to go out and do something dangerous that morning. I don't know. But I do know that, as darkness fell that evening, he didn't come back, and he never did again. They found the boat, bashed up against the cliffs a few miles down the coast from Arfordr, but no sign of Dad. While accidents like this were uncommon in the area, they were not unheard of, and it was ultimately written off as an accidental drowning. They trawled the area for a while, looking for his body, but nothing turned up, and after the worst plane ride of our lives, my mom and I had to bury an empty casket. We didn't go back to the vacation home after that. We were alright financially, as my dad had left us a sizable chunk of savings to supplement my mom's income. But we couldn't face going back to where it had all happened. At the same time, though, my mom couldn't bear to get rid of the place, and so it sat, falling into disrepair for 11 years. Until a few days ago. I recently turned 20 and, after having something of an early life crisis, decided it was time to get some closure. My mom was not a big fan of my decision. If it was up to her, we would just let the house rot to nothing and never think about it again. But I had made up my mind, and before she could mount any real effort to stop me, I was bound for Cardiff Airport. I opted to check into Arfordr's small inns rather than attempting to stay in the house. This turned out to be a smart decision, as when I arrived at our old vacation home, it was in a state of severe disrepair. Being so close to the sea, weathering had taken its toll on the home's exterior, and the once well-kept garden had turned into a tangle of unkempt grass and thorny weeds. The interior was largely preserved, save for one room which had flooded through a hole in the roof, but a thick layer of dust had settled over what little furnishings had remained when we'd vacated the place. Evening was fast approaching, and I decided that it would be best if I returned to the inn to decide what to do with the place. As I was pushing through the door, I turned back one last time, half expecting to see my dad sitting on the stairs behind me, but no one was there. After a restless night, I decided to spend the next day, yesterday, out on the water. I bought some supplies from a dingy little tackle shop and slid into a rented boat in the harbor. As I chugged it out into the sea, I had this eerie feeling that I was reliving my dad's last day. Peering across the glittering waves, my eyes snagged on a narrow cave tucked into the jagged flank of Morgan's Isle. I started steering towards it for a moment, but stopped myself. What was I doing? I'd seen people try to approach the cave before, and a patrol boat would always stop you, saying that it wasn't safe for public access. Liable to collapse, they'd say. A tiny part of my brain whispered that they probably hadn't checked there, all those years ago. They would have thought it was too dangerous, not worth the risk of searching. Maybe, just maybe. No, I shook my head as if to knock the idiotic thoughts out of my brain. I was there to get closure, not to open some silly, dangerous, and likely fruitless investigation. I found myself a good spot a little ways past the island instead, and settled in for a day of fishing. I didn't end up catching anything. We had never caught much when I was younger anyway, and the years between had taken their toll on the already dwindling fish population. Besides, I could never quite completely wipe the thoughts of the cave from my mind. Before I knew it, the long, uneasy afternoon had slipped away into evening, and darkness spread quickly across the sky like a stain. As I rounded the island, I could see no other silhouettes against the shimmering lights of the town. I was alone on the water, and I was so close to the cave. I dragged my palms down my face. I knew I wouldn't get a wink of sleep if I didn't at least check, and besides, now was the perfect opportunity. With no patrol boats crawling around, hidden by the darkness of the open sea, I anchored the boat as close as I could to the tiny, rocky beach at the cave's mouth, and splashed my way to the entrance, wincing as the icy water soaked into my sneakers. Standing on the gravel beach, I fumbled in my pocket. I was relieved to feel the clink of my key ring against my fingertips. Pulling it out, I pressed the button on the small flashlight that I kept clipped to the ring, and its weak beam cut through the darkness ahead of me. The small comfort that the light afforded me was dashed, as I heard scuffling from behind some large stones just a few feet ahead. My hand shook as I pointed the flashlight toward the source of the sound, and I stumbled back as a figure moved from behind the rocks. "Dad?" It had come out as a question, but as my disbelieving eyes flickered over the man in front of me, I was sure it was him. He was much older and far scruffier than he was when I'd last seen him, and he was still somewhat obscured by the shadows of the cave entrance. Still, I felt certain it was my dad. My heart leapt in elation, and I stumbled forward, slipping on the loose, wet gravel in my haste to embrace him. To my dismay, however, he started backwards, jerking out of the way of my open arms and slipping backwards, further into the cave. "There's no time, Carter." His voice was rough and strangled with disuse. "What?" He jerked his head backwards, indicating for me to follow him into the cave. I was so stunned by the strangeness of the interaction, by his sudden appearance and by his form retreating further into the darkness of the cave, that I followed without question. At that moment, it seemed like the only thing I could do. While his strides seemed quick and practiced, mine were rendered unsteady by the slick rock beneath me. He was still just ahead of me, just on the edge of my flashlight beam, but I had to pick up my halted, slippery pace to keep up with him as he continued to press on. "There's no time for reunions yet. I promise you, all of that will come in due time, but for now, I just need you to trust me." I was out of breath from our rapid pace, and though questions burned at the tip of my tongue, I wasn't able to vocalize them. The walls of the cave seemed slightly closer now, and my claustrophobia built into a lump in my throat, further blocking any attempt at communication I might make. "Years ago, the day I disappeared, I discovered a ritual site in the back of this cave," he explained as I staggered onward. "I don't remember what happened between then and 2 days ago. All I know is that I woke up here, with the ritual site glowing around me. I managed to find out the date from a passing boat. I don't know what happened, Carter, and I'm so sorry for leaving you for so long. But I do know that something is happening tonight, in this cave. I don't know what will happen if we don't stop it, but I don't want to find out, and I need your help." My mind was spinning with all the new information. He was still moving quickly in front of me, and stunned as I was, I lost my focus for a moment, and with it, my footing. My toe caught a small ledge on the ground beneath me, and I tripped, halting for a moment as I caught myself on my hands, scraping myself badly. However, it was not the pain that I noticed. The moment I had stopped, so had my dad. I stood slowly and took another step forward. So did he. I took a few more and he followed, but each time I stopped, he would too. It was as though he was determined to stay exactly as far up from me as he was currently, just close enough to still be visible, but far enough to avoid the full power of my feeble flashlight beam. My blood ran cold. "Carter, come on," he said gruffly. Urgency, and something else that I know now to have been hunger, distorting his voice. "We have to hurry." That had been the point all along, hadn't it? To hurry me along, feed me lots of information all at once, give me no time to think. But now I was thinking. It was a plausible story, sure. My dad had been a curious man, and if he had seen the same opportunity I had, it was certainly possible that he would have tried to explore the cave as well. An anthropologist would have been intrigued by a perceived ritual site, and if something supernatural had indeed happened, it could explain his disappearance in the manner that he described. But something still bugged me. As I mentioned, my dad had always loved people. Now the first person he's seen in 11 years, even if those 11 years were a timeless blur, arrives at the cave and he spends no time greeting them, not even when the person is his own son. It didn't seem right. I tensed my hand around my keychain and, in one smooth motion, moved forward and focused the pale beam right on the figure in front of me. He jolted back as quickly as he could, but it wasn't fast enough. Not this time, and I finally saw him for what he was. Sure, he looked a lot like my dad, an aged up, banged up version of him, tailor-made to look as if he'd been unconscious in a cave for 11 years. An excellent copy, but I could also see why he'd been avoiding the light. In the detail afforded by the dim light, I could see the way his limbs seemed slightly too long, the way his shoulders didn't quite slot in their sockets, the way his teeth seemed just a bit too large for his mouth, and his eyes. Christ. They were the same color as my dad's, sure, but that is where the resemblance ended. They were empty, glassy, artificial, like the false eyes they stick in taxidermied animals, a poor imitation of the real thing. My dad was an anthropologist, and I know a person when I see one. This wasn't. The next few minutes are a blur in my memory. I remember sprinting back in the direction I'd come, slipping and sliding on the algae-coated stone beneath me. I could hear him chasing me, and worse, I could hear more of them behind me, scampering through the cave on what sounded to me like wet, slippery, clawed hands and feet. As I ran, I kicked rocks backwards, hoping they would slow the creature's progress. I guess it must have worked, because the next thing I knew, I had flung myself into my boat and gunned it away from the island, not even bothering to look back and see how close an escape it had been. This brings me to today. As you might expect, I didn't sleep a wink. I spent the whole night researching, trying to figure out exactly what it was that happened to me. From what I've put together, it is likely that the first part of the story I was told was true. My dad probably did see the cave, seek the opportunity to explore it under the cover of darkness, and venture deep into it, hoping to discover a hidden anthropological treasure. But I don't think he found anything human in that horrible place, and I am certain now, even more than I was, that he is dead. Do you know where the name Morgan's Isle comes from? I certainly didn't. Before my midnight research session, I had always assumed that it was just named after an important figure in the area, like Jacksonville or Pennsylvania in the US. It turns out, though, that this is not the case. I doubt that many of the current residents of Arfurter would pick up on the name's significance. Hardly any of them are Welsh. and fewer still are old enough or rooted enough in the area to remember any of the legends attached to it. As it turns out, a Morgan or Morgan is a Welsh term for a creature that entices men into its lair, usually with its beauty or enchanting voice, in order to drown or consume them. In the US, we might refer to this creature as a siren. I believe that it is likely these creatures that I encountered in the cave last night, and if this is the case, there is no doubt in my mind that they are responsible for the disappearances of a number of visitors and locals alike over the years, including my poor father. As I am typing this, I am sitting on the back porch of the old vacation home. My flight leaves tomorrow morning, and I have one more night in the grubby little inn up the road, but something called me back here, telling me to look out over the darkened sea one last time. I sincerely hope that it wasn't the sound that brought me here, that beautiful, achingly sorrowful timbre that echoes up the bluffs and draws me closer, sounding so much more melodic than it did all those years ago. Leaning in, I can see the flecks of light on the water again, tipping hypnotically up and down as waves roll by beneath them. I feel sick to my stomach. My dad was wrong. They aren't anything like diamonds. Looking at them now, I can see them for what they are. Fake. Dead. Empty. Like taxidermy. Hiking the Appalachian Trail end to end was to be my sabbatical this year. Something about escaping stressful city life was endlessly appealing to me when I cooked up the idea one frosty January morning. Anything to get me away from endless traffic, pointless meetings, and the omnipresent rush that one feels in day-to-day life that never allows you to sit down and enjoy the moment. Of course, I realized hiking the trail was never going to be a stress-free experience, but I've been camping in various places in the US every summer, so the idea didn't seem too far-fetched. Throughout winter and spring, I collected all the gear I'd need, studied maps of the area, and read several blogs from those who succeeded on the trail and those who didn't. Sadly, I have to report that I belong to those that never finished the trail, though it isn't for the usual reasons, fatigue, boredom, inexperience, but rather due to a nightmarish encounter that left me wishing that the only bad thing that could happen on the trail was failing to light a fire, or getting caught pissing on a tree. This is my recollection of those events, that I hope will serve as a warning for anyone who is as naive as I was back then. Now, my first 2 weeks on the trail were actually amazing. Not to get all hippy-dippy, but I think the fresh air and daily physical exercise healed the tiny ball of stress that had been steadily growing in my chest since the beginning of the year. Every day was a challenge, but unlike life in the city, it was manageable. Simple, even. Completing daily tasks like building a fire, setting up camp, and reaching the next peak with a new vista made me feel a little more confident in myself each day. Besides the wonderful nature and feelings of accomplishment, the people I met on the trail during those weeks were also incredible. It was so different from the competitive, fearful people I had met throughout my life and whom I feared I would become. It made me realize just how lonely I had become in the city, because I could never connect with anyone there. But on the trail, everyone was giving and kind, and not just with material goods. Knowledge and stories were just as appreciated as food and water. I even spent time with people on the trail who I would normally avoid in the city. But out here, I managed to find them rather goofy and charming in their own way. There was this one group of rednecks in particular that stood out. I remembered that they stayed up all night talking about hating all aspects of modern culture and those who championed them. They had this funny ritual of contriving a situation in which one of these modern culturalists would try to convert them to their side, and the rednecks would always scream, "Not for me," at the end of the day, and laugh uncontrollably while mimicking firing guns with their hands. I really thought that group was the worst I would run into out here, but I was horribly wrong. One night, I decided to make camp at the peak of a small mountain when I spotted a particularly distant campfire in the valley below. It looked like it would take a mile or two to reach them, and I was debating if it was worth the pain of walking off trail, but my curiosity got the best of me. I hadn't seen or talked to any fellow travelers in a week, and something intrigued me about this group. Why were they so far off trail? Were they lost? Who knows? Maybe I could even be a hero instead of just a lonely camper if I found their site. With my head drowning in a sea of possibilities, I set off to find their camp armed with nothing but a flashlight and a grin on my face. It took much longer to descend into the valley than anticipated. Walking downhill is much harder on the legs than uphill when you're tired. There were many times during the night when I felt that my calves were burning hotter than any campfire I'd made on the trail. I almost decided to turn back. Almost, if it weren't for a peculiar sound echoing through the mountain forest. I inched myself ever closer until the sound became clearer. Thump, wump, thump. The rhythmic beating of a drum. The more I listened, the less my body ached. Entranced, I started to march towards the origin of the drumming. Thump, wump, thump, wump. The campsite was getting closer. I was about 30 feet away now. Large bushes obscured most of the sight, but standing tall, I could see what looked like a bipedal goat. Thump, wump, thump, wump. Thump, thump, thump. A moment of silence. I took not another step. The man-goat reared its head back, moonlight shimmering off the black mane that draped its tensing throat. The goat's head opened to birth a beastly howl. The drums began beating again after being spurred by the beastly roar. Thump, wump, thump, wump. I used the sound of the drums to cover my footsteps as I moved closer still. I wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but whatever it was would have made an exciting as hell story back home. With a closer view, the goat creature was clearly just a shirtless man with a goat mask. Great, I thought. I've stumbled into a satanic cult in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I've heard my fair share of stories about the people who walk the Appalachian trails, but nothing about a group of devil worshippers who doing God knows what in the woods. Looking down, I could see around 8 to 10 people prostrate around the ground, bowing to their goatly leader. It was hard to tell with the campfire's light, but it looked like all the members might have been wearing masks too. One member caught my eye in particular. This member wasn't praying with the rest. They were tied to a tree off to the side of the congregation, just at the edge of the fire's light. They were wiggling. It looked awfully uncomfortable. They donned what looked like a horse's mask on their head, but it was difficult to tell due to the dancing shadows. As I was looking, the goat man raised their hand, and the chanting quieted to a murmur and then a full stop. The goat reached behind him and brought out an object wrapped in a black cloak. The way the cloak wrapped around the object suggested that it was spherical, head-sized object. The congregation bowed their heads as the goat-masked man spoke. "Look upon me, adjacent children of the god beings, and hear my sermon. Humans were given a natural place in this order, next to the gods themselves, as were ferrets, foxes, horses, hippos, and so forth. But only to us have the gods given the miracle of language to decipher the holy order." Several members of the makeshift camp congregation nodded their heads and hummed in agreement. The goat pastor's voice was eloquent. It seemed rather out of place given the surroundings. "Tonight, we celebrate this fortune bestowed upon us by beholding one of the gods' most holy creatures, a holy creature that was liberated from the most traitorous of our species." A member of the congregation closest to the priest stood up. They were wearing what appeared to be a gorilla mask, though, unlike the goat man's mask, this one seemed more makeshift, as if they had hastily printed a gorilla's face on a sack of cloth. The clumsily cut eye holes too high on the mask, so through the shimmer of the fire you could see the reflection of a human's eyes resting on top of another pair of dark gorilla eyes. "Let's hear. Take a look at this," aped the gorilla-masked man. He somewhat clumsily grabbed the cloth covering the object on the stool. With a quick yank, he pulled off the cloth to reveal a goldfish. It took a moment to sink in. A goldfish sitting in a goldfish bowl. The members of the congregation oohed and awed at the sight of the golden-scaled spectacle. As for me, I simply couldn't hold it in. I let rip one of the deepest belly laughs of my lifetime. I was in complete hysteria. If only I had a hyena mask to complete the occasion. A giraffe-masked member yelled something unintelligible and pointed in my direction. "You, out, now!" screamed the gorilla-masked man, holding my belly and gasping for air between chuckles. I came out of the woodworks and faced the crowd. "Hi, my name's Drew. Sorry for listening in. I couldn't even finish my sentence before the gorilla smashed his fist into my stomach. I fell to my knees. I'm... It was difficult to get my words out between breaths. "I'm just hiking the trail too. I don't mean you any harm." Then I heard a cackle behind me. It came from a giraffe man. "Look, boys," he said. "We have another curious cat ready to join our flock." The congregation began jeering, hooting, and hollering. "I hope we get another zebra," I overheard someone yell in the commotion. "Another demonstration of what happens to traitors." The giraffe pointed towards the tied-up man with a horse mask. Only now that I was closer, it was obvious that it was a zebra mask rather than a horse mask, though the zebra's white stripes had turned brownish red from bloody abuse. As I stared at him, a rock whizzed by my ear and landed squarely on the zebra man's head. I shudder at the sound it made upon impact, like a boot being driven into a pile of fleshy mud. The crowd erupted into applause before the rock even landed back on the ground. Cheered on by the crowd, one member of the congregation with a cat mask waltzed over and gave him a playful knock to the head right where the rock had landed before. The zebra let out an acute squeal, but then quickly resigned his anguish and remained still. "Enough," spoke the goat man. All went into obedient silence. "Interloper, you have but two choices. Join us in our worship, or sacrifice your life in service of our worship." With that decree, the gorilla grabbed my arms and restrained me. I twisted my whole body in an attempt to escape, but his grasp was much too strong. What was I to do? I couldn't imagine what would happen if I was sacrificed. To die out here of all places. I'll join, I muttered painfully. The goat man and his congregation all hummed with pleasure and agreement. Tomorrow, began the goat man, we begin the choosing. Tonight, let us continue our worship and rest. He then turned around and faded into the dark of the forest. My gorilla captor forcefully dragged me from the campfire's light and into a cage sitting under the shadow of the trees. If only I had approached the camp from this direction. Maybe I would have wised up after seeing the cage and backed out of this stupid idea. Wait now, you join me tomorrow, said the gorilla masked figure. With a final clang of the cage's door, I was left all alone for the night. The rest of the cult's members independently left the camp and disappeared throughout the night. As the fire's illumination faded, the last thing I could see was the broken man with the bloodied zebra's head. I had no idea if they were dead or alive. Their body lay still until the flame was no more. Hours passed, and after what felt like an eternity, I did eventually get some sleep, though I might have simply passed out. When I awoke, the sun had just peeped up from the horizon and illuminated a small gathering in front of my cage. The goat priest, the ape, the cat masked member, and a man I hadn't seen before with a live ferret resting around his neck. Their zebra prisoner was in the same space as the night before, only his body was sitting stiffer now. "All right, my little catch," came the familiar voice of the gorilla. "You got some choosing to do." He glared at me with all four eyes. The others hooted. "Grab your paper and wait for the chief to give a first sermon," said the gorilla, motioning me and the goat man. I did as I was told and slid my arm through the cage's bars to grab a piece of paper from the bowl. I didn't dare make another move. "Hear ye, little human," began the goat priest in his reverend tone. "Listen to our gospel. The sacred gods have bestowed upon us a hierarchy of beings encrypted by our own alphabet. The beings closest to the gods are graced with names closest to the word God. Those beings understand the secrets of the universe in ways that all the outside named cannot understand." I was failing to understand. I knew that cults had wacky beliefs, but what was this guy actually saying? In our fortune, humans have been placed adjacent to the god beings, one of which you witnessed last night. The goldfish? I sputtered. "Shut up and listen," yelled Gorilla. "Unfold the paper," continued the goat man, "and find your place with the humans. And remember, treat all beings with proper regard within the holy hierarchy." With that, the goat man turned and majestically strode back into the forest. "Sorry, I don't understand." Tears were beginning to well up in my eyes. The ferret and cat snickered. "Looky," spoke the cat in a feminine tone. "You're a human, sweetie, with an H. It's all encrypted in the holy alphabet. We're right next to, like, the gods. G." Slowly I began to realize more of their belief system, but I refused to believe that they actually thought like this. S is for stupid, I thought, but I dared not say that out loud. So the closer you are to the letter G, the more holy you are?" The cat simply replied with a duh gesture. I looked at the paper in my hand. Please not zebra. Anything but zebra. Or yak. Or walrus. I started to unfold the paper, but the cat swiped it out of my hands. So slow. Let's see what you are, honey. I really hated her voice. It was this insufferable valley girl ring to it. She unfolded the paper and held her breath in mock anticipation. Doggy, she finally squealed. You get to be our nice little doggy. Aww. My shoulders relaxed and my breathing became more even. Dog. D. At least I wasn't that far away from G. Dogs are the true servants of mankind, said the ferret cultist. His voice was oddly soothing. You won't really be a human among us, but you can certainly serve your masters well. He began to stroke his ferret, pensively. And for your first task, you can help us rummage up some food. Hunting party, yelled the gorilla leader, who immediately rushed over to a box in the campsite. From the box, he brandished a shotgun, whose cold steel shimmered in the morning's light. Now be a good doggy and come, piped the cat. She unlocked the cage and I shambled out. As I began to wearily rise on my feet, I saw her arm snake towards me, and then I felt a sharp, stinging pain in my right leg. All fours, doggy, she commanded. A small pocket knife was clasped in her hands. A smear of precious human ruby decorated the blade. You stabbed me. Down. I shrank down to all fours. I'd never been so degraded, not even in middle school. Having my arms to support my body weight did take some of the pain off of my leg, at least. All right, Mutt, you're gonna help us find some grub, grunted the gorilla. Felicia, you come with us. Daryl, you can go on back to the rest. The man with the ferret pet walked off into the woods. Felicia and the gorilla started walking a different direction and beckoned me to join them, but I remained and looked at them perplexed. Your job is to tell me where and what to shoot, and I'ma shoot it, explained the gorilla. I guess it really would be hard to hunt with those masks on. Okay, I muttered, unable to put up any resistance. I needed to find a way to escape these freaks somehow. I had strayed far, far away from the main trail, but as long as I continued to walk uphill, I should be able to find my way back up the mountain I came down from. I turned and hobbled in a direction that led uphill, acting as if I had smelled the scent of prey. After half an hour had passed, I could tell that my captors were getting impatient. So far, we'd been making some progress in a direction that I hoped would lead us up to the trail, but I'd forgotten to actually look for something to hunt. You're shite for a dog, grumbled Clark the gorilla, whose name I learned through idle chatter between him and Felicia. What could I hunt for realistically? I wasn't much of a hunter myself, but even I knew that dogs were common to take along for duck hunting, so maybe a duck would work. No, ducks wouldn't work at all. D is too close to G. I wouldn't hunt a dog, and I'm supposed to treat all creatures in the same tier with equal respect. Deer? Also, no. Wolves, maybe, but did those even exist in the Smokies? Felicia made an audible click with her mouth as I pondered. Jesus Christ, find something already. Her voice had only gotten more grating the longer the hunt went on. Shut up, cat, I replied. Aren't you below me anyway? Why aren't you the one doing the hunting? I winced immediately after my outcry, but rather than giving me another slash of her blade, she just snorted and cackled to Clark. I'm a feline, stupid. I sighed internally. What was I expecting trying to reason with insane cultist idiots? Then, for a brief moment, I saw it. The perfect prey. Skirting between two trees was the blurry outline of a rabbit. This one would be safe. I wasn't sure how far away from G an animal had to be from friend to food, but surely R was far enough. I pounded my fist into the ground, and the rabbit leapt from behind the tree and into a short bush. I pointed my body towards the bush. "Rabbit," I barked. Clark raised the shotgun towards the bush and tried to aim the best he could from behind his discount mask facade. Bang. Birds scattered out of nearby trees. The bush rustled, then nothing. "Fetch," grunted Clark. I dutifully bounded towards the bush, and inside I saw the carcass of the rabbit riddled with little holes from the shotgun. Instinctively I began to reach for the rabbit with my mouth, but snapped out of it before my teeth sank into its flesh. Opting to grab the bloody mess with my hands instead. Even though the rabbit was quickly turning cold, I could still feel the poor thing twitching. I turned around and presented the corpse prize to my masters. Instead of praise, I was met with dead silence. Both of them stared at me dead behind those masks. Felicia placed her hand right over her heart. Clark put his hand back on the trigger. I looked down at my quarry and felt a lump in my stomach. I had made such a careless mistake. This wasn't a rabbit. It was clearly a hare. "Alright, that's the last hunt you'll have, dog." Clark raised the gun at me, his finger moments away from pulling the trigger. Instantly, I turned and ran. As I passed a tree, I heard a bang from the gun and the crack of the tree's bark being ripped bare by the bullets. Up, up, up. I just had to run up and away to the safety of the trail. I only lasted about a minute before my legs began to cramp. Weeks of hiking, poor rest, and last but not least, the wound in my leg were all taking their toll. The other two were still in hot pursuit, so I had no choice but to push my body further. I used my arms to bounce off of trees to keep myself moving forward as my legs tired out. Clark would fire around every so often, all of which missed to my great fortune. Guess he really did need a hunting dog to hit anything. Eventually, I found myself in dense brush, dense enough to hide and catch my breath. My leg was starting to bleed pretty badly, but I had no time to concern myself. I needed to find my way back to the main trail. I knew that I hadn't gone in the direction I had initially approached the camp from, but I knew I could find other hikers as long as I went up. In the brush, I caught a glimpse of my pursuers as they looked for me. Clark was disarmed, likely abandoning his gun after running out of ammo, while Felicia still held her blood-soaked blade. Even though I couldn't see her face, I could tell that she was relishing in this new hunt. I tried to control and conceal my breathing, but every so often I winced in pain from my leg. Sooner or later, they were going to find me. I just needed to make one final push, but where? After a few more agonizing moments, I heard something familiar in the distance. It sounded like a group of people engaging in the kind of jovial banter that a group of close friends might have. As the voices drew closer, I realized why it sounded familiar. I had heard these voices laughing and telling the same stories to one another before. It was those anti-cultural rednecks. How glad I was to hear them again. Clark and Felicia could hear them as well, and looked at one another awkwardly, deciding what to do next. I knew this was my chance, and now it was time to take the initiative. With newfound energy, I gathered strength in my legs for one final push, bursting out of the bushes. I overheard surprised grunts from the cult crew. "Get that dog," I gave them no heed and continued my sprint. Closer, closer, just a few more yards until I reached the other hikers. The tree foliage was getting thinner, the footsteps of my pursuers louder. My heart was pounding, my legs burning and bleeding until, finally, I exited the forest thicket and landed hard on the open trail. I lay in front of the redneck gang. Are you alright, buddy? Said one of the gang. Shortly thereafter, Felicia and Clark bounded out of the woods. Tense moments of silence followed, with the cultists and rednecks engaging in a confused standoff. I stood to my feet and gathered all of my breath for one last shout. Furries! I screamed to shatter the silence. The rednecks looked at my pursuers, and the biggest one grinned. Not for me. The group of rednecks charged fiercely at Felicia and Clark, but I could not join them. My chest felt incredibly heavy, and I sank into the earth. As my vision faded, the last thing I saw was Felicia getting decked by the big one. Weakly, I muttered my final retort. And I'm not a dog, I'm a hound. I awoke to the care of an airborne emergency rescue team. On the helicopter ride to the hospital, I got a good glimpse of the valley I had escaped. It seemed so strange to hover above the trees safe and sound, while knowing what kind of freakish hell lay in wait below me. I pondered for a while. How big was their group? How many people had they taken? But it didn't matter in the end. I was free. After my stay in the hospital, I rejoined the redneck gang to hear what happened after I passed out. Apparently they managed to chase Clark and Felicia back into the woods, though they were not able to find any more of their group. We then went together to the police to file an official report. To our dissatisfaction, the police didn't offer much assistance. I don't think they even believed my story, despite all the witnesses. Truth be told, I was beginning to doubt myself, too. Who would believe that such a ridiculous cult would be active in this day and age? But I will always have the scar on my leg to remind myself that it was true, no matter what anyone else thought. So here I am, months later, writing this on a cold January evening at home in the busy city. It's been hard to sleep knowing that they're still out there, and the police will do nothing to prevent them from attacking again. I'm posting this in as many places as I can to warn anyone willing to listen. If you should see a goat man wandering around the woods, run. My name is Deputy Lancaster in the town of Redacted, New England. For the sake of the privacy of not only the victims and their families, but also for the sake of their privacy, therefore I'm going to remove any identifiable information from their files. When I first heard of this ritual, I thought it was just a child's game, but for teens, similar to how teens call hide-and-seek manhunt. But after looking at the victims and the growing body count, I realized this is something else. In August 2020, a young Caucasian male by the name of Nicholas Redacted in the town of Redacted, New England, was found dead in his apartment. There were no visible wounds on his body, however his face was a pale red color. The coroner and doctors couldn't find any cause of death. It just appeared as if he suddenly died. Nicholas was a healthy young man around 20 years of age, and so we couldn't understand what happened. In his apartment, there was a room with the window boarded up and 6 full-body mirrors all covered in some strange black smoke. 2 months later, a young girl by the name of Amy Redacted was reported missing by her parents. Me, along with another officer, were sent to investigate, and we later found her body in an abandoned cabin with a single door and no windows, similar to Nicholas. In the cabin there were 6 full-body mirrors. However, this time, one of the mirrors was shattered to pieces. I asked her friends about this, but they couldn't give me any information on why she would have those mirrors in her home. Her death appeared similar to Nicholas, a healthy young girl around 15 years of age that suddenly dropped dead. A week later, another young man who lived alone with his single mother was found dead. Similar to the first 2 victims, there was a single room that his mother claimed he started to spend a lot of time in. The room had no windows, a single door, and again, 6 full-body mirrors. However, this time they were weird strangulation marks around his right finger, as if there had been a string tied tightly around it. Something was going on in this town, and now all cops were on red alert. We initially assumed there were some new drugs on the black market that were causing this type of reaction. Or maybe this had something to do with COVID. However, both roads proved inconclusive. We tried to get the CDC involved, but with their hands full, and with all subjects being healthy, they chose not to get involved, to my frustration. I had all 3 of the victims drug tested, however nothing appeared. A few days later, another young girl was reported to us. This time she was found alive, but she seemed to be comatose. When she finally woke up, she was in a vegetative state, and kept muttering a single word over and over again: hunt. Me and my fellow officers tried to talk to her, but all attempts proved useless. Later, after searching her room for drugs, I came across this strange letter. Do you have a loved one that died before their time? Some past lover, or someone who you never got to tell goodbye to? Or maybe you're seeking closure for a murdered family member. Contacting the dead is a very rare ability. In fact, only 1 out of every 1 million human beings will ever be gifted with such power, and of those, only about 10% will ever master the ability to the point where they can control who or what they see. I'm talking about dropping the veil to the other side, going through the plane that separates the living from the dead. My father was a part of a secret society known as Redacted, of people who could talk to the dead. I'm sharing this because after years of trying to be like my father, I realized that more people should have access to this power, and it shouldn't be hoarded from the public by men in dark rooms wearing trench coats. Now I know most of you won't believe me, and the conditions to perform this ritual are so specific and so anal that if you mess up even a bit, you'll possibly end up somewhere where humans were never meant to go. I'm talking about a world where monsters and eldritch terrors exist, and if you are lucky enough to not be eaten, you'll most likely spend the rest of your life so traumatized with your mind split to pieces that you'll wish you were dead. Or maybe you'll get lost in your own hell. I'm talking about the subconscious of your mind, and you'll never wake up, no matter how many doctors or psychics try to help you. So please, I'm begging that if you try to perform this ritual, you must do so with extreme caution. Don't treat it like a joke. The exact conditions must be met, or else you'll be lost. Forever. This is the Dead Man Hunt ritual. To start, you'll need all these objects: 6 mirrors, 6 full body mirrors, no more than 6, no less than 6, exactly 6. Don't mess around and try to use more mirrors than this. I've seen other kids of secret society members who thought it would be funny to use more mirrors, then required, and they were so stretched out that they became a vegetable, and will remain that way for the rest of their lives. You'll understand what I mean in a moment. Next, you'll need a red string. The exact size of the red string isn't important, but I'll tell any newbies to witchcraft and magic to pick a red string that is at least 24 inches long. Think of this red string as your anchor. If at any point during this ritual you feel like you're not going to make it, use this red string to come back. Then you'll need exactly 6 candles, 1 for each mirror. The exact brand or type of candle isn't really important, but I would recommend each candle be a single wick candle. And last but not least, you'll need some sort of protective rune. If you're Christian, this might be a cross. If you're pagan, maybe some witch rune or something. If you're atheist, if you are, I don't see why you would even be attempting this ritual. Maybe it can be some sort of necklace or ring or something that holds sentimental value to you. However, the one thing it cannot be is a picture of the person you're trying to contact. Please use common sense when picking your protective rune, and don't be a dick. Spirits love to mess with people who think it's fun to play with them. You'll need a room with a single door, no windows. This can be a basement, or an attic, or even a bathroom. However, I would recommend that the room have enough space to at least stretch around in. If you don't have a room like that, then you can use a window, but it must be boarded up, and you must make sure that no, and I mean no, light can get through. There are some preconditions for this ritual that I like to call living like you are dead. You must do these 3 preconditions before performing this ritual. 1. You must not communicate with anyone living for 48 hours. The exact method of communication doesn't matter, so don't text, tweet, or call anyone. You must be completely cut off from living people. If you are shut in already, then this condition should be easy enough for you. 2. You must burn something that belonged to the person you're trying to contact, exactly 1 hour before performing this ritual. I know this might be hard, especially considering this ritual might not work the first or second time you attempt it, but the spirits, they demand sacrifice to contact the other side, so if you're not willing to sacrifice something, then please turn back now. The exact object doesn't matter. It can be a picture, or maybe even a gift. You have to smash it, or destroy it, or rip it up, then let it be consumed by fire. 3. The final precondition. If you've gone 48 hours without human contact and you've burned the object of your desire, you might start to notice him, the weeping man. He's the one who holds the key to the veil. He's a handsome 6-foot-tall man with white hair and black eyes, and he's always crying. You must not, and I repeat, you must not speak to him. In fact, you should try everything within your power to ignore this man, for he is after your soul. If he gets you to speak to him, he will steal your soul. This man cannot physically harm you unless you give him the power to. He will weep, he will shout. He might even scream or break things or bring up the memories or even sound like your deceased one. But just know, he has no real power unless you give it to him. When he sees that you are not falling for his tricks, he'll simply say, "I'll get you during the ritual," and leave you be until it's time. After you have finished all 3 of these preconditions, it's time for the ritual to truly begin. At exactly 11:58, you must begin the ritual. You'll have exactly 2 minutes to set everything up. You should wrap the red string around your left hand. Go to your room and set up each mirror. All 6 mirrors should be facing you at a 90-degree angle. You'll light each candle in front of the mirror and draw a circle around you in white chalk. The circle doesn't have to be perfect, but Do your best to. After you finish setting up your mirrors, your red string, and you're standing in the center, it's time to begin. You'll only need to say these words, "I'm ready for the dead man hunt," and then it will begin. Now you must count. Count to the age of the person you're trying to reach, including after they die, of course. And once you're finished, repeat the phrase, "I'm ready for the dead man hunt." And then the game will begin. If the ritual is a success, all the mirrors will transform. You'll notice that your reflections are no longer reflecting you, but they still have your appearance. This is why it's important that you do exactly 6 mirrors. For you see, all these mirrors are pieces of your soul. The most common 5 will be a happy one, a crying one, an angry one, a scared one, and a loving one. These are pieces of your soul, your personality. You manifest it as fragments. Keep this in mind when judging their extreme behavior. But you might have noticed that there are 6 mirrors, but I only mentioned 5. Well, you see, this is why it's the dead man hunt. One of these images is not your soul, but the weeping man pretending to be you. To successfully complete the dead man hunt, you have exactly 1 hour to figure out which one is the weeping man. I know this might sound confusing to some of you, especially those who have very little knowledge. The weeping man is a folklore legend stemming from a small town in Italy. There once was a knight who fell in love with an aristocratic woman. He, however, was unable to be with her except for short, passionate moments. One day he went off to war, and when he came back, he learned she fell out of a window and died. The knight in response began to study black magic to try to bring her back to life. However, instead he was cursed by God to be the Knight of the Veil for all of eternity, never able to go to the afterlife in response to working with the devil. If at any point you feel like you can't win, you must pull the red ribbon from your wrist and you'll be transported back to the land of the living. Remember, though, that doing this ritual is a 1 in 100 chance, and it might not work the next time. If you've come this far, I doubt you'll turn back, even if you feel you're losing, but please, for the love of God, do. It's better to lose this game than to lose your life. When the game begins, you are free to roam around the house. You'll look outside and see that there are only black and gray fog and clouds, for you are no longer in your real home or your neighborhood. You're at the Veil. The game is pretty straightforward, figuring out which piece of your soul is the weeping man. To accomplish this, you'll need to know yourself completely. You have to study all 6 versions of you. Know who you are. You can talk to them, ask them questions. The weeping man is an entity that has existed for centuries and has played his dead man hunt many times. He is a trickster that will most likely have spent the last 48 hours studying you. He'll know who you are, and he'll try to blend in well. Don't think asking simple questions like, "What is your happiest moment?" or "What's your girlfriend's name?" will trip him up. He will know these basic questions. To figure out which one is the weeping man, you have to be clever. There is no trick I can give you, as these are fragments of you, and therefore you have to know yourself. When you feel you have found the weeping man, you'll call all the versions of yourself to the room and say, "It's time to finish the hunt." All versions of you will line up by the mirror, and now you have to blow out the candle for the weeping man. It's very important that you don't be reckless. There isn't a limit to the number of guesses you get, but blowing out the candle to fragments of you will result in losing that piece of yourself. You'll lose a piece of yourself, your memories, your happiness, anger, or even love if you blow out the wrong candle. At first you'll feel fine, but you'll feel something is missing. A memory that makes you angry will suddenly be gone. Maybe the loved one who you came here for. Suddenly you won't feel that spark anymore. It's very important that you be careful when you guess. Losing a piece of yourself? It's still possible to move on. You can always form new love, but losing more than one, or even 4 pieces of yourself, and you'll most likely lose any motivation for living. So please, I hope I have stressed to you how important it is. But if you know yourself, if your heart is true, if you manage to see past the weeping man's trick, you blow out his candle and he will laugh. Instead of crying, he will laugh and he'll speak to you. Your hunt is over. Congratulations. The weeping man will want to shake your hand for your successful hunt. But this ritual isn't over yet. For you see, now it's time for his hunt to begin. The fragments of you will go back to the mirror after your hunt is over. These pieces of your soul will return to you, and the weeping man will take his normal form again. You can take a break. If you manage to defeat the game in less than an hour, then you can use that remaining time to rest, and when you're ready, it's time for the game to begin. This is the final round of the game. When you're ready to start, you'll stand up and look the weeping man in his cold black eyes and say, "I'm ready for your hunt to begin." You'll notice that your skin is much paler, and you also feel colder. Your hair might even have a bit of gray or white in it. You're so close. You're so close to the veil, to death, that you're in a half-living, half-dead state. Your heart might even start to beat much slower than normal. For you see, you're the dead man now, and now it's time for the weeping man to hunt you. This is your one and final chance to turn back now, because after the weeping man hunt begins, you won't be able to turn back. When the game begins, the weeping man will take you outside of your room and outside of the house or building you're in. The most common location will be a labyrinth or a corn maze or even a forest. It will seem familiar but also different to you. The reason for this is that some parts of it may be formed from fragments of your memory. The weeping man will call his steed, a pale gray horse with patches of skin missing that show its flesh and bone. He'll also grip his long black sword. Now is your time to run. You'll see a building in the far distance. The building will most likely be a church. You must now get past the weeping man's hunting ground and make it to the building to successfully survive the hunt. While the most animalistic part of you will try to run straight through it, this is a trap. The weeping man manifested his hunting ground just for you. Certain parts of the hunting ground will even seem familiar to you, as this purgatory of his design was created using parts of your memories. The rules of the hunt mean he must give you a chance to survive, but overall, this game will be in his favor. He might even have spirits there to torment and taunt you while you run, or even to help him in the chase. You must ignore your natural instinct and think rationally. Be calm and try to make it through the maze or forest in one piece. You should ignore any and all spirits that try to talk to you. They're there for the weeping man. They're not there to help you. For God's sake, don't fall for any of his tricks or traps. If he captures you, you'll be stabbed with his sword and you'll be dead. Whatever you do, remember that survival is your first priority. Your second priority is successfully making it to the building. Your red string will be useless. You and the weeping man are both on a time limit of 66 minutes. He has 66 minutes to hunt you, and you have 66 minutes to make it to the building. If you manage to survive the entire time, but you don't make it, then the ritual will be over, and you'll be transported back to your room. Simple as that. The weeping man will be gone, and it will be like nothing happened. If you, however, manage to make it through the hunting ground and make it to the building, you'll have won. Once you make it to the building, you'll see the weeping man, and he'll look at you and say, "What a hunt that was," before disappearing. Now you, if you have successfully completed the dead man hunt, I would like to congratulate you. You are definitely a cut above the rest. Now it's time to claim your prize. Simply open the door and step inside. Once you step inside, you'll be in a beautiful white room, and the person you were looking for will be there, sitting in a chair. You'll take a seat, and you'll both have 66 minutes to talk. Now, there are some rules, of course. For one, they'll have no memory of what the afterlife is like during this talk, so you can't ask them what heaven is like, or did they go to hell, or anything like that. They won't know. It will seem like one big slumber as far as they are concerned. You, however, get to catch up on things on Earth, and you can tell them anything you like. Maybe give them a hug, or solve some unresolved feelings or issues. This is your prize. Once the 66 minutes are up, they'll disappear, going back to where they came. You'll walk outside and see the weeping man. He won't smile, he won't cry, or even scream at you. You'll say, "Thank you for the hunt," and then you'll be gone. When you return back to the land of the living, nothing will be different. You'll look at the clock and see that only 2 minutes have passed. It's midnight. Good job. You solved the dead man hunt, and I hope you get the closure you were looking for. Now you might be wondering why I'm sharing this with you. Like I said, I'm nobody special. I'm not some hero, but I believe anyone should have the chance to get closure. Anyone should have the chance to go hunting. But be warned that if the weeping man catches you, you'll join his horde. The horde of the weeping man that wanders throughout his hunts for all of eternity. You'll wish you never played this hunting game, and you'll spend the rest of eternity sharing the weeping man's fate, no longer able to see your deceased loved ones again. But what happens to your body, you might ask? After all, you're not really dead. Well, you see, a body without a soul is like an empty shell for a crab. Your body will become free rein to anyone who cares to claim it as their own. The first to stumble on your lifeless, comatose body will have it as theirs. You can't control which fortunate soul claims your body. Maybe it will be someone who simply wants a second chance at life, and so they'll use you to live the life they failed at the first time around. Or maybe it will be a spirit that feels some guilt, and chooses to pretend to be you until your inevitable death, using your brain and your memories to seamlessly blend into your life. Have you ever had a friend who acted normal, but you started to randomly feel something was off with them? Like, despite being the same, there was something different with them. I'll leave that to your imagination. Or maybe you won't be so lucky, and the person who receives your body will be a true monster. They'll use your body to commit horrific crimes until they find themselves deceased or in jail, ruining not only your reputation, but your loved ones as well. Or maybe they'll be more subtle, taking out their pent-up emotions on your friends and family until they all but abandon you, leaving you hated by the people who love you the most, and them never knowing that you're truly gone. These are all possibilities, but if you manage to make it this far, I doubt you'll turn back now. Isn't there someone who you want to see again? Some past lover, a wife, A brother, or even a friend? Well, don't be shy. Nothing is free in this world. If you want to see them again, the price is to survive the hunt. Oh right, that reminds me. I remember one last thing while editing this letter. For the love of God, during the first or second part of the ritual, don't drop your protective item, because if you do, when the Weeping Man hunts you, your body will be unprotected, and a vessel without protection is a very valuable thing. Not only other ghosts and spirits who want a second chance at life, but also to demons, monsters, and other things that hide in the dark, whether for hunger or to find themselves a warm place to hide in so they can return to the other side. But not only is your body at risk, but also your soul. After all, there's a reason so many demons make deals for these things, so they must be powerful, or at the very least useful. I don't really know, but if you find out, hopefully the thing that takes your body or soul will be kind enough to give us a little hint. Now, happy hunting, my friend, and remember to survive at all costs. I showed this letter to my commanding officer, and he laughed at me and told me this was obviously some prank, and I was just being a shook rookie. But I'm not so sure. I have a feeling due to all of the former victims' deaths, and the evidence adds up too well. I remember seeing one of the victims, Amy, before she was found dead. She looked like she was possessed, a deranged look in her eyes. I think this ritual is real. I don't know who the man is. After trying to search for him, there are no records of him in this town. He scratched out the name of the supposed secret organization, so I can't even find it. Just a few weeks ago, I found my neighbor purchasing 6 full-body mirrors from an online store. If anyone has any information on this ritual, it would be pretty helpful. I'm also tempted to give it a shot. The people in my town seem to be dead set on giving this ritual a shot, so why shouldn't I? It's not like I'm breaking the law, and if it fails, I can cross this lead off my list. I just think it would be kind of nice to see my deceased wife one last time. I'm not exactly sure where to turn with this. Paranormal forums have been no help in most places on the internet. Just start talking about salt, iron, and calling Sam and Dean to fix the issue. This is real though, and it's getting worse. And I'm terrified. About a week ago I came home late from work at my usual time. I usually get off around 10:30, and my roommate Jackson works pretty early, so it's not uncommon to see him passed out on the couch. That night though, he was wide awake, sitting and watching a scary movie with the lights off. I greeted him and tossed my keys on the table, but as I went to reach for the light, he turned and yelled at me, "Leave it off." I jumped back, startled. "What's wrong with you, man?" "Sorry." He settled back on the couch, his eyes turning towards the screen again. "We're just trying to enjoy the atmosphere of the movie." I looked around and didn't see anyone else in the room. Tension filled the air. "Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket?" I joked, hoping to lighten things and make it feel normal again. Instead, he turned to me with wide, glassy eyes and corrected himself. "Me? I'm trying to enjoy the atmosphere of the movie." He slowly turned his head back towards the screen where some masked killer was stalking his victim. A combination of the intensity in his eyes, the dark room, the scary movie, and the way he'd reacted to my arrival sent a shiver up my spine and put a sick feeling in my stomach. "Whatever, man." I tried to shake it off. "See you in the morning." I walked away towards my room, but he didn't respond. His eyes glued on the screen as he silently watched the movie with a stiff-backed posture. I turned back to him one last time before I shut my door, and I could swear I saw something out of the corner of my eye standing next to the couch. I did a double take and it was gone. Instead, I noticed Jackson had turned his head toward me. His eyes were still glassy, and his mouth stretched itself into a toothy smile. I quickly shut my bedroom door and locked it. I flicked on my TV and put on some random YouTube videos to hopefully distract me from what I just saw. Was he messing with me? Trying to scare me? What just happened? Jackson had always been a bit of a prankster. One time he hid the vacuum in my room and set it up to an electrical switch on a timer. The thing went off at 3 in the morning and scared the heck out of me. That was funny though. This was not. I spent the rest of the night laying in bed and staring at my TV with his bizarre smile imprinted on my brain. I thought about getting up and confronting him, but before I knew it, I heard the TV shut off in the living room and him go to his room and close the door. Any expectation I had of him coming to my door, knocking, apologizing, and explaining what the heck just happened died. Instead, I decided to try and get some sleep and ask him in the morning. Sure, it was weird, and yes, it creeped me out, but at the time, I didn't realize I was living in what would become a nightmare, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt and shrugged it off. I can hear you wondering why I didn't just book it out right then and there, but the guy had been my roommate for 3 years with barely any issue. He was a nice dude with no history of anything weird, as far as I knew, and it was much easier to assume it was a strange night, and my eyes and brain were playing tricks on me after a long night of work. I convinced myself it was a badly timed joke on his part, and in time, I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke to find Jackson sitting at the kitchen table, eating a bowl of cereal and scrolling on his phone. I could smell coffee brewing on the pot. "Morning, dude," he said in his typical cheerful tone, not looking up from his breakfast. "Made coffee. Help yourself." "Morning." I side-eyed him as I walked through the kitchen, and finally he caught my gaze. "What?" He shot me a confused look and shrugged his shoulders as he spooned some more cereal into his mouth. "Last night, dude. Not funny." I couldn't believe he was playing stupid with me. "You actually freaked me out." He laughed and shook his head. "Sorry, man. I was just messing with you. I guess the horror movie put me in a mood." I actually remember breathing a sigh of relief. I had figured he was messing with me, but hearing it confirmed made me feel a lot better. I don't mind a prank now and then, man. Just save it for when I'm not exhausted. I poured myself some coffee and started heading back towards my room to try and relax during my day off. "You got it, brother." He raised his bowl to me in a cheers and smiled a normal smile, but as I walked away I heard his tone change and lower to be almost imperceptible. He spoke words that once again filled my gut with ice. "We'll try to be more considerate next time." "What did you just say?" I turned to him again. "Me," he said with a mouthful of cereal. "Nothing." "You definitely said something," I insisted. "Dude, you're being weird." He got up and put his now empty bowl in the sink. "Listen, I'm sorry I messed with you last night. I promise I didn't say anything, though." Again, I know what I heard, but he was convincing. It was easy to trick myself into thinking I was psyching myself out. There was no reason the guy would be gaslighting me. At worst, he was just messing with me, and if I told myself I just needed to let go, everything would be normal again. "I guess I'm just still tired and a little tweaked out from last night," I said to him. I sipped my coffee and headed towards my room again. Sorry, man. No worries, he said, heading towards his room as well. Sorry I tweaked you with my joke. I thought that would be that, but 2 nights later, things got way worse. I woke up at about 1:30 to the sound of scratching at my door. It was like a dog begging to be let in, despite the fact that neither Jackson or I have a dog. I wiped the sleep from my eyes and stared at the door with an intense focus. The sound continued. Small scratches, short and quick. It made me think a bit of scurrying rats gnawing on support beams in the walls. I slipped out of bed as quietly as I could and got closer to the door. I pressed my ear to the wood and could feel vibrations of whatever was scratching on the other side. Jackson? I called out, unsure if I was expecting a response. What's up, man? I heard him right away, but not next to my door. He sounded like he was in the living room. I flung the door open to nothing. Moonlight crept in through the window and cast an eerie blue over the apartment, but Jackson wasn't there. No rat, no dog, no roommate. Nothing to have made the noise, and no one to have called back to me. Maybe I should have been scared, but honestly, I was irritated. He was still trying to mess with me, and I just wasn't in the mood. I walked across the hall to his door and knocked on it aggressively. Jack, I almost shouted, but thought better. I kept my tone firm and knocked again. Jack, what are you doing, man? Silence. I pressed my ear against his door. Jack? I said again in a softer tone. He didn't respond. I tried his knob, and his door wasn't locked. As I turned the handle, this creeping dread filled me that something awful was waiting for me on the other side of that door. Hey man, are you alright in there? I slowly pushed the door open, and as the door slowly came into view, I saw Jackson sitting on his bed with his back to me. His posture was stiff like before while he was watching the movie. Hands on his knees, his body still as a statue. Dude, what the... My words caught in my throat as the rest of the room came into view. I still can't fully believe what I saw standing there. A figure stood next to Jack. Tall. I would guess almost 7 feet. A sheet was draped over it like an old ghost costume, but without the eye holes. Just a white sheet with what looked to be a person underneath. I'm fine, Jackson spoke, but not alone. The thing underneath the sheet spoke with him in unison, its gravelly, rotten voice tangled with his. I'm just hanging out with my new friend. I almost screamed, but I was so scared that at that moment I was frozen in place. Something about this made me realize this was no joke. The thing under the sheet gave off the worst air of danger I'd ever felt in my life, like staring down the barrel of a gun. He came knocking the other night. They both spoke. The thing just a half second before Jack, though, like it was guiding his voice. I let him in. He likes it here. So warm and inviting. I backed away slowly. A terror filled me and told me to flee. I felt like if I ran, it would chase me, like locking eyes with a predator in the wild. We can all be friends now. The best of friends. Jackson says you're easy to scare. It was speaking alone now. Show me. With that, it moved across the room, and then it was directly in front of me. It didn't walk or run. It was like it fast-forwarded. Startled, I stumbled backwards and into the wall behind me, cracking my head on a framed picture. I scrambled to my feet and looked up. Jackson was once again wearing that stiff smile and standing next to this thing. This intruder. Come on, brother, they said together. Let's all watch something scary. The sheet lifted ever so slightly, and a gaunt gray arm slid from underneath. Thin, bony fingers reached for me and snagged the collar of my shirt as I attempted to bolt down the hall and to the front door. I heard the fabric rip as I tore myself free and sprinted to the exit. We can all live here together. No need to run. The voice got muddier, uglier. It sounded like it was underwater and distorted, shredded vocal cords. I flung open the door and flew into the hallway. The hall lights burned my eyes for a second as I ran to the stairs. All around me, at every apartment door I heard knocking as I tore my way down the hallway. I saw some people opening their doors to find out what was going on. Each of them went blank as soon as they did. I watched some of them fling the door open, ready to scream at whoever was knocking so late, but their expression dropped and their eyes went as glassy as Jack's. I jumped down, skipping 3 to 4 steps at a time, my bare feet slapping against the cold vinyl floors of the building's hallways. More and more doors opened, people standing frozen at the threshold and those tall sheet-covered entities standing next to them. Some were guiding them back to their homes. Some just watched me as I moved as quickly as I could down the hall. I burst out through the front door into the warm night air. I must have ran 3 or 4 blocks before the realization hit me that I was in my pajama pants. No phone, no wallet, no keys, no shoes, and no idea what to do. I ended up finding an all-night diner that let me use their phone. I thought about calling the cops, but what do I say? Ghosts have taken over my apartment building, and the residents are hypnotized? Possessed? Nothing I could say wouldn't sound insane. I would get treated like a crackpot. I called my sister. I wasn't sure what to say to her. I told her something was wrong with Jackson. He was acting crazy and I was not comfortable staying in the apartment anymore. I've been here for 3 days now. I don't know what to do anymore. At the urging of my sister, I called the police to at least do a wellness check on Jackson. I was terrified of sending anyone to that apartment building, but they told us they checked on him and everything seemed fine. He answered all their questions normally. Told them he had pulled a bad joke on me, and he was okay. This was not a joke, and I feel like I'm going crazy. My sister Ashley and her husband are urging me to just go home and talk it out with him, or at least get my things. I don't know what to do though. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Over the past month, I've been searching for how to find a monster dating website. It's exactly what it sounds like. If you're one of the lucky few to use the site, you can go on a date with any kind of monster straight from a nightmare with mixed results. I've heard rumors that it's turned out well for some people, but not so much for others. I was determined to find this website. Here I thought hooking up with a werewolf or vampire was just a crazy dream. Now, I had a chance. I have no proof of this, but I think the site picks who gets to use its services. People can stumble on it to look, but only the special ones can sign up for the dating part of the website. No one has been able to get a screenshot. Posts have said the website looks old, from like the early 2000s. It had a section on the front page with profiles of creatures to date. They get booked up so quickly that it's better to fill out the blind dating profile. Since the website is only up for a few minutes after midnight, I didn't want to risk getting kicked off while trying to find the perfect monster to date. I wasn't picky. Any creature would do. It took me weeks of clicking around on forums and dead links to finally find it. My heart was racing when a random friend request showed up through Discord a few minutes before midnight. The username was a string of numbers and letters. The only message was a link. It's not a good idea to click random links, however, I was willing to nuke my computer for this chance. I waited until the click rolled over and quickly opened the website. My hand shook from excitement as I flew to the dating profile page, ignoring the home page. I wish I could be faster to sign up for a date or two with some of the displayed monsters. The low-res images showing cute girls with cat ears disappeared within a few seconds as they were instantly booked up. Another theory that has been out there is the idea of this website catering to parallel universes. It would explain where all these monsters came from and how so many were booked for dates without it becoming mainstream news. The blind dating profile was simple. It asked for your name, phone number, email address, and ideal date. There was also a drop-down menu hidden near the bottom of the page asking for your preferred species. There were no promises you would get what you asked for, but if a creature you wanted was free, then that's who they would send first. I filled out my name and phone number, then went straight to the drop-down menu. I had only a minute before the site went down. I did want to pick werewolf from the menu, but it was in alphabetical order, and there were a lot of options. If I tried scrolling that far down, I would use up all my time. Most of the creatures' names I didn't recognize. A word caught my eye. Hybrid. Would werewolves count as a hybrid monster? They were a human and a wolf mixed, so maybe. I clicked that and submitted my request moments before I got kicked off the site. I held my breath waiting and praying. People reported getting a text shortly after applying. Some get one even if they hadn't put in their cell phone number. And yet they got the message about a date. It felt like time was moving in slow motion when finally a text from an unknown number came through. It had a photo of a stop sign at the end of the street I lived on saying my date would meet me there at 11 p.m. on Friday. The Discord message disappeared, and there was no history of the dating website on my browser. I knew this was legit. I grabbed my phone and replied to the text asking if the date could happen sooner. I think no one had ever sent such a message back to the mysterious number. I could almost feel the confusion through the phone. A few minutes passed, and another set of texts came through. Does 11 p.m. on Wednesday work for you? They asked. I wanted to press my luck and ask for anything sooner, but I accepted that time. The messages disappeared from my phone, leaving no trace behind of what I agreed to. I was immensely excited. How couldn't I be? I've heard horror stories about people getting ripped apart by their so-called dates, or get stuck in a relationship where they always needed to watch their backs. I knew the risks going in, and I was fine accepting death if that also meant I may be able to experience a goal I thought would be impossible. I arrived early and started pacing on the spot waiting for my date to show up. I realized there hadn't been a choice to pick the gender of who you would be meeting, but with creatures, gender was tricky. I mean, what if your date was a blob monster? Do blobs even have genders? Do vampires even care if you call them a guy or a girl? Honestly, I was fine with whatever. Being picky with gender feels silly when you're down to be with a creature made up of dark fur and teeth. The person who arrived appeared somewhat normal, aside from the large brown trench coat in the summer heat. He was taller than me by 2 feet, but his face looked a few years younger than I was. "Are you waiting for someone?" he asked after he stopped near the stop sign. We were a little bit away from a street light. Shadows played over his face, giving away a hint of the monster he really was behind his human face. "I think I'm waiting for you. I'm Clay." I said as I held out my hand for him to shake. It took him a second to figure out a handshake, which was a little cute. He had long, wavy dark hair that almost looked purple in the dim light. "I'm called Jaren," he said and smiled, showing off unnaturally pointed teeth. My heart fluttered in a mixture of fear and excitement. It was the same feeling as waiting in line for a roller coaster. The bottom of the trench coat moved in an odd way that drew my eyes downwards. I had picked hybrid, but I couldn't see his feet. Was his bottom half human or something else? Would it be rude to ask what was under the coat? I felt my face flush when I realized I might be expecting a bit too much out of a first date. "My place is down the street. Do you want to come over?" I asked, feeling suddenly flustered. "How bold of you to invite me over. Someone would think you might have certain motives in mind," Jaren teased. I found myself at a loss for words. Yes, that was the goal of this date, but when the option was directly in front of me, I found myself fumbling. "We can just hang out. We don't need to rush into anything," I weakly defended myself. He smiled again, but this time his expression lost any charm his face held. The monster he was came out as he started to open his coat. A sound started from under the fabric. It was one I couldn't place, but it made my skin crawl. Suddenly, this date didn't seem as fun as I expected it was going to be. "I don't mind rushing into things. In fact, I like you so much I don't want to even wait to get inside." A flash of motion came from under his coat, and I felt a pressure wrap around my body. My arms were pinned tightly and I was barely able to breathe. My heart dropped in horror as countless legs moved around me, making more of that terrible sound that made the inside of my skull itch. Jaren's bottom half wasn't anything remotely close to human. Somehow, he had tucked away an insanely long black centipede body under his coat. At that moment, I didn't care about how he accomplished such a feat. My brain was too fried from fear of the situation I found myself in. I thought I would have been fine with death. I expected that outcome. But I never would have thought creatures like him were out there. His smile grew when he saw my fearful expression, and I felt my body shake under his. His legs didn't stop moving as his body kept wrapped around mine, the tips of his legs quickly moving against my exposed arms. I jolted under the weight when a set of legs lifted my shirt for a second. "I won't be able to hold back devouring a cute little thing like yourself. It won't hurt too much, though," he whispered, his face getting closer to my own. I shook my head, my throat closing up, causing only a whimper to come out. This wasn't what I wanted at all. His teeth were about to come down to rip away my ear when I was finally able to yell. "Get your gross, creepy legs off me!" I shouted and shut my eyes tight. The movement stopped. Dogs in the distance started to bark, and I thankfully didn't have to listen to the sounds of his legs constantly crawling. Carefully, I opened my eyes to take a peep in his direction. I thought he would have been angry, or even amused by my outburst. Instead, he looked like someone had slapped him across the face. The grip lessened, and he drew his body away, hiding it under his coat again. Guilt started in my stomach. A neighbor came outside to quiet his dog. I didn't want someone to see us, so I took him by the wrist to drag him down the street to my place. Sure, it wasn't the best idea to let him know where I lived. The air of danger around him disappeared as he slumped against my couch, face buried into the cushions, and he let his long body sprawl out over the floor. "Do you want me to pick up where we left off?" I offered nervously. Duran shook his head, still pressed into the cushion. I'm not in the mood, he admitted. I sat down next to him, feeling like a jerk. Sure, he was going to eat me. That doesn't mean I should have insulted him. I did sign up for this date knowing the possible outcomes, and yet I acted like this. Do you find my body disgusting? He asked suddenly in a moody voice after he lifted his head. What? No. I partly lied. His top half was super cute. His pointed legs scuttled, causing my shoulders to tense up, revealing my lie. I was just surprised. That's all. I tried defending myself, hands raised. Duran frowned, disappointed over how the night was going. His body curled itself inwards, showing just how emotional he was under the surface. It's always like this. Everyone is fine being frisky with a monster until I show up. People pick a hybrid, hoping for a dog man, or a human with animal features. I've worked so hard to become a terrifying monster, only to have your kind be disgusted by my body. I really felt bad. This poor guy had issues, and I wasn't helping at all. I wasn't sure what to say to make the situation better. Werewolves and dogmen are popular in media, so a lot of people think they're hot. Maybe we just need more exposure to your kind of creature, I suggested. His cheeks puffed up for a second, and his legs twitched in agitation. His face turned a slight shade of red as he refused to look at me. If you think dogs are hot, just get one, and don't sign up for a monster dating website, he huffed. I didn't hide my disgust at the suggestion. There's a difference, okay? I said, shaking my head. How so? I think a human sleeping with a werewolf is crossing a line. At least I have the upper half of a human, and the same kind of... Duran stopped himself before he said something a bit too crude. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, and he pressed his face back into the cushions, mortified over what he was about to talk about. He had a large baggy sweater under his trench coat, so I wasn't able to see what it looked like when his human half met his insect half. I knew I should have dropped it, but I couldn't help myself. How many dates before I get to see what you're working with? I joked, trying to lighten the mood. He let out a muffled scream, his head shooting up, and eyes filled with embarrassed tears. I never should have agreed to this. Your kind is horrible, only good for food. I can't believe I put in so much effort to get my body looking like this, he hissed out. Okay, I was still acting like a huge jerk. I let him cool down for a moment. I'm fairly sure I traumatized him a little, even though he was the monster in the room. I'm sorry I embarrassed you. I started and saw him pout and turn his head. I went into this date with some pretty crude expectations. I wanted to meet a monster that would get too excited during a passionate meeting and eat me, ideally after the passion part, I explained. Duran's cheeks were still pink, but he was curious about my reasoning. I think most people would judge me for my ideal way to die. Even a monster sitting next to me seemed confused. You want to get eaten? In the middle of... He found it too embarrassing to finish the question out loud. Why? The words spilled out, and he instantly regretted asking. I smiled at him, fully understanding his confusion. I felt bad he got stuck with me that night. I have a disease that will cause my body to lose functions over time. I've seen my relatives die from it, and I don't want to end up like them. I wanted to go out on my own terms, but I also wanted my body to be used for something. I heard horror stories about people donating their bodies to science, then getting blown up in experiments. I explained and gave him a little bit to let the information sink in. I don't understand how you decided on mating with a werewolf and letting it eat you, Duran said with a raised eyebrow. Not just a werewolf. I would be happy with any other sexy monster, I corrected and then mentally kicked myself. Duran curled his body in tighter, taking my words as an insult. I had rejected him earlier, and now I admitted I didn't find him attractive. Well, his top half was easy on the eyes. His bottom half was mentally harder to get used to. He let out a sigh, accepting that his date was a disaster. I suppose we're both stuck with a body that causes us problems. At least I was able to do something about mine. When I was born, I was a simple millipede. As I ate more human flesh, I gained this appearance. After all that hard work, I'm still stuck with a form people turn away from. Again, a guilty feeling came to my stomach. You know, it was just the sounds that were gross. I was honestly scared when you were wrapped around me. I think you're very talented at being a dark and scary monster people would have nightmares about. Duran looked a bit embarrassed over getting some unexpected praise. He wasn't fully agreeing with the statements, but he didn't ask me to stop. I looked back at his mini legs, now correcting myself that he was a millipede and not a centipede. I suppose millipedes could be cute in the right light. I carefully placed a hand on one of the segments, feeling how smooth and warm it was. His back stiffened, but he didn't protest. I wanted to salvage this night for him, or at the very least make Duran feel better about himself. How about you try scaring me again? I offered. He shook his head, being stubborn. I decided to use a different tactic. We are on a date. We could do date-related things, I suggested. You're just desperate to live out your weird fetish and get in my pants. Why don't you track down a stupid dog man for that? He huffed. I only kiss on the first date. I don't put out. I'm not that easy, I corrected myself. Those words made him perk up. I felt a small tremble go down his body as his legs clicked away at the carpet. You think my legs are gross, he muttered mostly to himself. I think he wanted affection from someone as much as he wanted a free meal. I could at least give him one of those things. We should try exposure therapy. After a while, I won't feel grossed out by the noises. I'll just be scared of you. I was freaked out earlier, so it's not as if you're not scary. Duran made some noises as if he was facing a hard choice. It took a lot of fidgeting until he felt comfortable to bring his face closer to mine. He pointed at his cheek and permitted me to kiss it. A noise came from him that sounded like it was from a high school girl. A ripple went down his body as his legs tapped away. The sound gave me goosebumps and raised all the hair on my arms. But weirdly, the reaction had also been a little bit cute. He permitted a few more cheek kisses with the same kind of reaction. Just as I thought I was getting past the whole leg thing, his body suddenly wrapped around mine. Each leg tip dug into my skin. The weight compressed my lungs for a second. His millipede body started to move around, expanding and tightening to let me breathe enough so I wouldn't pass out. I'm sure there was someone out there who would have enjoyed this, but I didn't. I was scared as hell. Duran took hold of my face, his starving monster side showing itself. He wasn't able to hold back from nipping and biting soft parts of my face and neck. Again, I bet someone out there would have loved this, but my heart raced in fear that his teeth just needed to bite down slightly harder to end my life. My mind raced, wanting this to end, but I kept my mouth shut. No matter how scared I was, I refused to upset a poor monster I had called over for a date. I brought all this onto myself, and I needed to face it. It felt like years I had been wrapped in that terrifying hold. It was only an hour. Duran misjudged his strength and wrapped it around too tightly for too long. Stars danced in the dark, and I passed out for a few minutes. I woke up on the floor to him gently tapping my face to see if I was still alive. My body was bruised and my lips were sore from his teeth. I stayed on the ground and asked him to come closer, which he did. When he was within striking distance, I kissed his cheek, which mortified him enough to be revenge for the still lingering feeling of his legs crawling over me. When I was able to sit up again, Duran gathered his coat, saying it was about time for him to leave. He patiently helped me get up and see him to the door. We awkwardly stood as he tucked his long body away, ready to disappear back into the night. If you find the website again and request a date a week before the full moon, you have a better chance of getting a werewolf. He told me as he lingered near the door. I think I changed my mind about how I want to go out, I admitted. He frowned, most likely regretting ever trying to speak with a human, let alone go on a date with one. I think I would rather get eaten by a super cute monster after we've had a few dates, and I've gotten to know them better, I said, nodding. Duran shrugged, thinking back to the website and what creatures he knew that could fit that description. I mean, you could try putting that in your profile, but I think all the creatures humans think are cute get booked up too fast, he said, shaking his head. Does that mean you're not free this Friday? His entire body froze. As my words sank in, his mouth opened and closed a few times like a fish trying to think of a response. I laughed at his reaction, which was not something he wanted to hear. I'm supposed to be terrifying, a man-eating beast, something that you don't want to encounter at night. I should have humans frozen in fear at the sight of me, and you, he hissed, frustrated, which made me laugh more. You can be all those things and cute, I assured him. He froze again, eyes narrowed, trying to spot a lie. You're super scary, I said again. If you're lying to me, I'll make you regret it, Duran replied, voice low and dark. See? That's scary, I pointed out. He straightened up, folded his arms, appearing proud of himself. And now you're cute. His reaction was to give my shoulder a hard shove. I heard something crack as a bolt of pain shot directly into my brain. He didn't break anything, but he could have. I rubbed my sore arm, fighting back a painted reaction so he didn't know how much damage he did. Friday? I asked, trying to confirm another date regardless of what just happened. I might just eat you before you get any action, Duran said, still sounding a little bit upset with me. I'm fine with that. We don't do anything you're not comfortable with. He shook his head and tightened his coat around his neck, then hid half his face inside. Then he spoke some words I never thought I would hear from another person, let alone a monster that wanted to eat me. You should value your life more. That time, I was the one stunned into silence. For so long I assumed my life was meaningless because I wouldn't last long. I only had a few years at most, so who cares about anything I've done? I was never someone important, or at least I've always treated myself in that way. My hand shot out to take his. We both were surprised at my reaction. I want to be scared. I'm scared of death, but not enough to stay away from it. I think if we spend more time together, I'll value the time I have left. I know it's asking a lot of you, but can you scare me? My chest hurt. I couldn't believe I asked such a huge thing from someone I just met. Duran was a stranger. He had no obligation to stay with me, and yet he started to slowly nod his head. He was determined to make me afraid. He didn't care if I was scared that he was a monster, or scared that I wouldn't be with him forever. I need to go before I rip something off of you, Duran said, his face still hidden under his coat. I let him leave with a promise we would see each other soon. Without any doubt, Duran was going to be the one to end my life. I had long accepted I wouldn't grow old, but it had been a while since I was scared of death. Yes, I was scared. Finally scared of dying. But now, I was also a bit excited to see what I would experience along the way, depending on what that was. I may need to keep certain things private for Duran's sake. I would recommend looking for the dating website for yourself, as long as you're aware of the risks that come with a cute, yet scary, monster partner. I met my girlfriend, let's call her Diana, when I was living in a bustling city. She worked at the same office as I did. We had known each other for like a year or two when we started dating. She would tell me stories about her hometown and the paranormal activities that occurred there. She was one of those people who are deeply interested in the paranormal. I didn't believe her stories, because I didn't believe in paranormal stuff. She would always look so full of life whenever she talked about paranormal activities or stories she had heard from other people. After a few months since we started dating, she got a job at her hometown and moved there. I wanted to go there with her, but there were no job openings there. Not for the first few months, at least. I applied for a few jobs in her town, and finally was able to land one. I couldn't wait to see her again because I hadn't seen her for months. I remember how Diana and her family welcomed me with open arms when I first entered the town. They fed me delicious food at her home, and I formed bonds with her family. In addition to her parents, she had a little sister who was the world to her. Her sister was called Lily. She was a shy, quiet little girl who barely spoke to anyone. Diana had told me how often Lily got sick, and how no doctors knew what was wrong with her. Diana would tell me how she and her family thinks that something else was causing Lily to get sick so often. On that day when her family welcomed me, her dad Daniel took me into his room. I wondered what he was trying to do. "Son, I heard that you're going to live in this town," Daniel said, his gaze fixed on me. I nodded in response to his question. "Then there are rules that you must follow." Daniel cleared his throat. "Do not fish at the pier past 12 a.m. in the night. Do not go into the woods past 9 p.m. And finally, do not go anywhere near the beach at the south at sunset. This final rule is one you must never break under any circumstances." I nodded, even though I didn't believe him. I believe that everything must have a scientific explanation, and paranormal stuff are made up by people as a way to pass time for entertainment. After that, I went back to dine with the rest of the family. The rest of the day went normal. Obviously, I couldn't stay at Diana's house, so I ended up renting a place close by to her place. We would go on dates occasionally as I got used to her town. Even though I didn't believe her father, I avoided breaking the rules he mentioned out of respect for him. One day, when we were on a date at a local cafe, I brought up what her dad talked about with me, his list of rules. "Yeah," she said. "As long as you are not there at the times my dad mentioned, you're safe." I have to admit, the creepiness of those rules were getting to me, At first, I had thought that this was all a ploy by her dad to get me to break up with her, but seeing how she herself validated his rules, I wasn't so sure anymore. As I grew accustomed to the town, I would go to this beautiful beach to relax. I would use this swing in the woods that led to the beach. I could get a good view of the beach from there. There was always this one kind old lady, let's call her Matilda, who would talk to me whenever she saw me there. She would come there almost every evening to get wood to burn. I enjoyed those days. I enjoyed our conversations. She would tell me stories of the past, about the time when she was young, and every day, when sunset drawed near, she would hurry home after telling me that I should not stick around longer, even though I would have done so without her telling me. And one day, when I was chilling on a bench at the beach at evening, I fell asleep. Because I had not slept well the previous night, I had a strange nightmare of an old man strangling me when I was on the bench and woke up. No one was there. It was quiet, with the sound of waves splashing. It was dark, with the clouds in the sky shaded with red. I looked at the time. It was already sunset. All of a sudden, I felt a chill run down my spine, like I wasn't alone. I quickly got back into the woods to go back home. As I was walking in the woods, I saw the old lady, the same one who had always talked to me in the distance. She was standing completely still, with her back turned. I didn't notice it until I got close enough to her. She had no feet, and she was hovering above the ground. She turned around to look at me. Her eye sockets were empty, and she was grinning from ear to ear. It wasn't humanly possible. The minute that happened, I heard sounds of women laughing from all directions. They sounded hysterical. I covered my ears and turned my eyes away from her, and then when I looked at where she was before, she was gone. I ran as fast as possible. The laughing voices were still there, echoing from all directions. Their volume didn't change no matter how far I went. I covered my ears and made my way towards home. The people on the street shot me weird glances, as though they were staring at someone who went insane. As soon as I entered my house, the laughing voices stopped. It was as quiet as it had always been. I went into my room and plucked the courage to look through the window. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I looked at the sunset sky and wondered if this was going to continue. At that point, Daniel's warnings replayed in my head. Don't go anywhere near the south beach at sunset. I wondered if this was the bench that he talked about with me before. I was worried about what might come next. I stopped going to that beach, but the feeling was always there. I felt like something was watching me no matter where I went. Sometimes I would feel someone touching my shoulder or pull my clothes lightly, and no one would be there when I would turn around to look. I didn't tell Diana nor anyone about this. I believed that it was my burden, and my burden alone. I didn't see the old woman either, for days. Ever since this happened, I used my free time to walk around town. I didn't pay attention at the time, but I would never see the old woman when I walked around town. Many days passed this way, without further incident. One day, as I was going back home from work, I noticed the old lady standing there in the woods. She gestured me to come closer, but I was too afraid to go to her. She kept gesturing over and over, but I paid no heed to her. As I passed by her, I gave her a glance. She looked normal, like she usually does. I still couldn't get over how creepy she looked at sunset on the last day I saw her. Seeing how she looked normal, I told myself that whatever I saw and heard the other day must have been my imagination. As soon as I went up to her, she smiled. "Hey, Sonny," she said. "It's been a while since we last saw each other. How have you been doing?" "I've been fine, I guess," I answered. "Sonny, I have a present for you. Can you come with me?" the old lady eagerly asked. "Sure, I guess," I answered with a moment of hesitation. After gesturing me to follow her, she took me to her house in the town. It looked beautiful, as though it was built yesterday. It was filled with lights. Upon entering her house, I noticed that it was completely empty. "Do you live here alone?" I asked, my tone curious. "Yes, I have a few children, but they are all out of town," she answered. She led me into the living room and gestured me to wait. The house was well lit, with a lot of colorful, small lights. It looked as though the house was prepared for a party. Not too long after, she brought me a slice of chocolate cake. "Take a bite, Sonny," she said eagerly. Without wasting any time, I took a bite from the chocolate cake. But the minute I did that, it tasted like mud, and I instantly spat it out. The old lady was still there, observing me eagerly. She started laughing. "Sonny, take another bite," she said. "It tastes terrible," I said to her. She looked disappointed, and then she took the cake slice and went out to the living room. I was puzzled as to why the cake tasted like mud, when it was clearly a chocolate cake. I still had the bad taste of it in my mouth. It was enough to make me feel extremely nauseous. I couldn't stay there any longer, so I went out of the house and rushed towards mine. I was getting weird looks from people on the street again, like I was an insane person. I couldn't stop to think about it at the time because I was too nauseous. As soon as I got back home, I vomited in my bathroom on the toilet. I didn't look at it and flushed the toilet. My whole body felt weak, as though I had a bad fever. I laid down on my bed to rest and fell asleep briefly. I woke up from my phone ringing. It was Diana calling me. I picked up. "Babe, are you okay?" Diana sounded worried. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just feeling a bit nauseous, that's all. I'm feeling better now," I said without thinking. "That's good," she said as though she didn't believe me. I sensed that there was something odd. She was unusually silent and didn't say anything for a while. "Babe, please, tell me the truth," she said with a serious tone. "What were you doing at the graveyard?" A chill went down my spine. I was genuinely puzzled at her words. I didn't go to any graveyard. "What? I didn't go to the graveyard since I came to this town," I said, genuinely confused. "Babe, a lot of people saw you at the graveyard eating dirt," she told me. "You left before anyone could intervene." Hearing this chilled me to my core. Was I losing my mind? Was I actually eating dirt in the graveyard? Or did people mistake me for someone else? Recalling what happened in the past, I came to the conclusion that what my girlfriend was telling was the truth. We talked a bit more, and she genuinely sounded worried. After that, she hung up the phone. On the next day, as I finished work, Daniel called me and asked me to come as soon as possible, so I went there. I knocked on the front door and Diana opened it. She looked worried. She gestured me to come in, so I went in. She led me into the living room and had me sit down on the couch. She sat right next to me and held my hand tight. A few moments later, Daniel entered the living room and sat down next to Diana. "So, son," he started, "I hear that you did some questionable things in the graveyard." There was silence in the air. I hesitated to talk. "Well," Daniel broke the silence, "because this happened, you must have stayed on the south beach at sunset." He was right. I nodded. His expression changed to a slightly angry one. "Son," he said, "I told you clearly, do not stay at the south beach at sunset." I explained to him what had happened to me there in full detail, as well as everything that happened between me and the old lady. "I see. You've been seeing this old lady almost every evening?" Daniel asked. "Yes," I answered. "What did she say her name was?" Daniel asked. "Matilda," I answered. Daniel's eyes widened. I looked at Diana. She had the same reaction. There was silence for a few moments. "Son," Daniel replied, "Matilda died years ago. She's my mother, and she is Diana's grandmother." It shocked me to my core. I couldn't believe it. This meant that the old lady I was talking to all along was Diana's grandmother? Questions popped up in my head, one after the other. Why did the old lady lie about her children being far away if she was a ghost? Was she evil or something? "So that's the shape it took, huh?" Daniel said, as though he was talking to himself. "What do you mean?" I asked him. "That nasty thing. It's not real. She's not real. That is only one shape among many others that nasty thing takes," Daniel said. "Even my daughter Lily." Daniel suddenly stopped. "It's okay, Dad," Diana reassured him, holding his hand. "My daughter Lily," Daniel continued. "That thing is tormenting her too. We only realized it recently." I was shocked. So the thing that has been causing Lily to get sick all the time was that thing. Almost right at that time, Lily entered the room. She looked at me and smiled. "Mr. Humpty likes you, big brother," Lily said to me. "Mr. Humpty wants big brother to hang out with him. Come." Before I could answer, Lily was pushed away by an unseen force. She had started struggling against something on the ground. It was as though something invisible was trying to strangle her. Before we could reach her, she stopped. She had passed out. Daniel took her in his arms as he cried. He was whispering something that I couldn't quite make out. After that, he went out of the room. I could see Diana covering her face with her hands, crying. I tried to console her the best I could. When she finally calmed down, I asked her to tell me everything. She told me what happened. They were having a barbecue in the evening near the woods with their neighbors. Lily was playing with a few girls her age. When they took their eyes off Lily, she disappeared into the woods. They searched for her all over the place, only to find her standing still at the south beach at sunset. She had been acting like that ever since that event. She would get frequently sick and would not be able to get out of the house. According to Diana, they were a safe distance away from the south beach. She had no idea how Lily went to the south beach through the woods. There was no doubt in my head about it. Lily went through the same thing I did. Diana also told me that people who have been targeted by the entity see it in different forms. For me, it was in her grandmother's form. For Lily, it was someone/something else. Diana told me that someone was brutally murdered by some thugs at the South Beach at sunset nearly 40 years ago. I knew what she was getting at. It was his vengeful spirit that was haunting the South Beach. Obviously, It was a lot for me to take in. My entire world has changed within a span of a few days. Above all, I knew that whatever that thing was, wasn't done with me. Deep in my heart, I wished that thing would leave me alone. As much as I didn't want to believe that it was real, I did. I wondered why others were fine, even though they went to the South Beach at sunset. Why Lily? To this day, I'll never know. Diana didn't seem to have any answers either. In the following days, the activity intensified. I would hear distant laughing, talking nearly every time I went outside. Activity started happening everywhere except my home. The other day, my coffee mug was pushed by an unseen force, breaking it to pieces when it hit the floor. Another time, I would see shadow figures moving at humanly impossible speeds, so I reduced the time I spent outside. My contact with Diana was very limited. I couldn't pick up her calls, even though I knew she was worried. My mind was just too occupied with the activity that was happening to me. The activity at my workplace worsened as I stopped going outside, except when I had to work. The shadow figures I would see in my workplace evolved into unnatural entities. One particular day, as I was working past the normal hours, without anyone else but me, I caught something in the corner of my eye. In a cubicle in the same row as mine was a shadow-like face with no features except for its gigantic eyes. Only half of its face was visible. I jolted, as if noticing. My movement, it put its head back in the cubicle it was in. It was only there for a moment. I didn't take my eyes off the cubicle it was in, and went up to that cubicle. To my surprise, it was empty. I was too scared at that point, so I was about to go home. As I reached the exit, I saw a creature. The same creature from before with its gigantic eyes. This time its face was visible. It was a distorted face. Its body was like a bodybuilder's. It had 8 legs that were on its human-like torso. It looked very much like a spider. Upon seeing it, I heard hysterical women laughing from all directions. At least, this is the thing I remember before fainting. On early morning the next day, I woke up in the graveyard without knowing how I went there. I looked at the visible parts of the street. There was no one around. Figures, since it was early in the morning after all. I quickly hurried towards my house, my body aching with pain. After reaching my house, I decided to call someone. Anyone who can help me. I reached for my phone in my pockets, only to realize that it was gone. I was too scared to be outside, so I couldn't afford to go back and search for my phone. So I went inside my house and took a shower. The weight that I had felt the whole time was gone as soon as I entered my room. That was when I noticed the wounds on my body. There were scratches and bruises everywhere. What happened to me last night? I wondered. Still, the image of the spider-like creature lingered in my head. Those gigantic eyes, the distorted face. If possible, I never wanted to see that creature again. After showering, I lay on the bed thinking. Not too long after, I heard knocks on the door of my room. I opened the door. It was Diana. She looked very worried and sad. She asked me to tell her everything about what has been happening to me. So I did. She called her dad and told him the whole story. She and her dad offered to help me with this situation, and I accepted gratefully. I had heard that Lily went through this similar experience, and with the help of some exorcists, it is not as intense anymore. Ever since that, I haven't gotten out of my house much. I'm currently taking leave from work. Thank God for vacation leave. I've seen a few exorcists, but my condition hasn't improved. Every time I go out of my house, I see that spider-like creature in the shadows, looking at me. Sometimes it disappears. Other times, it runs towards me with inhuman levels of speed and I would faint, only to wake up with scratches all over my body. Oh, and I also figured out that staying in my house keeps it away, so I am spending more and more time in my house. Diana is helping me with food and errands. Thank God I have such a wonderful girlfriend like her. I'm too scared to go outside anymore. At the same time, I'm wishing to be rid of this curse, ghost, spider, or whatever it is. So I'll remain in my safe haven until exorcists are able to get rid of this entity. Abby's shrill cries echoed through the hall, shredding through the thin veil of sleep I'd settled into barely an hour before. Alan rolled in place, groaning wordlessly as he folded the pillow over his ears. I stared daggers into him, scoffing to myself before wiping the sleep from my eyes and pulling myself from bed. It had been his job to put her down for bed last time, so I supposed it was mine to check on her. I shot a glance at the clock on my husband's bedside table, though I already knew what time it would read. 2 a.m., more or less on the dot. The clock read 2:03, right on schedule. Despite having dealt with the process every night for the past few weeks, it never got easier. It was as if our daughter had reverted back to her days as a newborn, rapidly regressing since turning 3. Things had been relatively easy with her over the years, but in the last few weeks she'd become more difficult than usual. There had been complaints about misbehaving at daycare, hitting other kids and biting, things of that nature, and we noticed it in our day-to-day life that she was beginning to grow obstinate. Where she'd once been an agreeable and rather easygoing kid, she was now difficult, often seeming to listen clearly, only to turn around and do the opposite of what she was told, or something entirely different and altogether unacceptable. It was like she was trying to goad a reaction out of people. One of the hardest parts to her challenging new behavior was her sudden inability to sleep through the night. It was like she'd found some new, messed up circadian rhythm all of a sudden. We thought it might be the new house, a side effect of having a young child in an unfamiliar environment, but it felt odd. She'd been fine for the first week or so in the new place. Heck, she'd seemed to love it, and then one night, a little over 9 days after we'd settled in, she began the nightly tantrums, setting off every night around 2 a.m., like she was following a schedule. Given the fact that Abigail was still relatively nonverbal, and couldn't really articulate herself in any other way, we dismissed the tantrums as anything other than commonplace. I shuddered as my feet met the wood floor, the chill of fall filling the room. I grabbed my robe from the foot of the ottoman beside our bed, throwing it over my shoulders as I made my way to Abby's room. The hallway was pitch black. Only faint traces of moonlight could be seen shining through the solitary windows. Even through the grogginess and irritation, a blooming unease found a home, growing with each protesting groan of the floorboards, and my daughter's shrill cry echoing off the walls. As my hand closed over the cool brass of the doorknob, my ears perked up unintentionally as my body tried to account for lack of sight. I heard something that made me freeze in place. Amidst the sound of Abigail's crying, I felt certain I'd heard a voice. For the briefest of moments, I thought it was her father's before immediately remembering I'd left him behind in the bedroom. My stomach dropped. a surge of sudden panic dissipating the final mists of sleep clinging to me. I threw open the door, heart pounding as I rushed forward and into the room. Quickly I made my way to the side of Abigail's crib, nearly tripping in the act as my foot fell upon something soft and plush. I looked down to see the large stuffed bear I'd assumed my husband had gotten her when we moved. She'd been clinging to it like a flotation device in water every time I'd seen her since. Upon assuring her safety, I set to scouring the room for any sight of intrusion. My eyes frantically darted about the little space, and for a moment my own reflection on the sliding mirrored doors of the closet made my heart jump. I quickly pulled open the closet, it being the only place in the room someone could hide themselves, to find it entirely empty. I meticulously scanned the room, as far as I could tell, undisturbed from the night before. The moonlight cast shadows across the carpet, making strange and forbidding figures of the mundane. It occurred to me that she must have tossed it out of her crib sometime during the night, and I wondered if that wasn't the reason for the latest of her nightly outbursts. As I picked up the stuffed animal sitting on the floor beside her bed, I found myself peering in through the thin wooden bars. At my daughter. I felt a surge of relief as I saw her, though it was quickly replaced by a familiar sort of exhaustion as she cried, her little face scrunched and reddening, that I would be spending the next few hours of precious sleep time trying to get her back to sleep. I reached into the crib, gently lifting her from the bed and pulling her into my chest. Almost immediately, her cries settled into a soft babble, and I felt a flood of emotion I'd only known post-pregnancy, an overwhelming sort of love. I made my way to the rocking chair opposite the bed, settling into a rhythm as I began to hum a lullaby. At the back of my mind, I replayed those moments before I'd entered, questioning whether I'd really heard anything at all. I had felt so sure, in those brief moments before I'd entered, that there had been another voice. Yet the window was shut, and the room empty with the exception of my little girl. She was calm now, or no longer crying at least, but her eyes were wet and her nose was red, still running from her prior tantrum. She babbled softly, her head bobbing as she leaned back to look at me, her mouth trying to work around some word, a da-da sound. "Daddy?" I chuckled, despite the exhaustion rapidly regaining its footing. "No, not Daddy. He's sleeping. It's Mommy." She looked at me, as though somehow her little mind was unsatisfied with the response before turning and pointing one of her little fingers towards the crib. "Daddy." It took me a moment to understand what she was asking, as I stood and made my way to the crib, reaching in for the stuffed bear her father must have gotten her at some point. I felt her grip tighten around me as she spun away, hiding her face in my neck. Something in me twisted at that, a distant unease in my gut, instinctual though vague. I looked the ratty thing over with mild interest. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why Ellen had chosen it for her of all things. It was a large, rather ratty thing. Clearly a hand-me-down in the line of stitching running along its belly told me anything. He'd likely seen it on one of those shopping trips at the local thrift shop as we tried to furnish our home on a budget, and thought of our Abigail. It was sweet, though a part of me wondered if he'd remembered to wash it. I made a mental note to ask him in the morning. It clearly meant a lot to Abby, and for the moment I'd noticed it, it had been practically glued to her hand, never to be anywhere she wasn't. Which is why I found her reaction somewhat unnerving. I lowered the stuffed toy back into the crib, somewhat surprised by the weight of the thing as I did so. a bit heavier than I might have expected. Abigail glanced over her shoulder curiously, as if to ensure I'd moved the toy, turning around fully when she saw it back in the bed. I felt something stir in me that I couldn't quite place. Again, something odd in her reaction that triggered some instinctual sort of maternal unease in me. My eye lingered on the doll before searching the room once more for comfort and settling into the rocking chair with my daughter. It took several minutes for that faint unease to fade to the back of my mind, lingering silently under the surface, and it took a little longer than that for Abby's breathing to slow and sleep to fall over her again. I could feel the drowsiness billowing back up in me as well, my eyes feeling grainy, lids heavy as the faint creak of the chair formed a dissonant lullaby. The protesting groan of the floorboards and the search for the door's hinges pierced the veil of sleep that had come to settle over me. Suddenly I found myself going straight into defense mode, my mind immediately thinking back to the voice I'd thought I'd heard earlier. Even my eyes shot open. It took a moment to adjust to the darkness, and my heart plummeted into an icy pool of fear in my gut as the outline of a man grew apparent in the doorway, only settling once my husband spoke. "You coming back to bed, Leanne?" he asked, sleep audible in his voice as he rubbed at his eyes. I took a breath, allowing my heartbeat to return to a normal pace, before nodding. "Yeah, just had to get her back down," I said, doing my best to rise from the seat as carefully as possible to avoid waking Abigail. I made my way to the crib, slowly lowering her in besides the stuffed bear, before making my way towards Alan. "You okay?" he muttered, closing the door as silently as he could manage as we crept back towards our room. Some of that lingering unease must have been visible on my face, I realized. I shrugged, shaking my head as though to free my mind of the cobwebs of exhaustion. Yeah, I'm fine, just..." I shrugged, hearing that voice again in my mind, the sound so clear I had to wonder if I wasn't misremembering. Thought I'd heard a voice earlier, in Abby's room. Seeing the flood of emotions making their way to his face, I quickly added, "I checked everywhere. The room's empty. I think I'm just tired." He nodded but glanced back at the room for a moment, as if considering whether or not to check himself. I placed a hand on his arm, stifling a yawn. "It's okay. Alan, she's fine." He nodded, casting a parting look at Abigail's door before turning and heading with me back to our bedroom. I glanced once more down the hall, its darkness casting it in an unshakable eeriness, and did my best to assure myself Abby was all right despite the odd, vague feelings of unease still clinging so stubbornly. Sleep came soon after as we climbed back into the covers, and while I struggle to recollect my dreams from that night, I know they were dark, the sort to ensure my sleep was a restless one. Looking back, I wonder if it was my mind's way of warning me not to let my guard down, that the worst was yet to pass. "Cheerios or Frosted Flakes?" I asked, lifting both out of the boxes. Raising an eyebrow as I asked Abigail for the third time which of our two kinds of cereal she wanted. I'd already had to clean up a bowl of oatmeal from the kitchen floor that she'd tossed in a little fit of rage. The question only prompted more tears, her face growing a bright red and wrinkling into a silent scream, as though she were building up for another bout of shrieking. That moment had been especially challenging. Abigail was acting out even more than she had been in the past few weeks, to the point that Alan was offering his apologies on the way out of the door, knowing that I'd have to wrangle her all alone, while also trying to manage my online classes. By the time afternoon rolled around, I was at my wit's end. My nerves were so far beyond frayed that every noise seemed poised to send me into a fit of irritation. Class had started, and despite moderate success for a few hours, Abby had set back into one of her tantrums again, this time showing no signs of stopping. There was a test that day, and after spending most of the time juggling between my class and Abby, I did something I knew better then, and hated doing. I flicked on the television, turning to the first YouTube playlist I saw featuring familiar kids' characters. Mommy just needs 20 minutes, baby. Please just watch TV, okay? I'll be right back. I left her in front of the living room television, hurrying to shut myself off in the room before too much time could pass on my exam. I did my best to stifle the flood of emotions I felt as I heard her cries grow louder, tottering behind me. As I entered the small room off of the living room, which I had been using as an office, I closed the door behind me. Abby's cries rose into shrieks, her little fist pounding against the door. I swallowed hard, sighing as I fought back the watering in my eyes. Just 20 minutes. She'll be okay for 20 minutes. I tried to remind myself, every bit of me wanting to open the door despite my exhaustion. I remained steadfast, making my way to the computer and beginning work. After a few minutes, she stopped, her cries falling into pitiful sniffles before I could hear her totter away. I tried not to rush through my test, my grade in the class already having suffered from so many sleepless nights. Yet my mind wavered between the work and thoughts of Abby. I pushed through, eventually losing myself in the test as it grew in difficulty, until I'd reached the end, falling back in my chair with a sigh. I turned in place, spinning the seat to face the window that made up most of the wall. Outside, I could see the neighbor lady, Mrs. Janice Melody, as she'd told me to call her, and her husband and their yard. Their ancient old pickup shone in the driveway, a unique shade of orange that could be described as something of an eyesore at best. She was watering the grass, despite the fact that the Illinois weather almost certainly meant some more snow could be expected before summer. Well, he passed out popsicles to a few of the local kids, a group of boys taking a break from their play. They'd been playing a game of street hockey, which I'd tried to drown out while working, but watched with some mild interest as my mind drifted to thoughts of the future. It wouldn't be too long before Abigail was out there. I could almost see her in my mind, a perfect mix of her father and I, smart and sweet, but with an attitude to boot, out there with the other kids. After a moment, Mr. Melody, I'd yet to remember his name, appeared to return to his house, disappearing to the side of my window and out of view. I watched for a few minutes as the kids continued their game, his wife stopping her busy work every few minutes to yell at them when the ball touched her lawn or some similar offense, remaining lost in thoughts of the future. It was as one of the children fell, scraping a knee and crying out, attracting the attention of one of the parents, that I realized, with a feeling of dawning horror that any parent knows, it had been too long since I'd last heard Abby. The few times I've had to lock myself away to get work done, she settled in the living room outside the office, distracting herself scrolling through YouTube and playing with the assortment of toys we'd gotten her over the years. The sound of her little babbles or clattering of toys was something I'd listen for at points to make sure she was all right. I had gotten distracted, first by the test, and then my own thoughts in the first real moment of silence I'd had all day. I had let the time get away from me, forgetting completely to keep an ear out. I shot up from my seat, hurrying to the door, yet feeling unable to move fast enough for my heart as it pounded in my throat, feeling every bit a shoddy parent. "Abby?" I called, swinging the door open to the sight of an empty living room. My breath caught in my throat. The only sound to greet me was the antics of whatever cartoon characters came over the television. I hurried to the kitchen set, calling her name as I checked behind the island in the off chance that she was playing some random game of hide and seek. Yet, as I went from room to room downstairs, without a sign of her, I felt my heart grow painful in its thunderous beating. A faint nausea ripped at me like a dog at the heels, as a faint tremor began to emerge through my body. "Abigail?" My voice came more forceful than I'd intended, shaking more than I'd have thought. As my face grew hot, I searched the first floor, every room coming up empty, the tremor growing until I shook like a leaf in the wind. As I approached the garage door, I was greeted immediately with a gust of frigid air and the sounds of birds chirping. My heart dropped, disappearing into a pit widening in my gut as I saw that it was somehow ajar. My body seized with awful anxiety as I opened it fully. The garage was wide open, having a full view of our neighborhood beyond. My knees shook with the threat of giving way entirely, as a sensation like being doused with freezing water almost turned my body to ice. Had it not been for the adrenaline that coursed through me in that instant, searing my veins as it did so, I might have passed out from the sheer horror of it. It didn't make sense. I was sure I'd heard my husband close it this morning. Had she opened it herself? There was no way. I felt certain. The button was several feet above her head. Besides, surely I'd have heard it. I could see no way for her to have somehow opened it without my notice, and yet the reality remained the same. I cursed myself for getting distracted. "Abigail?" I shrieked her name, uncaring who I disturbed as I ran out and onto the driveway. I searched, eyes darting about with no idea of where I ought to be looking, the world descending into a blur of colors, sound, and panic around me. The taste of salt was my only warning that tears were falling. My face, every part of me, feeling numb, like television static had seeped beneath my skin. I could see curtains parting as curious and judging eyes cast glances through windows, wondering about the crazy woman disturbing the peace, but none seemingly willing to venture forth and see what was wrong. I felt lost, unsure of which direction I ought to be going or where to run, suddenly aware of just how small I was in the vastness of the world. The small groves that lined either side of the street, beyond the yards forming a barrier between the outside world, usually so serene and beautiful, now seemed like treacherous forests, past which I could picture my daughter falling into some ditch crying out for me. Or if she'd somehow made it through the brush, out onto the busy streets on either side. I felt as though I could vomit at the thought. I rounded the left side of my house, entering the space between my yard and Miss Melody's. Panic racked my thoughts for every step I took, carrying with it the fear that I was moving farther from where she might be. All the while, another part of my mind wondered if she wasn't still in the house, somehow having escaped my thorough search, and by leaving, I was putting her in danger. "She's gone. She's gone. You're an awful mother. She's..." The thoughts played on repeat like some record of a nightmare. The very blood rushing through my head, audible as my heart pounded. "Abigail?" I called again, struggling to take in a deep breath as my lungs seemed to quake at the sheer dread, as though the act of taking in oxygen was something requiring concentration I couldn't spare. The sound footfalls in the grass made my head spin as I turned to face whoever was approaching. I could have cried at the sight of Miss Melody. Despite the sour look the old woman fixed me with, disapproval written within the wrinkles of her face, in the arms which strained with the effort, she held Abigail, clutching in her hands that ever-present little stuffed bear. "Oh my God, thank you." I sucked in a breath, hiccups racking my chest as the tears poured, rushing forth to take hold of my daughter. She pulled back, putting a shoulder between the two of us, her eyes never wavering from mine. It was as though she were trying to see through me, searching for some reason not to return Abigail to me. "Please?" I tried to sound as polite as I could manage, but the edge in my voice was apparent, and I could only imagine how I must have looked in those openly reproachful eyes. I didn't have to see my face to know it was red and splotchy, my hair a mess still from the morning since I'd had no plans of stepping out, screaming like a banshee only moments before. "Where was she?" I asked, watching Abigail as she chewed on the ear of her teddy with a feeling almost akin to the moment of her birth. An awful anxiety suddenly lifted, though I waited uneasily for her to be returned. "My backyard," she spoke, her tone no more pleasant than her expression. "Making an absolute mess of my garden, I might add." "I'm so sorry, I took my eyes off of her for a minute and she was gone. She interrupted, hardly even acknowledging I'd spoken. "Just keep your child away from my house. Do you understand me? And keep an eye on the girl. You never know what might happen if she wanders off again. Whoever finds her next time may not nearly be as cordial as myself." Her tone was as cold as ice, and even more biting. No hint of friendliness or subtlety in her words. I couldn't tell if it was a stern warning or a threat. She stepped forward, forcing Abigail into my arms, before appraising the two of us. Then, with a shake of her head, she trudged back down the little hill that sloped into her yard, and into her yard out of sight. I clutched Abigail close, tears trailing into her hair. The air smelled sweeter, the wind a gentle caress, as my mind lingered on what could have come to pass. "Don't do that again. Don't ever leave me again like that," I sobbed. "How did you get out?" She raised her toy, little arms wavering a bit beneath its weight. "Daddy," she cried, before flinging the bear as far as she could manage, sending it tumbling barely a foot away into the grass. I sighed, leaning over to grab it, before making my way back towards the house. My stomach gurgled, the adrenaline fading, leaving only exhaustion, nausea, and anxiety in its wake. I could see the peering eyes through windows, as my neighbors watched through slits in curtains, and my face burned hot. As I entered the garage, I cast a parting look in the direction of the Melody's home, towards the backyard and the grove beyond. As I did so, I caught sight of someone in one of the windows on the second floor, the side nearest my house. I glanced up and caught an eye of Mr. Melody. He was watching me with a look I couldn't read, but one my mind immediately defined as judgment. Casting my eyes away, I made my way inside, heart thudding in my chest. The rest of the day passed by in a blur. No matter what I busied myself with, my mind continuously returning to that afternoon, replaying every way that things could have gone wrong. I didn't let Abigail leave my sight. She spent most of the day in the living room, where I set up the old playpen we hadn't used in months. Unwilling to have a repeat of earlier events, I couldn't make sense of it, how she'd ended up outside, knowing there was no plausible way she could have reached that button. It made me deeply uneasy. If she had found a way outside somehow, I couldn't afford to ever let my guard down. Even a bathroom trip could offer her the chance to slip out. The hours seemed to crawl by, me never leaving her side, before Alan returned from work. "Hey," he'd called, stirring me from a sleep I wasn't aware I'd even fallen into as he strolled through the garage door. My eyes darted about the room, searching for Abigail, my heart immediately in my throat, pounding with unrelenting intensity. It wasn't until I realized that she was on the couch beside me, her little form curled against the arm of the chair, fast asleep, that I could breathe again. "You okay?" Alan asked, slowly lowering his bag as he crossed the room towards me, opening his arms immediately as I fell into them, head shaking without thought. I recounted the events of the afternoon, my test and the resulting distractions, the panic upon the realization, and the brief confrontation with our neighbor. By the time I was through, tears were running freely. I bit my lip, feeling irritatingly fragile. "Get a hold of yourself," I thought, chiding myself silently. I didn't like how off I felt about it all. It was more than just the fact that she had gotten out, as horrifying as that had been, but it felt like there was something more, something greater that I was failing to see regarding my daughter, and it petrified me. Alan's reaction was a struggle to read, a multitude of feelings seeming to display themselves all at once. Concern, shock, and perhaps it was just my conscience, but I thought I could see a bit of blame in his eyes. Still, he hugged me tighter. "It's okay. She's okay. We're fine. You just can't let her out of your sight again, I guess." He kneeled in front of Abigail, kissing her lightly on the forehead, as to not wake her. "I'll check out that garage door. Maybe it glitched or something," responded to a neighbor's remote, and bang, out she goes. I nodded. Though the thought felt unlikely, it brought comfort to have some sort of theory. "We should take something over to them. A thank you gift. Maybe it'll smooth things over. We don't want to seem like the dysfunctional family in the neighborhood." I winced at the idea. The very thought of having to see the old woman again making me flush with embarrassment, but I knew he was probably right. She had found Abigail after all. Regardless of what her attitude might have been, surely I owed her for that. I nodded, sighing and running my hands across my face as if to wipe away the events of the day. Alan pulled me close again, pressing his lips against the top of my head. "It'll be fine, love. Promise. She's okay. Everything's okay." God, how I wish he had been right. We settled in for dinner half an hour later. Before setting Abby down for bed, I stood by her crib for what felt like half an hour, caressing her head as she fell back into a deep sleep, arms wrapped around that massive stuffed bear. The old heating system of the house had seemed to kick into overdrive, and Alan had suggested leaving her window open to allow for a little breeze. After some resistance, I relented on the condition that we lock it in place, opening it no more than an inch. The events of that afternoon lingered fresh on my mind, and I wouldn't open the door to allow for a genuine tragedy. I watched her for a few moments as she slept, my heart aching at the thought of what might have happened. After some time, long after the sounds of my husband moving about the house had faded, I made my way to our bedroom and climbed into bed beside him. I pressed in against the heat of his body. Though my back was facing him, my eyes were on the doorway as if somehow it might allow me to peer into her room, though there was little to be seen but the darkness of the hallway. At some point, exhaustion overcame anxiety, and I could fight to keep my eyes open no longer. my thoughts growing loose and sporadic as the fog of sleep grew heavy. I don't know how long I had been out, when the commotion of the house snatched me from my slumber. The room was dark when I pulled myself into a sitting position, eyes still bleary and rough with like sandpaper. Yet I had no time to gradually awaken. The sound of my daughter's cry, a shrill shriek like nothing I'd heard from her before, and Alan's voice bellowing my name turned the blood in my veins ice. Alan? My voice was strained, and hardly recognizable through the panic that filled it. My heart felt as though it were plummeting through my feet and into the earth, pounding all the while as I struggled to stand. My head swam, the air thick with a dreamlike quality that, when paired with the stomach-churning anxiety, felt altogether nightmarish. Alan? I was near the point of tears as I approached her room, the sound of her shrill, pained shrieks making my chest ache sharply. I pushed the door aside with such force it made the wall shake, the sound loud enough to make my ears ring. And yet, as Alan turned to face me, standing beside our daughter's crib holding her close to his chest, his expression bore no surprise, just a blazing panic and sadness. "What's wrong? What's going on?" In my hurry, I nearly tripped over that god-forsaken stuffed bear, the side of my foot where I'd kicked it, stinging as though I'd just kicked a small rock. There was something there, something inside of it more than fur and stuffing, and I had no time to dwell on the matter. As I approached, I could see the reason for all of the commotion, and my stomach dropped through the floor. Her arm. I couldn't finish the sentence, feeling as though the air had been knocked from my lungs. Alan cradled it close to him, not wanting to let the limb dangle, but I could see the state of it even then. It was swollen, the entire arm an angry red color save for an area a bit below her wrist, which stood out a nasty purple. The tremor I felt seemed to rise until I was shaking uncontrollably, nausea growing at my gut as darkness played at the corner of my vision. My head swam as the panic reached a fever pitch. What happened? How did this happen? I don't... Questions stampeded over each other to the forefront of my mind. I felt lightheaded, and my skull pounded with every drumbeat of my heart. The world felt so odd and surreal, as though I were in a nightmare, like I could wake up at any moment still in bed. But no, it was all very real. I could tell. "I don't know," he responded, voice strained with emotion, neither of us taking well to seeing our child in pain. "I heard a slam, and next thing I know she's screaming. She had to have climbed out of her crib somehow and lost her balance. He looked at me, confusion and a sort of pain I resonated with, on a primal level that seemed to grow with her every cry. She's never done that before. I don't understand." I shook my head. He was right. Abigail had never shown any signs that she'd been trying to climb out of her crib. Had she, it would have been moved to our room that same day. Until now, I wasn't sure she was even capable. It made a small part of me, some minor area still capable of questioning through the sheer panic, wonder why. Why tonight of all nights, after the somewhat inexplicable events of that afternoon? Still, I had no time for weaving theories at that moment. Alan had risen to his feet and was speeding past me towards the door. "Where are you going?" I asked, yanked from my thoughts. "Hospital. We've got to get this looked at immediately." I nodded, almost feeling stupid that I hadn't thought to suggest it sooner. My head felt all over the place. the events of the day rendering me mentally drained. I just wanted to curl into a little ball, Abigail safely at the center, and sleep for a week. "I'll come with you," I started. "Just let me throw some pants on." The drive to the hospital was a tense one. I sat in the back with Abby, doing my best not to lose it as I tried and failed to calm her down. Not a second going by that Alan wasn't peering nervously at us in the rearview mirror. The night seemed to move on in a blur of hurried conversation and odd glances. Perhaps it was my exhaustion, but as we sat in the waiting room while our daughter's arm was scanned, it felt as though every glance spoke of judgment. In my sleep-deprived mind, in some odd way, it seemed like everyone knew of the events of the day before, my failing, as though the world itself was calling me negligent. And I was beginning to question it myself. What is happening today? I breathed, running my hands across my face and through my hair as I leaned into Alan's shoulder. I could feel him shaking his head as he put his arm over my shoulder. "It's been something," he said, voice every bit as tired as I felt. "She's getting older. Maybe the terrible twos are showing up a bit late," he offered. I thought for a moment, knowing there could be something to the theory, the sudden temper tantrums and disappearances, and how this incident with the crib, it was all so sudden and unlike her, and my every instinct told me that something was wrong. And yet, I couldn't tell what. It felt like that afternoon all over again, an awareness that my daughter could be at great risk, yet an utter directionless when attempting to confront it. Mr. and Mrs. Price, the doctor who had presided over Abigail's treatment, called us from across the waiting room, yanking me from my thoughts. Alan was up in an instant, striding across the room in quick pace as I hurried to follow behind, heart pounding in my chest as a nauseating effect. The expression on his face was polite but slightly somber, and I already expected what we would be told. There was a break just below her wrist in 2 places. Her little arm had been shattered by the contact. The doctor's best guess was in line with our own. She'd likely fallen and broken it in the process, but the mental image sent me back into tears. I know it's upsetting, believe me, but if it's any consolation, little ones are remarkably resilient. She'll likely heal faster than either of you would in a similar circumstance," he said with a sad smile and nod. "We'll do our best to make sure her arm is set perfectly. I've got a friend who specializes in pediatric orthopedist. He's one of the best. She'll be safe in his hands. I'll have the front desk give you the number." "Thank you," Alan responded, reaching out and shaking the man's hand. The doctor nodded. "They'll be bringing Abigail out in a moment. You folks try to get some sleep tonight. She'll need the rest too. The medicine will have dulled the pain, but she'll be tired. I imagine you all are." I simply nodded, still somewhat lost in thought. The doctor affixed me with a tight-lipped smile, the sort that was more apologetic than happy, before turning and beginning to back down the hall and on to the rest of his night. He paused as he reached the hallways, and in that instant I could see something like reluctance in his posture as he turned to face me once more. "Accidents happen. You shouldn't blame yourselves," he said, though looking at me directly as he did so. I felt my face run flush, realizing my thoughts must have been all but visible on my face. The self-loathing apparent even to a stranger. But also, if you think there might be something wrong, listen to yourself. You know that little girl better than anyone in the world. I'm sure sometimes that alarm bell in your head is going off for a reason. Trust your instincts, Mom and Dad. With that, he was gone, leaving me with only a parting smile and enough time to nod my acknowledgement as he disappeared behind a set of double doors and deeper into the hospital. I peered over at Alan, skin prickling with an eerie sort of sensation like some warped deja vu. "That was nice of him," he said with a thin smile, exhaustion heavy in his eyes. "I'm sure it's standard. We're definitely not the first distraught parents he's dealt with, but cool of him all the same." I nodded again. While logically, I knew his words were likely little more than some standard platitude fed to all the worried parents, I couldn't shake how much it resonated with what I'd been feeling since that morning. It was disconcerting, to say the least, and only added to the feeling that I was missing something in plain sight. Loose pieces of a puzzle all scattered about my mind with no ability to be connected. "I take it you're the parents?" a shorter woman with a round face called. The sight of Abigail in her arms scattered any and all previous lines of thinking, as both Alan and I hurried to meet her. I scooped her from the woman's arms as gently as I could manage, holding her as one might some restored artifact that would fall to dust in a heavy breeze. Alan handled the rest of the interaction, being led to the front desk as he was asked about insurance information, while I returned to the car with Abigail. I had had enough for the day, enough of the fluorescent blaring lights of the hospital, and of people and their judgmental gazes. I crossed the silent parking lot, passing an older man in a wheelchair taking a smoke outside, the click of my shoes on the pavement echoing through the night. I'm not certain at what point I became aware of that sensation, that stomach turning, creeping feeling like a skeletal hand along the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. At some point, I slowed down, heart thudding heavily against my chest, ears straining as I listened to the footsteps I'd slowly grown aware of. My stomach sank as they slowed in turn. Perhaps it was the exhaustion, paired with the stress of the day rendering my nerves shot, leaving my mind unable to think clearly, but in that moment, with Abigail in hand, all I could think to do was speed up. The area of the parking lot I'd entered was empty as far as I could tell, save for myself, my daughter, and whoever was behind me, and the realization filled me with a cold, heavy dread. My pace quickened until I was practically speed walking. All the while, I could hear the echoes of footsteps following not too distantly. In between my own, realization struck me like a blade in the dark. They're following me. Somebody is following me. I broke into a run. To my horror, the person behind me soon followed suit. I wanted to scream, to shriek out for help, and yet in the moment I felt robbed of words. Panic flooded my every mental pathway, as I could think only of one thing: get Abigail to safety. I ducked to the right, moving between a van and a parked ambulance, and darted out in front of it, doing my best to use the vehicles to shield me from my pursuer's view. My head spun. Moments from every true crime podcast or murder show I'd seen playing out in real time. My arms ached with the effort of carrying my daughter while running, and I struggled to balance her with one arm while I grabbed the keys with the other, clicking the panic button as I scanned the cars around me for any sign of mine. Several rows ahead, I could hear it, and to see the blare of its lights glowing from behind the other vehicles. It seemed all the motivation my body needed to conjure up some extra bit of speed, as I could hear the footsteps behind me approaching. The car came into view, one row ahead, the sight of it making my heart lurch. Every second spin covering the distance between it was excruciating, and every hair on the back of my neck was at attention. prepared to feel someone yank me back. I was nearly there. I could almost reach out and grab the handle when I felt the hand on my shoulder firm, nearly making me lose my balance. "No," I shrieked, finally finding my voice as I spun around and tried to fight my captor, only to feel a firm set of arms pull Abigail from my grasp. In my panic, I felt my boots catch against each other and I fell back, sliding back against the car and onto the ground with a force that made my teeth clatter. "Leanne, it's me. Relax, baby. It's me." Even through my terror, I recognized Alan's voice. Immediately the fear dissipated, giving way to a strange and overpowering sorrow. I fell into his shoulder, the tears running freely as I did so. I was drained, both mentally and physically, and in the moment I wanted to cry, vomit, and pass out, perhaps all at once. I didn't mean to scare you like that. I saw you running and I got worried, so I hurried to catch up. What were you running from?" I looked up at him, unsure of how to respond for a moment. There was some part of me that felt suddenly quite foolish for how I'd reacted, almost certain I'd perhaps blown things out of proportion as we sat there alone in the parking lot. I shook my head. "I thought I'd heard someone. It's nothing. Let's just go home." I could see in his face that he was worried, but knew better than to push any further, which I appreciated more than he could know. "Okay," he nodded. "I'll get her in her seat. You just go ahead and try to doze off." I nodded, smiling though I felt no humor in it, as I began to round the car for the passenger side door. It was as I was climbing into my seat, pulling the door shut with a groan, that I peered out into the world beyond the window, and felt my heart stop. I swallowed hard as I stared at the vehicle exiting from the parking lot only a few yards away, caught for just a moment beneath the streetlights, as it turned onto a quiet residential street. It was immediately familiar to me. An old pickup in a shade I could only recall seeing once before, in the driveway of our neighbor's house. Old Mrs. Melody, the very woman who had brought Abigail to me that afternoon. The realization made my stomach turn, and somewhere in the back of my head, I could hear the doctor again. "Sometimes that alarm bell in your head is going off for a reason. Trust your instincts, Mom." At that moment, though I could find no way to prove it, my instincts told me that something was going on with the woman next door, and I feared, somehow, my little girl was involved. That night, despite my exhaustion, I doubt I slept more than 3 hours in total. It was a light sleep, with every stir of my daughter in bed snatching me from my slumber, as I would shoot up, scanning the darkness beside me until I was certain she hadn't awakened. I wasn't sure when, if ever, she could go back in that crib. I couldn't see myself feeling safe leaving her in her room, alone again for a long while. At the very least, until we could be sure she wasn't attempting any more midnight escapes. And God only knew how we would manage that. I couldn't even be sure of when this had started. At some point during one of those moments, sitting in the silence of the room, listening to the breathing of my husband and daughter over the continuous drone of the ceiling fan, the hope of sleep seemed to escape me. I sat in the darkness, my eyes adjusting to the faint light pouring through the windows, a combination of the moon and distant streetlights all I had to see with. My eyes lingered on the stuffed bear, sitting at the edge of the bed like some sentry standing watch. From the moment we'd returned, even through the mental slur of the painkillers, it had been the first thing she'd mentioned, and Alan had brought it to the room for her. I had moved it at some point, after rolling on to the thing only to be awakened by the sensation of it digging into my back. Something in it firm and hard, complete with some pointed edge I could feel. The sight of it there in the dark, sitting there unmoving, with its blank eyes peering forward seemingly through me, made me feel a strange sort of distress. I'm not sure how much time passed with me tossing and turning in the vain hope that sleep may lie in the next position, but I found my eyes kept lingering back towards that bear. I glanced beside me, confirming that both Abigail and Alan were sleeping soundly, as I edged towards the end of the bed. With one quick motion, I booted the thing off the bed, those eyes watching me accusingly. It hit the ground with a thud that made me grit my teeth, peering back to ensure my daughter remained asleep, and muttering a silent thanks that she had. I glanced over my husband's sleeping form, at the digital clock on his nightstand. 1:55, it read. Only 5 minutes or so away from the time of our daughter's nightly tantrums. The thought brought me on a great sense of foreboding, that I couldn't shake lying there in the darkness, massing in my chest like the tangle of so many weeds. Perhaps it was the result of a day of mishaps, leading me to feel there could only be something worse around the corner, and feeding my anxiety like trees and dry brush to a forest fire. It was ridiculous. I was certain of it. I rolled over, placed my hand across Abigail, as though it could bring me all the security I felt lacking in that moment. She was there, hurt as much as it killed me, but safe. I couldn't see her waking up in the next 4 minutes. I laid back and forced my eyes closed, doing all I could to drag myself back to sleep. It had only been a few minutes. My ears turned to the alternating sounds of my husband and daughter's breathing, and the whirring creak of the ceiling fan as I'd begun to drift, when I heard it. At first I was certain it was my imagination. The sound was so faint, I could almost dismiss it as such. But no, it was far too persistent. A strange mechanical hiss, like someone had switched on a broken television somewhere in the distance, that echoed out amongst the whirring of the fan and usual murmur of the house's inner workings. Before I could even identify a source, I felt my heart pounding furiously against my chest. My eyes fell back on the glowing display of the clock. 2 o'clock. The timing, it seemed strangely intentional. I could feel a chord of unease struck, reverberating through me with a chilling effect as my ears perked to listen closer. I sat up, wavering in my mind between waking up Alan or not, settling quickly on the latter. He had to be up in a few hours, and while I felt unsettled, I saw no need to disturb him yet. Instead, as carefully as I could manage, I slid out from beneath the covers and stepped gingerly out of bed. The wooden floorboards creaked their protest, making me grimace as I watched Abigail stare. After seconds passed without another movement, I felt okay to chance another careful step forward. My ears felt tuned as I listened for that sound. Louder, it seemed. Now that I was really listening for it, I could think of nothing in my room that could be responsible for it, save for perhaps the white noise machine I hadn't used in months, and that was much louder. No, this sound brought to mind something else. It was oddly reminiscent of the static one might hear on a walkie-talkie, or something of the like. I had owned one during my childhood, which I'd used to talk to some of my friends in the neighborhood, and as I inched across my bedroom floor, gripped by the quiet and frigid night air that seemed to hang heavy in the room, it was all my mind could conjure. I stepped forward again as delicately as I could manage. my eyes scanning the dim light as best as they could, though I was relying almost entirely on my hearing to guide me. That mechanical hiss was growing louder with each step. Somewhere to the right of me it seemed, near the foot of the bed. I could feel my heart in my throat with every footfall, my mouth running dry as the hairs on the back of my neck rose with the creep of anxiety. It was louder now, so much so that I was beginning to worry it might wake my family. A series of cracking and popping noises, audible amongst the hissing. It seemed to be coming from more than one place. Though the noise faded in and out, I was almost certain it was coming from 2 different directions. The thought made my skin crawl and the pit of my chest widened, as though I was being surrounded by something unseen. My home invaded by specters I could only listen for. It was then that I heard it, faint but unmistakable, a voice from amidst the disembodied static. Hello? In that moment, I could have sworn my heart stopped. An icy shock tore through me as though I had just been submerged in freezing waters. My eyes scanned the darkness, wide and searching for anything that might be the source of the sound. Babe? I leapt, nearly losing my balance as I stumbled away from the sudden sound, only to glance over and see Alan sat up in the bed. He looked tired and confused more than anything, hands running over his eyes, but after a few minutes I could see that he too could hear it. What is that? Little bear? You there? I sucked in a breath, head spinning with such force I was certain I might fall out from the sheer panic starting to flood my system. That voice again amongst that phantom static, raw and hissing. Our eyes met, and I felt a surge of some gruesome satisfaction that I wasn't alone. He heard it too. Are you there? I spun to face behind me, certain I could hear that voice drifting from somewhere over my shoulder, and found only an empty room to greet me. From behind me again, the static grew louder, and for the first time since it had appeared, I could pinpoint from where. My eyes fell on the baby monitor on our nightstand. Its lights glowed with the hiss of the audio, sparking with color the louder it grew. Alan followed my gaze, snatching it up in one quick motion, before pressing the button to respond. Who is this? There was a shrill sound, like the squeal of audio feedback that made us both cringe, and set Abigail to stirring immediately, followed by an echo, as though his voice was being played back simultaneously from somewhere else. Somewhere nearby, ceasing only when Alan released the monitor. In an instant, it was all gone. The air hung heavy with an electric sort of surreality, like the early moments of some waking nightmare, yet there was nothing but the usual sounds of our home to fill its void. The room was silent, or as close as it could be anyways. Abby had begun to kick up. Though still asleep, she was starting to wake. The sounds finally growing too much for her, and I could hear the beginnings of a tantrum building as sleep began to wane. For several moments, Alan and I lingered in place, our eyes locking, a coiling tension passing between us both. In an instant, a thought crossed my mind, and before I could even think things through clearly, it was out of our room and hurrying across the hall towards Abby's. The door loomed ahead, as ominous as a gravestone, my mind fully prepared to meet the intruder I knew must be on the other side. I could all but see it, some figure clad in shadow, hunched over the baby monitor in my daughter's room. The thought filled me with terror and a rage like nothing I had ever felt. It was the only thing I could think of at the moment that made some sort of sense. It was obvious that whoever we had just heard had been trying to speak to our daughter, and I could think of no other way we would have heard them over her monitor. "Leanne, where are you going? Stop, wait." Alan's footfalls grew heavy as he rushed ahead of me, putting himself between me and the door. He shook his head, eyes locking with mine, a look that was part confusion, but a majority of visible worry etched on his features. "I'll check. You stay behind me. We don't know who might be in there." I nodded, still nudging him forth until he was pushing the door open. As we pushed into the room, my eyes fell immediately on the nightstand. The baby monitor was untouched. Alan began to search the room, flicking on the lights and checking under the bed, and in the closet. All the while, I found myself lost in thought as I looked at the monitor. I was all but certain it had to be the source of the voice, and yet there was no one. The thought should have been comforting, but it only made my fear grow thicker. "Awake, little bear?" Alan shot up, stiffening as he turned to face me. Our eyes locked, an unspoken terror shared between us, as the two of us hurried back to our bedroom. "What is going on?" Alan's voice betrayed the discomfort we were both feeling, as he grabbed the baby monitor from the nightstand. "Who is this?" he growled into the receiver. "I swear to God, I'll..." "Just turn it off." I couldn't take it anymore. That sound, the way the air seemed uncomfortably heavy with a strange sort of unearthliness. He stared at me, reluctant, before finally switching it off. The device went silent, and yet for a few moments I could have sworn I still heard it. That faint hiss of static still hanging in the air, persisting somehow despite the monitor being off. A squeal like the feedback of a microphone pierced the air, making the both of us jump. It was gone, as soon as it had started, leaving only the thud of my heart and a buzzing unrest in the air in its place. Abby began to stir, angry coos soon turning into a full-out tantrum. Alan and I said nothing, neither knowing what could be said to do away with the strangeness of the night. "I'll take care of her," I finally said, scooping her up and off the bed. "Okay," Alan said, his voice hard with a sort of anger I'd never heard from him before, as he busied himself yanking the cord out of the wall and gathering the components of the baby monitor. When he finished wrapping the cord around the monitor and shoving it into his pocket, he faced me with a sigh. "I'm gonna look the house over. Be sure there's no one here. After that, I'm throwing this out." I nodded. Well, it was clear he was agitated, the events of the night finally wearing down his nerves. I didn't feel as if he was wrong. It felt like, even then, I could still hear that voice. A man's, rasping and old, echoing in my head as it beckoned for some little bear. "I'll try to get her back to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll call the police to file a report. Maybe see if they'll come out and..." I shrugged. "I don't know, scan the house or something?" He nodded, making his way towards the door, where he paused to face me. "Stay here with her. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right about this." "Okay." With that, he was gone. I listened as best as I could to the sounds of his footsteps moving about the house, my heart on edge that at any moment a sudden commotion might ring out as he stumbled upon some intruder. When none came, I let myself settle into the rocking chair we'd placed in the corner of the room, trying my best to soothe our daughter back to sleep, cradling her injured arm close. Alan returned minutes later. His eyes glistened with a look of utter rage. In his hands dangled a series of wires from which hung various smaller gadgets. I didn't want to ask what they were. Some part of my mind already knew the answer, and was horrified by the implications. "Radios," he finally said, in a voice that was strained with emotion I'd never heard from him before. "A bunch of radios. One in her room, one in the living room, and a camera in the garage." I felt my skin crawl as my eyes began to wander the room instinctually. The thought that there had been cameras in my house without my knowledge made me feel ill. All of a sudden it felt like from every corner there might be eyes watching. Distant perhaps, but watching me all the same. "I'm calling the cops now," he continued, though his voice seemed to have drifted into the background. "And the realtor tomorrow. It's ridiculous. It's invasive. He trailed off, and I could see his eyes on Abigail in my arms, glistening with tears I knew resulted from a feeling of frustration and powerlessness. "I'm calling them now," he finally said with a sniff and a nod, gathering himself as he grabbed his cell phone and made his way out of the room. I just sat on the edge of the bed, head swirling with half-formed thoughts and eerie suggestions. The memories of the day before, Abigail's escape, and my apparent encounter with whoever had been following me in the parking lot, all seemed content to gnaw away at my sanity. Strange and paranoid thoughts began to force themselves to the forefront. Lack of sleep, terror, and the paranoia of discovering I had, in my own house, been watched and listened to by somebody, served as ample kindling for their fires. The police were at our house nearly an hour and a half later. Alan walked them through the events of the day, everything from my escapade that afternoon to the inexplicable events of the night. 4 officers were dispatched. 2 stayed with Alan in the living room listening to his account of it all. The other 2 I led from room to room as they searched the house. Do you guys have any idea what this could be? How can we find out who's behind this? I'd asked, as I led them from the laundry room and up the stairs towards Abigail's bedroom. One of the 2 officers accompanying me shrugged. A short Hispanic man with kind eyes and a wide face. "We can't be sure of anything, ma'am. We'll get the devices your husband gathered into the tech guys and see what they can determine." He pursed his lips, giving an apologetic smile as though he could tell the answer wasn't what I wanted to hear. Still, I nodded, leading them into Abigail's bedroom and flicking on the lights. "This is our daughter's room," I said, "where she was sleeping when—" I didn't feel it in me to recount the events of the previous night again, the very thought draining. The other officer nodded, stepping past me and beginning his search of the room. "If you have the means, you might consider staying in a hotel for the foreseeable future." He kept his voice low, and in his expression I could see a level of care his sterner partners felt lacking. "I'm a parent, 2 daughters. One of them barely older than your little girl. I know how scary this has to be. I'll do my best to make sure we stay on this." I could have hugged the man in that moment, Officer Ramirez, according to his badge. He'd been the only of his colleagues to treat the situation without an almost clinical sort of coldness, and it made me feel somehow less hysterical about it all. "Thank you," I muttered, wanting more to say but finding nothing. He nodded before joining his partner in the search. They were gone 15 minutes later, Officer Ramirez leaving Alan and I a number to call if anything else unusual happened. And with that, my little family was alone again in a house that suddenly felt so much less like a home than only that morning. Any hope of sleep was long gone, and I spent the next few hours pacing the bedroom and hallway, Abigail in my arms, my mind moving faster than my body could manage. Alan tried to stay up with me, but with work in only a few hours, I encouraged him to get some sleep around 4, promising that Abigail and I would stay close. We did, spending the hours until light began seeping through the blinds and dusty rays in the rocking chair, until my eyelids grew heavy and sandpaper-like. "You gonna be okay here today?" Alan asked me, his eyes watching me through the standing mirror while he worked at his tie. "You can always go stay at my sister's today. Tracy would be fine with it if—" "I'm fine, Alan," I interjected, exhaustion robbing me of any tact. My voice sounded harsher than I'd intended. I'm fine," I repeated, softening my tone a bit. "Maybe if she's free, I'll call Tracy later and see if she can watch Abby for a bit while I get some sleep," I offered. Alan frowned but nodded, seeing clearly that there would be no point in an argument. As he completed the final buttons on his shirt, he made his way over to us, kneeling down to plant a kiss on Abigail's cheek and then my own. "We're gonna be okay. I know last night was—" He trailed off. "But we're gonna be fine." I nodded, smiling, though his expression failed to reach much of my face. As he rose to leave, making his way for the door, a thought occurred to me. "That stupid bear you got her. Can you bring it here?" I asked. "I think I threw it in the crib when the cops were here. Sorry. I'm exhausted and just really don't want to get up and risk waking her, so I can listen to screaming for the next 3 hours." He fixed me with a quizzical look, and for a moment I wondered if, in my exhaustion, I'd misspoken somehow. Finally he smiled, chuckling to himself. "Sure, boo. I'll grab it, and I don't know what you mean I got her. I'm tired of her lugging that thing around as much as the next guy, but don't put the blame on me." I felt my eyebrows raise, mouth opening in search of the question I felt struggling to form through the fog in my mind. But he was gone and off in search of the bear, as if responding to the sudden rush of my thoughts. Abby stirred, cooing to herself in her sleep, and in my heart I knew I would stand between a train, a bullet, or anything else for her. "Here it is." Alan's voice stirred me from my thoughts. The sight of the large stuffed teddy making my skin crawl, my gaze moving to those cold eyes from the night before. "Thank you, love. Can you just leave it here?" I nodded beside the chair, and he obliged. He placed his finger under my chin, tilting my head up for a final kiss before heading for the door. As I watched him leave, I felt a vague sense of déjà vu, and his words from before seemed to drift to the forefront of my mind. "I don't know what you mean I got her. I'm tired of her lugging that thing around as much as the next guy." He was being humorous, that much was obvious by his tone, and yet it didn't seem like he would lie about that detail, even as a joke. It was too minute, too random for him to simply be teasing me. I wanted to call him back and inquire further, but the groan of the garage somewhere below told me the opportunity had passed, and with my phone across the room and a sleeping baby in my arm, I relented on the idea. Instead, I found myself staring at the bear. I realized I had never really taken the time to look it over. Why would I? How often does anyone deeply examine their children's toys? The thought had never so much as occurred to me. However, now that it was, details previously taken for granted suddenly seemed odd under scrutiny. It was big for a stuffed animal, almost half of her size, and unwieldy as all get out to have her constantly carrying. As I leaned forward slowly, reaching for the toy while trying not to wake Abby, I felt the wrap on her injured wrist brush against my skin, sending an awful chill through me that momentarily dissipated whatever unsavory thoughts I might be having of getting rid of the thing. I grunted under its weight, With only one arm free, it never ceased to amaze me the weight of the thing. I raised and lowered the stuffed bear, gripping it by the ears, as though somehow my arm might realize it had masculated how heavy a pile of stuffing and fabric ought to be. Perhaps it was the accumulation of paranoia after a night of events that would serve to make anyone paranoid. Or perhaps it was a far too delayed reaction of that mother's instinct. I can't be certain. All I'm sure of was the disquiet I could feel creeping through me like the unwanted caress of cold fingers against my back, as I struggled with the unnatural weight. I twisted the bear so that its back faced me, moving my hands through its fur in search of any sign of a zipper or button or some sort of opening. As a child, I could recall the first time I'd received a fancy toy of any sort. It had been a doll from my parents. One of those electronic ones that could cry and babble like a real baby, and I could recall just as easily having it taken away after flinging it at my sister during an argument. I hadn't meant to hurt her, but being a kid, I'd failed to account for the small plastic box at the center of the toy, which housed all of its electrical components, and the resulting gash it caused had me grounded for half of the summer. As I searched Abigail's toy, my arms starting to quake with the prolonged effort, I could almost feel the weight of that doll again from all those years ago. I adjusted my grip, grabbing the toy around its stomach and pressing down. My heart jolted, settling into a rapid pace as I felt my hand close around something hard and square. My eyes immediately settled on its stomach, on the thin line stitching that I had hardly taken the time to notice before, assuming it to be a sign of wear and tear. Now it seemed almost threatening. I stood from the chair and carefully made my way over to the bed, settling Abigail at the center of it as gently as possible. Before heading over to Alan's bedside table, I pulled the drawer open, rifling through all of the miscellaneous junk, old chargers, and ancient mail, before finding what I was looking for, a rusting pair of construction scissors. It was the only pair we had in the house, despite many a mental note to buy another, and necessary to what? Despite intense mental debate, I knew I was going to do. In the back of my mind, I could already hear Abigail's future tantrum when I had to deny her the bear, until I could manage to sew it back up. But in that moment, all that mattered was finding an answer to the question at the center of my mind. I pushed the tip of the scissors blade through the faint line of stitching across its stomach, cutting carefully along each of the stitches until an opening large enough for me to fit a few of my fingers was made. For a moment, I found myself pausing over the stuffed animal, a strange sort of apprehension gripping me from inside. I needed to know, to abate the fears forming in my mind, every bit as disquieting as they were unclear. Without another second of hesitancy, I pressed my index and middle finger into the bear, digging through its inner workings. Mostly cotton and what looked to be old rags were shoved beneath its skin to fill the stuffed toy, until my finger fell against something cold, hard, and plastic. I tried to get a grip of it, struggling and failing not to widen the tear as I forced my hand in after whatever lay at its center. I listened closely for Abigail's sleeping breath, the only sound over the faint rip of fabric, as my hand closed around the object. It felt like a box of some sort. Running my fingers up its shape, something seemed to extend from one of its corners. It was thin, a thread perhaps. No, whatever it was, I was certain it felt of plastic, not yarn or any sort of cloth thread. No, this felt more like a wire. My heart kicked into motion like a prize racehorse, sending an icy hot wave of adrenaline washing through me. I gave up on any sort of care, the breath in my throat coming quick and uneven now, as I set to digging through the stuffed animal like wrapping paper, until what lay inside was revealed. I pulled hard against the box, feeling a great bit of resistance from within, straining until, with a sudden pop, it shot loose, nearly sending me careening off the bed. As I collected myself, I looked over what I held. It was a small white box, maybe 4 or 5 inches across. On one side, a series of holes were placed in the same configuration one might see on a phone or a walkie-talkie. On the other sat a switch, unlabeled. I immediately recognized the design of the thing, or something of the sort at least. It was eerily similar to that which had been inside of my own doll years ago, except that was meant to be electronic. As far as I knew, the stuffed animal was meant to be only that. Beyond all of that, there was one difference between the object I held now and that I had seen in similar toys. I felt my mouth run dry. The wire that extended from it was a pale green, and when I saw what dangled uselessly at the end of it, my stomach tightened like a fist. Hanging from the end of the pale green wire sat one of those cold, glassy eyes. The thoughts in my head descended into a hurricane of thoughts and things I ought to do. Call Alan, call the police, burn the thing, and yet I sat staring as if somehow it might change the disturbing reality of what I was seeing. It was a camera. I had no doubt about that. A camera lens made to look like the glassy eye of my baby girl's stuffed bear. My hands shook with such force. I was certain I might drop the thing, and my stomach flipped 180 degrees. I quickly grabbed the eye, closing it in my palm, the fear that somehow it might still be active, and whoever was on the other side watching me making my skin crawl. My chest ached with the racing of my heart as I pulled until my arms strained, until I heard a snap and the eye broke free of its wire. I stared at it for a moment in my hand, the object making a faint mechanical whirring that grew quiet by the second, and all I felt was rage. Without thinking, I tossed it without thinking, sending it careening into the wall and scattering into a shower of small electronic components. It was all it took to stir Abigail awake. The tears were immediate. It had been hours since she'd been given anything for the pain, and I could only imagine it was the first thing she was aware of, and the thought made my heart ache like I'd been stabbed. It was all more than she deserved. Everything. The recent speech issues and temper tantrums, the injury, everything that had happened in the past 48 hours. It felt like I was failing in every way to protect her. Painkillers. Where are her painkillers? My focus momentarily split. I scanned the various shelves of our room to the mild painkillers we'd been recommended, eventually finding them on my dresser. I rose, quickly making my way over to the little orange bottle. As I turned to make my way back, I heard it. A faint whirring click from that little white box. It was followed immediately by the sound of static, hissing like a broken television, and through the static I could hear that voice again. The distortion was greater than before, but I could hear it more clearly than ever sitting atop my bed. Little bear, don't cry. Come outside. Even with the electronic distortion, my blood ran cold. It was as though a light bulb had been set off in my head, recognition blooming amidst an equal amount of cold, sharp dread, and blazing anger. I watched in horror as Abigail slowly grew silent, eyes opening and hardly bothering to take notice of me as she seemed to search the room for the source of the voice, her eyes falling on the bear. Splayed open only feet away. "Daddy?" She spoke with bleary recognition. All at once, it felt as though the struggle of the past several weeks, once appearing separate, but equally distressing issues, suddenly revealed themselves as one. I made my way to the bed quickly, scooping Abigail up as though the bear itself might take hold of her, and grabbing my phone off the bed. "Come, adventure." The hiss of distortion grew, the words in between becoming lost on the storm of sound, and yet all I could do was listen. That voice, I hated myself for not recognizing it sooner. Though we had only spoken once before, it belonged to our neighbor, the old man next door whose first name I could hardly even recall. My husband hadn't given Abigail the bear, I realized. Her father was the most present man in her life, Daddy being the only name she would think to call the voice speaking to her in the night. I opened my phone, immediately navigating to Alan's number and pressing the call button. The seconds between each ring seemed to stretch on for an eternity as I waited. "Hello?" My heart leapt at the sound of his voice. "Alan, I know what's going on," I said. So many things I wanted to say at once, my thoughts still in a whirlwind. I struggled to even determine where to begin. "Are you okay? You sound freaked out." His voice came quickly, the panic audible. "Is it happening again?" "Yes, Alan, yes, just listen. I know who's doing this. I know who gave her the bear. It was Melody, the old guy next door." There was a moment of silence from Alan's end, on which I could hear movement. "Sorry, I needed to get out of the office. What do you mean he gave it to her? I thought you..." No, we both did. We never thought to ask because of course we wouldn't. Alan, listen. I'm going to take Abby to your sister's. I want to get her away from this place. I'll call the police on the way. If you still have Officer Ramirez's number, call him too. I could feel myself speaking at a mile a minute, but felt unable to seize, moving about my bedroom just as frantically in search of my keys. On the bed, the box continued to hiss and crackle faintly, and through it all I could hear breathing and movement. "Hold on," I breathed to Alan. Ears perked as I tried to hear through the foggy audio. It sounded as though there were two voices, loud and yet far too distant for me to hope to make out anything being said. Still, even without being able to make out the exact words, I knew the sounds of an argument. The realization only hastened my search, as I tore drawers open and tossed pillows and sheets aside with my free hand, all the while Abigail screaming in my ear. Okay. Alright, I'll do it now. Just get to Tracy's, please. I'll call you back. Keep your phone close. I love you." And with that, he was gone. With a sigh of frustration, I gave the room one more look, seeing no sign of the keys before resigning to check the rest of the house. I knew that when they weren't on the bedside nightstand, most of the time they'd be found on the small table beside our garage door. I was on my way out of my room when I heard two things that made me freeze, my heart falling through the chasm I felt in my chest. There was a scream, audible through the speaker sitting amidst the cotton-strewn remains of the bear's insides, and somewhere in the distance. The hairs raised on my back at that realization that it was coming from more than just the bear. Something was screaming next door, a woman shrieking bloody. There was a bang, this time loud enough that there was no doubting whether it had been from the bear or somewhere very, very close. For a split second I felt frozen. The sound seemed to echo, an unmistakable crack reverberating through the cul-de-sac, echoing over the speaker which fell silent immediately after. Abigail's wails grew louder, my heart threatening to burst from my chest as I lingered in the horror of what I was certain I had just heard. The keys, I thought. Find your keys. The thought spurred me into action, pushing me forth and out of the room, as I chanced one final glance in hopes of finding them. I took the stairs as quickly and carefully as I could manage, hyper aware of the way Abby's cries grew louder with the force of our movement. My mind felt torn in a dozen directions, like holding the leads of a pack of wild dogs, and the world seemed to spin as my head grew hot with sheer panic. I hurried to the back room where the door to our garage was, and felt my heart drop as I saw nothing on the table. "Where are my keys?" I shouted, far louder than I should have so near Abigail, but the panic had frayed my nerves past the point of repair. Her tears quieted for a moment as she watched me with glossy eyes, her little face almost confused by the outburst. She looked between me and the table, and I saw that innocent little smile begin to play across her lips, as she pointed with one chubby finger on her uninjured hand towards the table where I had once felt so certain they resided. "Daddy," she waved her little fist, pantomiming her favorite thing to do with either of our keys, waving them about for the noise. And in my heart, for the first time in a while somehow, I felt I understood my daughter immediately. My stomach did a complete 180, though I suddenly felt quite sure that my keys were no longer in the house, and likely hadn't been since the events of the prior afternoon. I knew I had to be certain. I racked my brain for where they could be. The kitchen was the only place I could think to look next, hurrying there with my thoughts feeling all the more scattered. There was nothing, no sign of them anywhere. I could feel a strange sort of helplessness beginning to seep in, and as I searched for some answer, without my keys, I had no way for us to get out, no way to escape the house, and if I was stuck, I needed to be certain that help was on the way. I pulled out my phone, dialing 911, and switching it to speaker. Quickly, I made my way to every door and window, ensuring each was locked, starting at the front of the house. I peered out my front window onto our street. An eerie silence seemed to have fallen over everything since the sound of the gunshot had rang out. Not even the usual odd bark could be heard. It seemed even the birds had gone into hiding. I craned my neck to see the house next door, and felt my blood run cold. Their front door sat wide open, a sight I'd never seen before at the home of Miss Melody. She was the sort I'd heard berate her husband for leaving a window open and risking a chill, and as minute a detail as it was, it felt a surreal confirmation of my fears. I sat Abby down in the living room, needing every bit of movement as I continued securing the house. It was as I arrived at the back door that a thought occurred to me, almost freezing me in motion. The police. It struck me like a bolt of lightning, the realization, I still need to call the police. I quickly pulled out my phone, working the locks with my free hand and dialing the number, setting it to speaker. I had arrived before the garage door when there was an answer, yet as I stared ahead, feeling a nightmarish sense of deja vu like nothing I had known before, my mind felt filled by the sight of the open door before me. A breeze rolled in, up the driveway and into the house, and somehow it felt like the caress of death. With it came a single thought, laden in venom and horror that racked me with tremors. "Hello? Hello?" A man on the other end of the phone called, momentarily pulling me from my shock, though terror coursed through every inch of my being. I raised the phone to my ear, breathing my address into the receiver, and as brief a synopsis of my situation as could be managed. My final words sent a chill down my own spine. I need police as soon as possible. Please, I think he's in the house. Units are on their way, ma'am. Please stay on the line. As I stared at the open garage, I felt transported back to the day before, and with the feeling came only one thought. Abigail. I raced back towards the living room, not even bothering to shut the door behind me as I did so, my heart climbing higher into my throat with each step. As I turned the corner into the room, my eyes shot immediately to where she'd last sat on the couch. I felt my blood curdle, and struggled to bite back the scream I felt rising in my throat. Abigail sat on the couch, in her hand a stuffed pink bunny, with which she was occupied. Behind her, holding her as like he bore some familiarity, was my neighbor, Mr. Alvin Melody, as I would come to know him, sat hardly bothering to acknowledge me as I entered. His leathery face was covered in trickles of deep red, which spread along his clothes and arms, a baseball cap hanging loosely atop his thinning silver hair. I felt a fear like nothing I'd ever known, cold and sharp through my veins, along with a pain in my chest like I was being stabbed, but it all felt second to the rage. Get away from her. I hissed the words through clenched teeth, hardly even recognizing my own voice through the sheer hatred in it. I peered over at the fireplace for a moment, just behind the couch, seeing my opportunity. I hurried over and snatched the poker from its place, brandishing it like a club. Get away from her now. The last part I roared, taking another step forward and raising my impromptu weapon. He looked up at me, with eyes such a cold, lifeless blue it almost gave me chills, and sliding a single hand across the couch, bringing my attention to what sat beside him, a single 9mm handgun. Quiet now, he spoke, in a tone that was almost casual. You don't want to upset the baby. He caressed Abigail's head, the very sight making my skin crawl. I could taste blood in my mouth, alerting me to the fact that I'd been biting my tongue. Get away from her. He laughed, and it sounded genuine, and in his eyes, beneath mock civility, I could see a glimpse of something unhinged. Even backed into a corner. See how the mother bear roars for her cub? He smiled, meeting my gaze with an unwavering stare. I like you, you know? He spoke with a sort of familiarity that unmanned me. No hostility in his tone, just a cold sort of appraisal like some school principal. Unattentive, perhaps, but you're a good mother deep down. Your love for your little girl is fierce, admirable. It's a trait I wish my wife had had. He spat those final words, his expression shifting for the first time into something hateful. I had a daughter too once. Her name too was Abigail. He smiled down at Abby, who was utterly oblivious to the danger she might be in, distracted with her newest toy. I love that girl as much as a man can love, more than I'd ever known I could. I spent months, sometimes years away from home as a military man, but it was always made better knowing I was returning to this little person who looked at me as though I held up the sky. He smiled, though there appeared something behind it this time, something deeply sad as he nodded to himself. My wife, though, she never loved her like I did. Oh, she said she did, but I could tell every time I was home. She resented how close we were. His eyes narrowed as he looked at me. Sick woman she was. I got the call when I was deployed, running comms for an operation overseas that my Abby had. I could see that the man was struggling, his jaw tightening visibly. My eyes fell back on the gun. It sat perhaps a foot or so away from him. I could be no more than 4. In my head I tried to play out some situation in which I might advance on him before he could get to the weapon, either striking him with mine or taking his, without risking mine and my daughter's lives. He seemed not to notice my split attention, his own so wrapped in memories from years past, and likely the waning adrenaline and shock on his own actions. They say it was an asthma attack that took her, my Abby, but I know better. It was my wife. He hissed the words like it was venomous, staring off and out the window in the direction of his home. I inched forward, moving so lightly it made my muscles burn, but even still my heart bounded with the fear that the ground might crack beneath me. I'm sure of it, as sure as I was when I saw this little girl. I felt my stomach tighten, and fought the urge to rush forward and strike in that moment. That day you all first came to this house, and I heard her name, I knew what it meant. He smiled at me, and for the first time, any mask of civility or calm was gone. A gut-wrenching, wide-eyed fanaticism in its place. My little girl had returned. I was being given another chance. She's my daughter. I couldn't hold my tongue any longer. You have spied on our family. You took her from my house. You are sick. Rage flashed like a supernova beneath his eyes, his smile falling instantly. No, she isn't. Not anymore. And as to my devices, his lips quivered into a little grin. The bear? Of course I needed to keep an eye on her. I wasn't going to let negligence rob me of my joy again. I realized, listening to him speak, what I already knew. The man was insane, beyond any sort of reasoning. The police would surely be on the way, and at his age, how far might he go before being caught, even if he was successful? For some reason, the thought brought me no comfort. The opposite, in fact. It made me realize there was no predicting how he might respond. Don't think of it all as ill-intentioned. That bear was my Abby's long ago. She loved it, didn't she? He nodded, smiling wide. Of course she did. That's how I knew. You and your husband were very distracted on your moving day. I saw her sitting on the porch, and gave it to her while the two of you directed the movers. The way she smiled, I knew in an instant. He peered down at her, and every part of me wanted to swing down with the poker, bringing it down atop his sun-leathered scalp. I fought back my instincts, instead inching forward once more. Keep him talking. It was the singular thought running through my head. What happened to Mrs. Melody? I asked, wanting to hear nothing more about my daughter from that man's mouth. He frowned momentarily, shrugging as his eyes met mine. She found out what was going on. Always has been wary of me, that one, as if our daughter didn't die on her watch. Always said I was paranoid, didn't want to hear it when I explained. Told me I was insane. He chuckled like the assertion was unthinkable. Told me I was sick. In the end, I did what I should have done all those years ago. Nothing should stand between a man and his daughter. He stared down at Abigail, planting a kiss on her hair, and it took every bit of strength I could muster to stop myself from leaping forth. Instead, I took the momentary distraction and inched forward. There was perhaps a little more than 1.5 feet between us now. If I was quick. His smile faded for a moment as he looked up at me, and for that instant, I felt my heart stop in fear that he'd seen me moving forward and had grown suspicious. But the face he wore was almost apologetic as he ran a hand over her injured arm, still wrapped from the ER visit. I assure you this wasn't my intention. I meant her no harm. Or you. Even yesterday, I was simply worried. You can understand, I'm sure, how we care for our daughters. Swing. Hit him. Kill him. Some primal, cave woman part of my brain shrieked like a chimp attacking the bars of its cage. Fighting for immediate action, I simply inched forward. I forgive you, I managed, as genuinely as I could force myself to sound. To my surprise, his smile grew at that, as he nodded fervently. Good. I knew you would. You're a good parent. You would understand. Perhaps, he began, his eyes meeting mine. Perhaps you could join me. A girl deserves a good mother, and you and I could take care of her. The distant sound of sirens suddenly echoed through the air, the room filled with a silence that buzzed with awful tension. Slowly his expression shifted, any of the previous affection replaced by a mask of animal fury. The sirens grew louder, almost certainly somewhere down the street. You, he spat the word, face going a deep red, animated in a way that almost seemed unfit for his age. You're just like her. He turned to see the approaching vehicles. Still not visible yet, though I could see the approaching glow of police lights through windows on the neighboring houses. They were on our street now. I had to act. We could have raised her together, he roared, still staring towards the approaching vehicles as if in shell shock. Abby? I spoke, voice hardly above a whisper. Her eyes fell on mine, wavering between myself and the man, fear growing palpable on her little face. Go outside, go run, go play. I spoke, as quickly and with as much forced levity as I could manage. To my relief, she smiled, nodding and sliding off the man's lap, tottering past me and towards the open door. He turned to face me. We could have raised her happy, but because you wanted to be a fool, my Abby will have to be raised without a mommy. I saw his hand make a move for the gun. I raised the poker above my head. Everything seemed to blend into one long moment, time warping and melding and losing its meaning as there was only movement. His arm moving towards the weapon, my legs forcing themselves to close the distance. The poker raised high into the air. He grabbed the gun, making to raise it at me. It was too late. I brought my arms down with a grunt, swinging with all the force I could muster. I felt a sensation like nothing I'd known before, my arms shaking with the sudden feeling of resistance, followed by a wet crack as one of the poker's curved edges dug itself into the man's head. Our eyes locked in a moment that remains frozen in my mind, his wide and searching, almost unbelieving of the fate dawning on him. For a moment I tried to pull, yet the feeling of resistance and the gurgling sound the man began to make made me stop. Even in my hatred, that human part of me unable to go any further. His mouth opened as though to speak, yet only a faint k came forth. We stayed like that for several moments, frozen in a horrid union, until I found it in me to release the poker. His head swayed forward, then back, with an almost staggering suddenness. He dropped back onto the couch, going utterly and completely still. For several seconds that felt like minutes I stood there, processing the image of him, the reality of what I'd just done. Before taking a breath, I had no time to mourn for myself, or grapple with ideological qualms. I needed only to get to my daughter. As I made my way outside, I found her sitting on the step, little pink bunny in hand, and for a moment I considered grabbing it. Instead, I watched her with a growing smile as she attempted to braid its ears like hair. I made a mental note to give it a thorough look, as I would be with all of her toys from here on out. But for now, I felt there was no rush. Even if there was a device, I had the distinct feeling there would be nobody to take advantage of it. My smile grew, a genuine expression despite the storm of emotions still under the surface. Something told me that Abby would be experiencing no more late-night outbursts. That night, after statements had been taken, Alan had arrived, and it seemed like 100 calls had been made and received. We all had our first full night of sleep in months. The below is the story as I told it to the authorities. They did not believe me. I went to the media, and again, they didn't believe me. So to you, Reddit, I write to you so that you may hear my story. Please, tell the world because I seem to not be able to. Beware of clouds that do not move, for they hide those who wear us. I splash my face with water and look up at the mirror, to see a face far older than me staring right back. I hated looking in the mirror lately. 31 years old with wrinkling eyes and graying hair. Were my blue eyes getting even more pale? I asked myself as I stared vacantly at them. This is why I wear sunglasses everywhere. This bloody job is aging me. I splashed my face again, washing my tired eyes. I put my glasses back on and wiped the water out of my short facial hair. In the mirror, I eyed the dirty bathroom behind me. The orange light of a soon-to-set sun pushed its way through the frosted glass windows and illuminated the body fluid-stained bathroom, a color that was reminiscent of an anxiety-ridden Sunday sunset. Fitting, because on the other side of the door was a job I hated. I didn't used to hate my job. In fact, I used to love it. But it wears on you, you know, being a doctor. But what breaks you is being sent to the middle of nowhere, away from your friends and your girlfriend to a town that shrinks year on year, with more missing people than there are actually people. I sighed and walked over to the window. I tilted it downwards to peer out into the town, flat as the eye can see. Brown sand and streets stretching between a bunch of old, unattractive buildings before the desert begins. I used to romanticize living in an isolated town out in nature. Good for the soul, I thought it'd be. Turns out, not all nature is great for the soul. Staring out into a flat plain of sand, as far as the eye can see, doesn't stir up the endorphins. The sand isn't reminiscent of exotic beaches or mystical dunes. It's more akin to the dirt you'd find in a vacant lot behind an old motel riddled with drugs, gangsters, and prostitutes. Like the kind of place you'd find in this dump, I thought to myself. I sighed again. I looked down as I pulled my wallet out of my pocket. I opened it to reveal 2 Polaroid photos. One of the pictures was of my girlfriend, Kyra, and I at a wine farm back home. I had sunglasses on, a button up top, and a glass of wine in my hand. I was actually happy in that photograph. Your actions define you, but your inner monologue shapes you, Kyra would say to me. I nodded and looked up. I could see my apartment from the small opening in this tilted window. It was on the fire-on side of town. At least rent is cheap, I thought to myself. Gotta improve the inner monologue. Of course, rent was cheap though. No one stays long enough for a landlord to even bother driving up the prices like they do in the cities. Most people just get up and leave one day, never to say goodbye to anyone, never to contact their family again. It leaves the housing market right open. I looked down at the other Polaroid. The boys and I at my best friend's wedding, dressed to the nines. We all had crystal tumbler with an expensive scotch in our hands. The boys had all planned a trip to see me this weekend. I told them not to bother. There was nothing to do here. Drinking beers and seeing you is all we need, Jordan replied. Don't be like that. We're excited for this, Liam responded. Chris just sent a gif of a little boy throwing a rock at another boy's head. I laughed, and so they continued with their plan to visit. I knew I should be excited to see them, but the anxiety of getting through this work week was too powerful. Don't be like that, I muttered to myself as I looked through the window into the sky. The cloud was still there. It had come over during the weekend and covered half of the sky. It happens, one of the locals said. Yeah, it happens, another responded. It was the second one I had seen this year, a cloud that stays still for however many days and then disappears overnight. I was at the local watering hole when this one arrived, and by watering hole, I mean the pavement outside the liquor store. That's where you drank in this dump. You bought a 6-pack and went and sat on the pavement drinking beers. I looked at my watch. Thursday, 17 hours, 47 minutes. 12 hours and 13 minutes and I can leave. I thought. Monologue, I could imagine Kyra saying. I forced a smile. 12 hours and 13 minutes, and I get to leave. Good enough. Dr. Dan? Liz said after knocking on the door. Yeah, I responded, fumbling to put the Polaroids back in the wallet, and that back into my pocket. Do you have a moment? I opened the door, exposing a long corridor that only half the lights working and 2 bulbs flashing intermittently. A pained groan drifted through the hall from one of the wardrooms. The hospital was far too big for a town this small. The 2-story U-shaped building was ideal for the town back in the 70s, but the declining population had made the size of this place redundant. A clinic in a shipping container might have been too much for this place. A moment. I have a few. What's going on? More of a situation. A gentleman in the waiting room. He just walked in and sat down. He hasn't said anything other than that he wants to see a doctor. What's the problem? Is he hurt? I asked as we began walking. I peered into each room as we passed. Broken windows peered down into a dusty courtyard in the middle of the U-shaped building. Curtains missing from railings and old blood stains gone uncleaned. More rooms empty than occupied. There is no problem. That's the problem. He seems fine. No signs of physical injury. No temperature. Name? I asked. He didn't say. I asked. I've tried collecting patient history, just like you've asked me to, but he won't talk other than asking to see a doctor. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. You always do a great job. I said. Liz was the best nurse in this place. She grew up here. Her fellow nurses hated her because her father owned the liquor store. That made them the richest family in town. It also made them the #1 reason for hospital admissions. But Liz truly wanted to help. This wasn't just a paycheck for her. She always wanted to be a doctor. But her father couldn't afford med school, despite his liquor empire. She was smart though. Very smart. This town is smaller than my high school. Surely you know his name. You grew up here, Liz. I said. It's the man from over Bracken Hill. The one in the caravan. Ah, that recluse. I thought as we passed another room. I peered and saw a tall but skinny man covered by a bedsheet, standing and looking out the window. Only his faint, dark silhouette could be seen through the white sheet. Drug-induced psychosis. He was admitted because he went around town telling people he's seen God come down from the heavens and walk among us. Where does one even get drugs in a place like this? Please check on Mr. Swart later, I said to Liz. The medication he was on was helping. He shouldn't even be here, but there's no other place within days for him to go. Small hospitals like this, we have to do a bit of everything. Of course. We passed one last room before reaching the stairwell. I turned to look at the closed door. I shook my head. MRI. Where is that administrator? I asked. Still hasn't been since his tender ploy was discovered. Liz replied. I fondled a small vial in my pocket. The administrator had friends within the Minister of Health and managed to get a budget increase for the hospital a few months back. I figured we could hire an extra cleaner or two, fix some windows, maybe even get new linen for the beds. Instead, he bought an MRI, an extremely high-end MRI, incredibly powerful, for ultra-high resolution scans, the type you would find in a prestigious university research laboratory. And now there's one sitting out in the desert. Who would approve an MRI for a hospital in a town this small? I thought when I watched it get installed. Well, that was exactly it. We were never meant to get the MRI. The administrator's friend or relative or whoever was simply meant to be paid for it. And that was going to be that. But the authorities received a tip-off. And to quell the rumors, the administrator used the corrupt approval to actually get a bloody MRI. It was installed, and the administrator never returned to work. Haven't seen him since. I still get paid at the end of every month, so I couldn't care less about him, but the thought of a machine worth 10 times more than the annual GDP of this town sitting behind those doors disgusted me. Couple of months back, a child from a nearby farm was dropped off. He was attacked by starved dogs owned by a couple too poor to feed themselves, let alone their dogs. The child bled to death in my arms. The couple locked up and dogs put down, all because of poverty. I pulled out the vial from inside my pocket and rolled it in my hand. Prozac. It's only circumstantial. I heard Jordan's voice in my head. He knew nothing. He worked for a major corporate, cushy job, easy life. He didn't understand the need for exogenous help. You're the strongest guy I know. Remember why you're doing what you do. Your job has meaning, worth. People have broken into tears whilst thanking you for doing what you do. You're making a difference in people's life. I just increased shareholder value for a bunch of old fat men. He had said months ago. He and the boys were trying to cheer me up over a beer on a rare weekend when I went back to my hometown to visit. Yeah, try to find some worth amongst spreadsheets. Now that's depressing, Liam had said. He was an accountant, and like most accountants, he both bragged about it and hated it. Despite me agreeing with him, Jordan's intentions were pure. He was the one who, in high school, always wanted to help people. All the teachers told him to become a psychologist or a teacher, but he chose to go into business. I did it for the money, so that I can provide for my family. I have the family. Now I'm just waiting for the money. He would shout whilst looking at the cost of homes. All right, George, I said as I slipped the vial back into my pocket. Let's try it your way. I hated the numbness of how those pills made me feel. It was good for some days, but bad for most. Liz and I left, making our way down the stairwell as someone screamed in pain from down the hall. Mrs. Moses. That was common. I've been reading the documents. I know how to turn the MRI on now, Liz said. You must be bored, I said. I just figured we might need to use it someday. If it's here, we might as well use it and help others, she said. The department said that they're coming to remove it one of these days, I responded. They said that months ago, but they're so bloody inept that they can't even send a team to pick up a piece of tech that the rest of the country desperately needs. Couldn't even run a bath, I thought to myself, whilst thinking of the health department. Monologue. I imagined Kyra's voice. I was doing my best to catch myself in the midst of negative, angry thoughts. Sorry, babe, I whispered. There he is, Liz said. The man sat upright on a plastic chair in the hospital's lobby. His clothes were as dirty as he was. He had long, blonde hair, or at least it used to be. It was sandier than the parking lot outside. He turned his neck slowly to look at me. I was met with wide eyes, exhausted of emotion. It was I who was looking into a shell. Here's Dr. Dan, Liz said. No one called me by my surname. I wish they did, but I felt too bad to demand that of the nurses. Jordan had said I needed to be more assertive, but I had to save my emotions for other battles. Hi there, I said to the man. Behind the dirt-crusted exterior, there was a tinge of familiarity in that face. Hi, Dan, he spoke. Shane? I asked, finally recollecting where I knew him from. I haven't seen you since... high school, yeah. Yeah, didn't you leave in grade 10 because of... I stopped myself there as the memories came flooding in. Drugs, he said softly. Shane was expelled for selling weed to other students. Everyone knew, but no one told on him until at someone's 16th he brought meth. Even teenagers know when to draw the line sometimes. Yeah, I said awkwardly. Anyway, what's the problem, Shane? How can we help? I asked. He sat there quietly, staring out the front window. Shane? I saw him. Sorry, I asked. My uncle. And? I asked patiently. I wanted to tell him to hurry up. I know Jordan would've. He's a good man, but he's assertive enough to get the ball rolling when he needs. Don't you remember? From school? I shook my head. I wasn't cool in school. and wasn't at the party that got him expelled. The meth, a girl, Sammy, from another school, took some home with her. She died. My uncle made the stuff, and he went to jail after I got expelled. And now he is out of jail. Do you think he wants to hurt you? I asked. If he does, we can call the police. No. He was killed in prison. Not too long ago. Last week, actually. We buried him out there, in the sand. It's his land, he said, pointing past the patrol station opposite the hospital, Bracken Hill. The sunset fell behind the small hill and cast a shadow over us as darkness set upon this dust bowl. I dug the grave myself whilst my mother cried. I put him in there myself. You sure it wasn't someone else? I asked. No, I saw him outside my window. He was peering in, his eyes black with white irises. He smiled at me. His skin was tight. His eyes looked up to the windows of the secondary floor. My eyes followed him. A tall, pale ghost stared at us from one of the windows. Liz, please go check on Mr. Swartz. I instructed the nurse. My apologies, Shane. That's just a patient. He likes wearing his bedsheet. Where's Dr. Simon? Liz asked, checking her watch. That guy wouldn't help anyway, even if he did arrive. I complained. Simon. He was the resident doctor here, but when he was actually here, he didn't even do anything. But at least he would usually be here. Today, he didn't even bother showing up, so it was up to myself and Liz to run the show. I should pick up the phone and call him. In fact, I should pick up the phone and phone the department and tell them that Dr. Simon has been getting kickbacks from the previous administrator. He's the only guy in town that can afford a first-hand car, let alone that sports car he drives around these sand roads. The phone lines hardly ever worked anyway. The municipality would fix them, and then someone would steal the copper. Rinse and repeat. The usual. I wouldn't flog him off anyway. Even if they did work, I needed him to sign off this bloody post in a few months, so that I could go home and get a real job. Monologue. I sighed. A job that I enjoyed more. Liz took her leave to go upstairs. If you feel you're in danger, you should go to the police, I said to Shane. He shook his head. A soft, pained moan sounded from the nearest ward. I made a mental note to check on the patient. Fair enough, I said as I recalled when my bicycle went missing. I loved riding my bike. It was the closest I got to feeling like I was getting away from this place. Woke up on Monday after a long call and the entire bicycle, including the bike rack, was gone. I called the policeman. Yes, the single policeman, and told him about it. He said it was a small town and it would show up. It had not since, so I took the boring 10-minute trek home every day. It happened when the cloud arrived, Shane said. On Saturday? Well, on Saturday evening, my motorbike went missing. I love that bike. I would dig and make ramps for it up on the hill. I went looking for it and saw my uncle's grave had been dug up. Sunday night. I'm looking out the window and there he is. He just walked off with his friends. His friends? Shane pointed at Mr. Swart under his bed sheet in the window. Not that I noticed. He was staring right down at us. I looked at the sheet-covered man and back at Shane. It clicked. Shane, are you making and selling drugs up there, over the hill? He nodded. He sold bad meth to Mr. Swartz. He takes after his uncle, and now there's probably some sort of epidemic of meth-induced psychosis. I should have told him to go screw himself, but I decided against it. I have an oath to uphold. I went to the nurse's station to grab a clipboard to begin taking a full history. I scoured around the station and couldn't find a single metal clipboard, only the wooden ones. I hated the wooden clipboards. My handwriting is terrible enough, with those poorly maintained pieces of garbage worsening it. I grabbed one and sat beside Shane. Alright, first of all, I paused. I eyed the dirty parking lot outside. Not a single car. Shane, who dropped you off? I walked. From Bracken Hill? That must have taken a while. I left on Sunday. Sunday? I can run up there in probably an hour. Walk in maybe 2. How did it take you 4 days? I got lost. He said with a tear coming up his eye. It streaked down his dirty face, leaving the only clean line upon his gob. The idiot was so high he wandered in the desert for over 4 days. I grabbed the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger and sighed. We need to get you fluids ASAP. Mr. Swart isn't in his room, Liz said. I turned around. She stood behind me on the stairs. What do you mean? I can see him in the window, I said as I peered up. The broken window from which he stared down at us from was empty. Only darkness lay behind the sharp glass. The sun was deep below Bracken Hill now, and the moon shrouded behind the still cloud. I only just noticed how dark the hospital had become. He was gone. A woman screamed in pain, loudly. It echoed down the halls. I slammed down the clipboard. Liz, admit him now that he's talking. Check him for dehydration. Get him fluids. After that, go find Mr. Swartz. I'll go check on that screaming patient. And where is Dr. Simon? I ran up the stairs in the dark. I opened the door to the half-lit corridor and looked around, trying to figure out which way the scream had come from. The flickering lights in the corridor to my left briefly illuminated a blackened foot entering a room at the end of the corridor. I flinched slightly at the sight, but just figured that it was Mr. Swartz. The scream came from the other side of the hospital, so I made my way straight on. My immediate destination was a light switch. This bloody dump hadn't even figured out automatic lighting yet. I walked across the main corridor connecting the hospital to the other side of the U-shape. At the end of the corridor, I fiddled on the on wall in the dark for a light switch when I saw something that made the hairs on my neck stand up. A dark liquid was smeared all over the floor. I've seen enough of that substance to know what it is, light or dark. I reached into my lab coat and grabbed my Leatherman. Pris had given it to me years ago. All men should have a Leatherman. That's why I didn't get one for Jordan and Liam. Bloody corpos, Chris said with a giggle back then. In a hospital, anything can happen. Someone could have ripped open their stitches, falling out of their bed when getting up for the toilet. Unfortunately, I didn't know of anyone in the hospital who currently had stitches, and I had only ever seen this much blood once before. Oh God. I pulled out my phone and immediately sent a text to Kyra. I love you, babe. Keeping my hand in my pocket with the knife flipped out of the Leatherman, I slowly creeped down the hallway. I shouldn't have been scared. A doctor should rush to help patients, but the corridor was dark. The scream was blood-curdling, and now the floor a mess. I used my phone as a torch. As I passed rooms, I could hear patients quietly sobbing as I, Myself began to realize the type of blood trail that I was following. This was no blood drip trail. Someone with severe bleeding had crawled through here, or worse, dragged. My stomach dropped. I immediately ducked into the nearest room. I tried to steady my breath. I did not know if I could follow the trail. "Don't be like that," Liam said in my head. "Well, screw you, Liam. Scariest thing that's ever happened to you is a formula breaking in Excel." I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself. "We tried to stop them." My head snapped towards the voice. An old lady in the bed of the room I pulled into. Dark skin, wrinkled and leathery from years in the desert sun, lay in bed under direct view of the cloud above from her window. She coughed twice before lifting a weak arm from her bed and pointing to the cloud. "The elders tried. We thought we did. Back up on the farm months ago. I offered them my own daughter. They put her on and left, but they've come back." "What the?" I asked. I didn't have time for geriatric ramblings. I turned around and made my way out the door. Liquid dripped to the floor from the last room at the end of the corridor. I could hear the dripping. Slowly drops fell to the floor. I creeped further ahead, forcing my legs to move. I approached the end room and turned into it, only to find a similar scene to what I had seen in my first few months of being here. I went white with shock as I remembered the call. Up at a farm, 30 minutes drive from here. A lady on a phone screaming for a doctor. Apparently, a severe burn victim was seen walking down the main hallway. No, she was wrong. Not burns. The girl had collapsed and died by the time I had arrived, and what I saw then was the same as what I saw now. Hanging from the wall by metal bolts through his hands was the flayed body of a slim man. Lips and eyelids as removed as his skin. Exposed muscles still twitched as his nerves sent pain signals shooting through the body and mind. "Oh Lord," I said softly, defaulting to my old religious habits. Strange, I had only been to church once in the past 12 years, and it was in this town's very church. I left early because it was not what I had remembered. It was strange. Their beliefs completely different to what I had remembered learning. My hands were trembling. I needed to let the man down. If I call the police, he will only come when it suits him. The whole town is unreliable. I stepped forward to try and remove the corpse from the wall when something from the window caught my eye. Black silhouettes of tall, slender men moving down the corridor on the other side of the hospital. They were prowling through the dark building. I could see them through the window as they moved between the open doors. Liz was too short and stout for that to be her. My mind jumped to Satanists or some murderous cult. I was in danger. I needed to help Liz, but what could I do? I turned to the flayed corpse. I wanted to apologize for not being able to help, but its eyes, they turned to look at me. It opened its mouth. Sky. Cloud. It muttered as it eyed me. I turned and ran. I sprinted to the nearest bathroom and slammed the door shut, cowering in a cubicle which I frantically tried locking it, but failed for the locks were no longer there. Just empty holes in the wooden door where the screws used to be. That was new. I put down the toilet seat, sat down and tried to calm myself. I felt a vibration on my arm. My watch. High heart rate. Your heart rate rose above 167 BPM, while you seem to be... I stopped looking at it. My head plunged into my hands. I looked and reached into one of my pockets. The vial. Prozac. I shakily opened the bottle, emptied the contents into my hand. This would be easier, I thought. Easier than being flayed by a bunch of murderous cultists. Inner monologue. Don't be like that. Seeing you is all we need. I carefully put them back in the vial and slipped them into my pocket. I wanted to see my friends, my girlfriend. I couldn't give in. I started breathing in deeply and poured all of the pills back into the vial. A cold chill swept up my neck as the sound of scratching caught my attention. The window behind me was tilted open. I slowly turned around to look out of the window. Slowly crept a long, pitch-black arm ended by a hand with 3 long fingers and sharp claws. The arm started to bend and move down, as if about to grab me. I am a doctor, and it was my professional opinion that that was no human appendage. My mouth dropped and I tried to scream, but I had no voice. Shock had grabbed hold. I fell to my feet and scrambled out of the cubicle. The arm began to flail wildly as a low, guttural growl sounded out from behind the glass. I crawled until I could find my feet and stumbled out of the bathroom and into the corridor. I stumbled back into the old woman's room. I need answers. She had them. She was under her covers, grumbling, sobbing, and gurgling. Ma'am? Ma'am, what are those things? The grumbling, sobbing, and gurgling stopped. The bedsheet raised into the air slowly, like a ghost rising from its slumber until its head hit the roof. 2 white lights shone at me from behind the sheet. A black hand reached out from under the sheet and pulled it away, throwing it to the floor. In its other hand, the half-mangled corpse of the old lady hung, partially devoured by a ceiling-tall creature, with glowing white eyes and a grin filled with teeth. 2 arms, 2 legs, like a human with an enlarged head with 2 small white eyes. I screamed and grabbed the nearest thing to me. A bedpan. I threw it at the beast and it slammed into its skull with a soft thud. The metal pan stuck there and then slowly started to retreat into the beast. The tall, blackened creature shivered and oscillated as the metal broke down and was redistributed throughout its body. I shouted and pulled over a wardrobe. It fell into the beast, knocking it into the broken glass window. It shattered what was left of the window and fell through into the courtyard below. I heard it hit the ground with a thud. The beast let out a grandiose howl, one that I could feel in my gut. It was as if 1,000 ships in a dock signaled their horns at once from the gut of an alien beast. Thank the Lord maintenance was too lazy to bolt those wardrobes down. I needed to find Liz and leave. There was at least one more of these things. Liz? I shouted as I turned and ran. Liz, we have to leave. I sprinted to the nearest stairwell. The lights flickered. Darkness and light. Darkness and light. I ran down the stairs and into the main foyer. Shane was still on his chair. He just stared outside, straight ahead. I remembered where I was in the desert, why it took me so long to get here. Not now, Shane, I snapped. Liz! I shouted again as I frantically searched for her. I wasn't actually in the desert. I was with them, behind the cloud, Shane said. Goosebumps crawled across my skin and I stopped my frantic search. Shane slowly stood up and took his shirt off, revealing red, fresh scars across his torso. He looked like a poorly sewn shirt with huge hems around his shoulders, down his torso and up his arms. He unbuckled his jeans and they fell to the floor. His legs were the same. He was freshly sutured together. Freshly sewn. They tried me on. I was too short. They put me back. But you, Mr. Swart, my uncle, you are the right size. They can squeeze. He simply stared at me with his mouth open and a vacant stare, as if his soul slowly leaked from his eyes. I looked into the parking lot, and the one that had fallen out the window was hunched over an aluminum bench. I used to sit there to eat my lunch. Its body was oscillating and ululated gutturally as it began to absorb the bench itself, its skin beginning to reflect the flickering lights of the floor above. I turned my head to the stairs, and next to them, the door to our supply closet creaked open. A human hand creeped out from behind and beckoned me closer. I moved quickly to it, Leatherman in hand. As I approached, it grabbed my hand and pulled me in. I had to stop myself from stabbing Liz as she slammed the door shut and locked it. "What in God's green earth is happening?" the nurse asked me, tears spilling from her eyes. I saw Mr. Swart. His eyes were glowing and he was eating another patient. His head split in half from his mouth to forehead so that he could swallow her head whole. Oh God. "They eat humans and metal," I said. "And wear us," Liz said through tears. Mr. Swart's skin tore open, and I saw something beneath it. I looked around the supply room and saw nothing of help until I saw Liz's keychain on her hips. "Come with me," I said as I grabbed her hand, pulled her out of the supply room and up the stairwell. "Unlock this door." "Why?" "Just unlock it," I shouted. She fumbled through her keys to find the right one when I noticed him, Mr. Swart, at the end of the corridor. He was on the roof, belly facing the floor and arms and legs contorted backwards to hold on to the ceiling. His white eyes glowed as he began to crawl towards us. "Hurry," I said. Mr. Swartz ululated with deep growls and clicks as he clawed along the roof towards us. Picking up pace, his face split open down in the middle and exposed a head filled with hundreds of teeth. "Hurry," I shouted as I launched my knife at the creature. It hit the roof-climbing beast right where its head split open, and it screamed. It faltered for a slight moment and gave Liz just enough time to unlock the door. I grabbed the handle myself and swung the door open as the crawling beast reached us. It dropped from the roof, and I narrowly dodged the creature before shoving Liz inside the room. I slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. I flipped a light switch, and white light lit up the only well-lit room in this place. The white cylindrical tube of the MRI machine glowed under the bright light above. Clean, pearly white tiles shone. "Get in the control room," I asserted as one of the beasts started banging against the outside. "Liz, I need you to show me what you've learned." Liz opened the door and went into the control room. "Begin turning it on." "Why?" "No questions, Liz. Just do it." She booted up a computer, and I could hear the clacks of keyboard keys through the radio used to talk to me. I slowly walked to the other side of the room. Next to the MRI, I unclipped my belt and removed it from my pants. "On my signal," I said as I watched the door handle fall to the floor. The creatures were absorbing the metal inside. "Turn it on." The door creaked open, and Mr. Swart's head peered around the door. His bright white eyes were wide and wild. He smiled with a toothy grin as his unnaturally long neck kept extending out from behind the door. With a croak, he kicked the door open, and behind him stood another one of those beasts, not wearing any skin. I shivered as I stared at them. I held my belt out like a whip, as if it would help. God, I wish I still had my knife. Why did I throw it? Come on, try me on, I shouted. They both croaked and growled as they ducked to stand into the room. The one without skin stepped forward and approached. Its hand split down the middle and a metallic bone protruded from it, with multiple tool-like ends. They all appeared to be some sort of surgical scalpel device. Warm liquid ran down my legs. I held my belt buckle up as they approached. Full power, Liz. 7T. The belt buckle was ripped from my hand and slammed against the magnetic resonance imagery machine. I heard a second thud and stared at my knife, now stuck to the MRI, covered in black gore. The creature slipped and fell, grabbing onto tiles and gripping the floor. They groaned, and their croaks began to turn into screeches, and their screeches into loud, thunderous howls. I watched as something with multiple spikes began to press its way out of Mr. Swartz's belly. It ripped through and slammed itself against the MRI. A bicycle gear. I shook my head in realization. Thieves, I shouted. The creatures screeched and cried as bits of metal began ripping out of their skin, tearing them apart. Their claws peeled back and their grip on the floor gave in. The scalpel-like bone of the unskinned one snapped and flew at the magnetic machine. It sounded like 1,000 marbles thrown in a metal bucket. The racket was unbearably loud. The unskinned alien's grip failed. The entire beast was ripped from the ground and slammed into the machine. It squealed like a pig being thrown in a grinder. Mr. Swartz's wearer's grip gave in next, and it too flew into the MRI. It slammed onto its alien companion. Stuck on the front of the MRI, they roared in pain, and the quintessential sound of bones snapping, skin tearing, and metal creaking as it bends filled the room. With a loud pop, their skin gave out, and black gore sprayed the inside of the MRI machine as thousands of pieces of metal burst inside the magnetic mass. The MRI shut down and I fell to my knees. In my rearview mirror, I watched as the cloud, uniform and unbreaking, slowly sunk behind the horizon of a rising sun. I looked at the piece of paper folded on my passenger seat. I smiled. Dr. Simon, I shouted as he opened the door to his house. If I didn't sign an oath, I'd kill you. He reeked of booze and his eyes were dilated. I shoved a piece of paper onto his chest. Sign this, or I go to the department. He was so high, he didn't even realize I was threatening him. He signed the papers and proceeded to pass out on his porch immediately after. I had offered to take Liz with me, but she wanted to get her family out first. I wasn't staying for another minute. I packed my bags, threw all that I owned in that town in my car, and I left. Now driving, I reached into my pocket as I drove away and felt the vial of antidepressants. I smiled as I threw them out of the window, for happiness was ahead of me. A woman came through the drive-thru a while back. Not in a vehicle or anything, just walked up to the window. Which happens. Sometimes people on walks will just come up and buy something. It's even more common since we've had our dining room closed most nights. But I just can't shake this woman from my head. I didn't think she seemed out of place. Not physically. Drive-thrus get all types of people. I mean, some people really stick with you because of how strange they are. Like a man yelling at me because I handed his girlfriend her soda too aggressively. This woman wasn't like that. She was remarkably average. She looked middle-aged, Midwestern, a blouse on with a cross just a bit too big, and hair straight out of the 80s. She had asked for a small vanilla shake and a small fry, paying with a crumpled up bill. She told me to keep the change, grabbed the food, and walked away into the woods behind the store. But before she left, I think she kissed me? Just my hand, not like a full kiss or anything, but her mouth grazed against my hand when I was passing her the food, just for a second, and I can't get that out of my head. For all intents and purposes, she should just be another customer in a long line of customers I serve every day. She wasn't even particularly unusual, but these past few nights, I feel like I can't sleep, like she's stuck somewhere behind my eyelids. After that night, seeing her, I began having issues. For one, I started seeing bugs on my skin. It was probably due to the lack of sleep, but I'd seen them in the corner of my eyes, crawling against my arm. They weren't there. When I really looked and focused my eyes, they'd be gone. It always made me feel on edge. Just the thought of a bug on me makes my skin crawl. Sometimes I would find myself absent-mindedly scratching a spot that I'd seen a bug before. It would help that skin-crawling feeling go away. At least sometimes. I think my coworkers chalked it up to addiction. A lot of them had gone through it themselves, and always treated me extra nice if I had a bad itching day. I thought it was sweet, even if they didn't know my real problem. I'd also been losing time, mostly when I'd work the back window, away from everyone else. It would get worse at night, too. I'd find myself in the deep freezer, or sweeping the floor, closing up for the night when I wouldn't even remember it getting dark outside. I really didn't mind it much, though. Sometimes it would be nice to not have to work a full shift. Surprisingly, given my state, the general manager was talking about promoting me to shift manager. It was an exciting prospect. It means no more wearing a hat and apron, more responsibilities, but sadly no pay raise. I'd still be happy even without a pay raise, but one of the responsibilities of the job is to inventory the downstairs freezer. Normally I wouldn't have to go down there. The only thing they keep down there is frozen buns that the managers bring up to thaw daily. But soon, it would be my job too. Most fast food chains don't have basements. It's entirely impractical. But since our chain replaced a family-owned company, we strangely have one. It's a large space, unfinished, always wet, dimly lit. Somehow, always a dark shade of green. You can't turn on the lights until you're at the bottom of the stairs, and even then the light comes from singular bulbs on strings that barely illuminate the room. It was eerie, and I dreaded having to do inventory alone, so killing two birds with one stone, I switched to day shifts. The doctor thinks it would be best. Something about my circadian rhythm being messed up by working at night. After switching shifts, I found that I really liked it. Opening early in the morning has a strange sort of magic to it. The quietness is peaceful, and the sun always streams into the building, sometimes making little rainbows on the caked grime-covered floors. My sleep improved, and the imaginary bugs went away. My arms finally get a chance to heal. Now crisscrossed with bandages to keep the oozy patches contained. I felt refreshed. Even going down into the basement doesn't affect me that much anymore. Just knowing that the sun is out and shining keeps her from my thoughts. At least it had until last week, when I saw her again. It had been a few months on the day shift, and I was about to leave for the night to go home, and suddenly she was there, inside the building, waiting for me at the cash register, her nails tapping against the plastic countertop. She was taller than me, domineering. She frightened me, staring at me expectantly with eyes so radiantly blue they seemed to glow. "Ma'am, our inside dining area is closed for the day, but we can help you through the drive-thru," I had said. "You aren't working nights anymore." Her voice was deeper than I had anticipated, fuller, scratchy, like a heavy smoker. It didn't match her physical appearance at all. Taking a closer look at her, she seemed sick, her eyes reddish, her nose running, her skin flushed a dark pink. She was shiny with sweat. "No, ma'am," I had replied. The hairs on the back of my neck bristled as she moved closer, leaning over the counter. "I miss seeing you," her voice taking on a warm note, like salted caramel. I wanted to curl up in it, breathe her in. She reached her hand over the counter to place it over mine. I could feel the sweat of her palm as it lay clammy against me. I jerked it back, startled, looking down at my hand, strangely assessing it for injury. By the time I looked back up at her, she was gone, no trace left behind. I tried to go to sleep that night, but couldn't. She haunted me. She said she missed seeing me, and I worried that might be true. I didn't think I had seen her at all since that one night when she kissed me. Had I missed something? I tried closing my eyes, counting sheep, willing myself to sleep, and I couldn't stop the thoughts racing around my head. That, and my hand really itched. I dreamed of the woods behind the store, dense with foliage, brush untamed, holding on to bits of paper wrapper and plastic bags. It appeared almost like the leftover remains of a meal trapped on the teeth of a wooden beast. I saw her, her body tucked within that maw, her skin even sicker, draped around her like melting candle wax. Her eyes, the lit flame. Her hair had slunk off, her eyelids hung against her cheeks. She held out a hand for me, her fingers dripping blood, flesh drooping against bone. The forest mouth seemed to open, hinging back, displaying her like a pearl in an oyster, like a red tongue in a mouth. She stepped, tree branches catching on her skin, ripping it like wet tissue paper. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but in ways dreams are so often, I couldn't move. I felt her get closer. I could feel that horrible sensation, my skin rebelling against me, itching. She stood a mere foot away from me, grabbing at her own melting visage, shifting it, molding it like warm putty. Finally, she lifted it back, moving it almost like taking off a hood, revealing her face. I woke. Morning shifts got worse. My sleep schedule got thrown off again. I started itching, seeing things in the corner of my eyes, not just bugs anymore. My coworkers really started to worry. My doctor says I need medication, but it takes weeks to start being effective. I don't know how long I can keep going like this. I hear things now too. I hear her in the basement. She whispers to me. She wants me to come back at night, to stay until sunset. She says she has wonderful things to show me. The bugs aren't on my skin anymore. They're in it. I can feel them moving, separating skin from flesh. As much as I scratch, I can't seem to get them out. My arms are a landscape of open wounds, scabs, and raw tissue. I've been trying to wear long sleeves, but I can't stop pulling them up to itch. Customers have started treating me with disgust. I was pulled aside today by the general manager. They're thinking about firing me if I don't get any help. I can't explain that I'm beyond help, that she has me. I'm hers now. My coworkers say there used to be a woman that would come up to the window each night once I switched to day shift and ask if I was there. She stopped coming. My coworkers don't know what happened to her, but I do. She's in the building, tucked under the stairs of the basement, waiting for me to stay just long enough for the sun to set. I can see her down there every morning, peeking at me while I count the number of rye loaves and burger buns. The coworkers think we have a mouse infestation. Something keeps eating our leftover cookies and frosted turnovers. But I know the truth. She just has a sweet tooth. It's getting colder outside. I know she can't get me in the sun, but the days are getting shorter. One day I'm going to leave too late, and I know she'll have me. She showed me what she really looked like today, when she takes off her skin. In my dream I never saw it, but right before I left for the day I went down there, rolling her a chunk of raw cookie dough from the freezer. I don't want her contaminating the customer's food while searching for a sweet treat. She pawed almost into the light, reaching for the dough, and I saw her fleshless hand. "Turn off the lights, love," she whispered to me. I shook my head, my resolve weakening. She came out into the light further, her eyes glowing cat-like in the darkness. "I want you to see me," she whispered. Despite myself, I switched off the basement lights. The room went dark, inky black. She emerged from her den behind the stairs, and I saw her horrible, tremendous self, a display from a Grey's Anatomy book, muscles, tendons, ligaments on full display. I see her even writing this now, her eyes eternally open, her blood pooling around her feet, her flesh tender. She holds open her arms towards me like a lover. She says she wants me. I am her chosen. She won't leave without me. I can feel my skin pull from me, flesh yearning for escape from its prison. It wants her too. I don't know how much longer I can resist. I let her touch me in that basement, just my hand. She kissed it again, purposefully this time. I can feel my tissue pull away, like a hangnail that doesn't stop, a whole finger unsheathed from its flesh. I type with it now. Every nerve ending feels born again, sensation free of the dulling of skin. I think I'll go back tonight, let her run her hands against me, and feel as my skin slides free, born anew. I didn't know elephants lived in England. My comment seemed to catch Miss Hartford off guard, but her surprise quickly melted away into understanding. "Oh, not elephants, Marcus. We're going to see a gathering of elephant hawk moths." The name befuddled my Year 5 mind. For my brothers and sisters over in the US and elsewhere, that's 4th grade. How could a moth also be an elephant and a bird? Miss Hartford continued. "These moths are nocturnal. Do you remember what nocturnal means? I paused for a moment, rummaging through my disordered memories of our live and kicking class. Does it mean they come out at night? That's right. Miss Hartford beamed with a warm smile. It was a Thursday night in August, the sort of night accompanied by a warm and gentle breeze. The school trip was previously planned for Friday night, but almost the entire class protested at this. No kid wants to spend their Friday evening participating in curricular activities. This isn't to say we weren't excited. The night lends a certain mystique to the world that draws you in. What might we find ahead, just past the darkness? Honestly though, it was more likely because I was with my best friend Clyde. He had always been a rowdy type, always trying his damnedest to squeeze a giggle out of me during class until being scolded. I admit his antics did distract me from my work, but I never found myself lagging behind the rest of my classmates. At the time, we didn't really care for a bunch of moths, but Mr. Albin sparked our interest as we walked with him down the path behind the old brewery. Has Miss told you anything else about what we're going to see, boys? Just a bunch of insects, right? I hope they don't land on me, said Clyde. I never expected him to be the squeamish type when we first met, but that was revealed to me when he screamed to high hell and back after a grasshopper jumped onto his face this previous summer. Well, yes, it is a bunch of insects. Moths do gather on occasion, but that tends to only happen with ones that come out during the day, and never on the scale we're about to see. Trust me, just wait and see. Okay, Clyde replied. He set his focus on the path again, like he hadn't taken in a word Mr. Albin had just said. I had, though. Why are there so many? No one knows. A friend of Mrs. Gillen stumbled onto it taking her dog for a night walk the other day. She said they looked like they were being attacked by something, but that's it. Mrs. Gillen used to be my teacher in year 2, but she seemed to have aged in only a year after her husband's death. I didn't fully grasp the strength that woman had at the time, but I do now. She retired from teaching and opted to be a school nurse and counselor in one. Her sympathy was so pure and honest. I'll never understand how she did it. She was along on this trip too, since her granddaughter Lily was in the same class as me. I saw her walking ahead of us, holding on to Lily's hand, though only barely restraining her unbridled excitement. We made our way down the wide, sloped field, in the direction of the tree line. The pine forest was separated at the boundary by merely 3 reels of barbed wire, held up across the weary, yet steadfast chestnut posts. The way they swayed in the breeze reminded me of a guitar being strummed, but the night was quiet, unnaturally so. We'd all been given flashlights to boost our chances of meeting these elephant hawks, but they were cheap and flimsy little things. The shadows seemed unfazed by their Mieger beams. I didn't feel scared, though. Being amongst my classmates and teachers brought comfort to me, dispelling that fear of the darkness that children know all too well. "Catch!" Clyde yelled, and I turned to see a stick flying in my direction. I just barely caught it, and before I could even get my bearings, he was on me, swinging his stick like a pirate with a cutlass. "Have at you," he exclaimed, as I blocked his feral assault with my own weapon. Our battle was short-lived as Miss Hartford grasped Clyde's imagined great sword mid-swipe. "Clyde, behave yourself, or I'll take you back to the car park." He averted his gaze and nodded meekly, setting off again with the rest of the group. The sudden burst of action left me energized, but I bottled it up as well and followed. We were walking along the old fence when we first saw them. I'd expected nothing more than little brown blurs flitting about the air, but the dazzling yellow and pink patterns they sported caught me off guard. I heard Lily cry out in wonder, "Look, Nanny, they're so pretty." They were beautiful. I never thought of insects as matching in brilliance with the rest of nature, but I was proven wrong that night. The more we went on, the thicker the storm of colors became. Clyde was hesitant at first, but even he became allured into the moment. His expression morphed from one of distrust into one of amazement. I took notice of the flowers that spotted the field alongside us. There were galliums, cow parsley, and willow herbs, from what I can recall. Strangely, the moths seemed to have no interest in the flowers, choosing instead to dart around aimlessly at the forest border. If the sight of the moths wasn't incredible enough, a bat zipped by just inches from my face, swiping one of the insects mid-flight and fleeing from view. I heard Alexandra, another classmate, gasp behind me, then let out an upset groan. I never understood why some people were so shocked to see the food chain's natural cycle, but I'll cut her some slack. She was only 9, after all. "Hey Mark, look there," I heard Clyde whisper from my left. I turned to see his flashlight pointing into the darkness between the pines, just barely illuminating something. I focused on it and realized it was just more of the moths. Not just more, but a lot more. Only faintly illuminated, it appeared as if the hawk moths were swirling in a dense mass, akin to a school of fish but more tightly packed. What are they doing? I found myself asking Mr. Albin to my right. "I don't know," he replied after a moment. "It looks like they're being drawn in by something. Never seen anything like it." His expression unsettled me. His eyes were wide, but not with the same amazement as earlier. Closer to an intense focus, or a bewildered fascination. I looked back over to Clyde, only to see the same look on his face. My confusion grew as streams of moths fluttered their way into the trees in a voyage towards something. Their flickering bodies merged to form more bizarre masses of quivering wings, still barely visible beyond the shadows. My attention was pulled back to my friend once more when I heard him mutter something. "Whoa." It was a sound of pure enthrallment. No sooner had I turned to face him when I saw he was already halfway through climbing between the barbed wire. "Clyde?" I got no answer, only the quiet crunching of leaves and twigs as he staggered his way into the trees and disappeared from my torchlight. "Clyde?" I looked back to Mr. Albin, hoping he would say something, anything, to sternly call Clyde back from the woods and make everything well. But still, he gazed off into the forest, fixated on something I couldn't see. I tugged at his sleeve, trying to pull his attention, but it was no use. I looked around to see similarly captivated faces. No one said anything, and the silence was deafening. I began to feel scared, like I wasn't safe. The fleece I gripped pulled itself away, and silently Mr. Albin pushed the wires apart, stooping down to step through the fence. I could only watch as his ear was torn raggedly by a rusted barb, but he didn't even flinch, completely ignorant of the warm red stream trickling down the side of his neck. I called out for him as he got through, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. Just like Clyde, he only walked calmly into the thick darkness. One by one, my classmates whispered in mind-absorbing infatuation as they clambered through the loose wire, tearing clothes, skin, and hair. There was something in their eyes. They glinted, twinkled. I don't mean that they had a look to them, but literally, like they reflected something that, once again, was hidden from me. I heard Mrs. Gillen say, "So bright, I never thought I'd see you again." Well, Lily pulled at her hand frantically to no avail. She lost her grip and tumbled over backwards, lying there as her grandmother left her alone. The whole thing felt so unfamiliar. This wasn't something that was supposed to happen. I felt tears run down my cheeks, those of a terror I'd never felt before. It was so different from any other scary situations. I couldn't understand why they would just wander off into the forest with no care for themselves or anyone else. The moths were gone now, down the same path my class had taken. The rustling footfalls had grown distant and faded away into the night, leaving empty silence in their wake. Only I, Lily, Miss Hartford, and a boy called Jay remained. The only adult left in our midst looked scared and uncertain, as were we. She glanced between us and the dark forest a few times before making the decision we'd been fearing. "Wait here, children. I'm going to find them and bring them back. Don't worry. I'll only be 5 or 10 minutes. Her voice was shaky, but she was brave nonetheless, and climbed through the fence, vanishing into the all-consuming darkness. And so, we waited. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30, but there was no sign of Miss Hartford, not a single muted shuffle of footsteps. In spite of the warm breeze, I shivered. I felt cold, hopeless. The others didn't notice it. Something glinted between the trees, only for a moment, but it looked slick and wet. I did not dare shine my flashlight, hoping that the dark would hold back whatever was inside it. With a flicker I had seen came a smell. It was pungent, an old, musty, earthy scent that reminded me of a dead, mushroom-infested log. A hot breeze carried it, like the breath of something on earth from deep inside the soil. The thought alone sent me into fight or flight. I chose flight. My legs bolted me upright, and I found myself sprinting back up the hill, back to the car park where we'd started. But in truth, I just wanted to stay away from that place, not caring where I might end up. I heard Jay and Lily's thumping feet moments later, my panic having spread to them just as quickly. More than once I tripped and fell, clawing at the grass, as if at any moment I might feel a cold hand wrap around my ankle and drag me back, screaming into those terrible woods. I burst out into the graveled car park, covered in grass stains. For a long moment, I dreaded that there would be no more to follow me. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding when Jay, and then Lily, emerged from the dusty path and skidded to a halt. The 20 minutes before her parents started arriving was a lonely eternity but for the three of us. A woman I recognized as Alexandra's mother stepped out of her silver Ford and scanned the car park in confusion. She made her way over to our small, shivering congregation. "Hey, where are the rest of you?" she asked, to none of us in particular. All I could muster in response was a feeble point in the direction of the field. She looked over, then back at me, then back at the path with a frown of concern. Before she could interrogate me further, I saw my dad's minivan pull up, and I scrambled my way over to the passenger side door. Even as a 10-year-old, I tore the door open so hard I thought it might fall off entirely, then jumped into the seat without a word of greeting. "How was it? Fun?" my dad asked, blissfully unaware of the events that had taken place. I only sat there, staring out the windshield, saying nothing. "Mark, are you okay? Can we just go home?" Can we just go home, what? He asked. I chose to stay silent, and after a few seconds, without the expected please, my dad grunted, started the ignition, and we drove away. School was off the next day, but I wasn't any the happier for it. My parents told me to just rest in my bedroom, play with my toys, that sort of thing. Even if I wanted to go out, who could I meet with? I wasn't really friends with Jay nor Lily. None of us wanted to leave the safety of our houses in any case. It was when my stomach began growling that I left my room to go and grab a snack from the kitchen. I paused on the bottom step as I heard low-toned voices conversing in the dining room. All of them? None of them. I was told that all they found were... The floorboard creaked as I shifted my weight, cutting off my mom from whatever she was about to say. Oh, hello, darling. Are you hungry? What are you talking about? My parents looked at each other, communicating through expressions alone. It's easy to see why they were hesitant to be bearers of morbid news, but I think the lack of closure hurt me the most at the time. It only left my imagination to run amok, with the possibilities of what happened to my class. That's why I'm writing this. I still have no idea. I might have been blessed with the gift of forgetting if I hadn't, by complete chance, stumbled upon an online news article pertaining to the godless night. It was dated 2 months ago, give or take. Afterwards, when the case had been closed, some of the details were wrong. The article stated the class had gone out searching for badgers, and that we'd been out until midnight, when I distinctly remember arriving home closer to 11. Those were but simple nitpicks, though. The part of it that brought me to attention was the second to last paragraph. I was told that shortly after the search party set out to find the missing children and teachers, their remains were found only a few hundred feet inside the woods. Dozens of clumps of hair, a few scraps of torn clothing, and scattered yet pristine finger and toenails, all found in a small circular area. DNA profiling confirmed that the remnants were those of my missing class, but that's as far as the trail went before going cold. I don't know where they ended up, but I can only hope they found peace, where I only found questions with no answers. What did they see that compelled them to abandon everything they knew in its favor? And why was I spared? What process occurred that left only hair and nails behind? Where did the rest of them go? So I've posted my story here, in hopes someone can shed any light on this, where our cheap flashlights couldn't on that awful night. I suppose my grandfather had eccentric tastes. The place he called home near the end of his life was a somewhat disturbing property that would surely freak out most people. It was a former insane asylum. Despite its off-putting past, he talked about it like it was the most luxurious mansion you could imagine. Instead of being creeped out by it, he was proud to own such a historic old building. He bought it for a very good price, but spent quite a bit on restorations. When he passed away, I was stunned to discover that he left the building to me. A few members of the family were a bit insulted that he gave it to me over them, but most were so unsettled by the place that they didn't mind. I guess I really was his favorite granddaughter. I drove up one day to take a look at the place, tour the building, and decide what I was going to do about the fact that it had recently come into my ownership. At first, I thought there was no way I'd ever actually move in. Arriving at the property, I was confronted with the sandstone monstrosity. The building was tall, towering over the landscape, with ornate windows and Gothic architecture. There was a circular water fountain in front and a large clock tower at the entrance. Inside there were several long and empty hallways. My grandfather had renovated the opening interior room into a living room and had rearranged things quite a bit. He had changed the doctors' and nurses' areas into his lavish bedroom and guest rooms. The kitchen was fully redesigned with expensive granite countertops. In one room there was even a pool hall. He had really turned this grim asylum into his own personal manor. I was somewhat impressed. At the time, I still lived in a cramped apartment, so this was certainly an upgrade as far as space was concerned. I was pretty hesitant, but eventually I decided to sell my apartment and move in. It might be a bit creepy, but it was much nicer than the place I had been staying, and there was no way I could pass up on all that space. It's not wise to look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose. It took some time to get used to it, and heating the place was a nightmare. Whenever I'd walk through the hallway, it'd be freezing cold. However, the bedrooms and other rooms I could heat with fireplaces and heaters. After a while, I stopped seeing it as an asylum and saw it more and more as just a nice house that my loving grandfather had graciously given to me. I was appreciative. The next part is a bit difficult to describe, but I guess it's relevant. I've had mental health issues all my life, on and off. They tend to get worse during periods of high stress, and shortly after my move, I started having a lot of issues at my job and with a few of my relationships. I became very paranoid as a result. I was convinced that someone was poisoning my food, even when I was self-aware enough to know that it wasn't true. It still bothered me and kept me from eating for several days. I felt I was having some sort of psychotic breakdown. Eventually, I sought psychiatric help, and after much assessment, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. I didn't have any auditory or visual hallucinations, and with the aid of therapy and medication, I was able to keep my symptoms in check and manage it. The irony of living in a former insane asylum at the time wasn't lost on me. My friends morbidly joked that maybe the building was what did it somehow. But of course, I'd had a history of such mental health problems all throughout my life. Thankfully, this was the 21st century, and I was able to receive proper treatment, unlike many of the poor folks who lived their lives in the former asylum that I then called home. It was also a less taboo subject, something to be discussed more openly, instead of locked away behind the gates of hellscapes like an insane asylum. Patients were once stored away from society like a dirty secret, and subjected to what would now be seen as horrible medicalized mistreatment. This grim history was all around me, and only drove home the point for me what progress we had made as a society, and how grateful I was for it. Then something most peculiar happened. One night I was heading to the kitchen to get a midnight snack. I had a blanket wrapped around me whilst traveling through the cold hallways. While making my way there, I noticed some unsettling movement in the distance. The hallway I was in had tall wooden doors along either side, with each one leading to a small room that the patients once stayed in. When I looked towards the source of the noise, I saw a human figure walking out of an open door. The figure moved down the hallway before disappearing through another open door further down. The figure was as plain as day, a person standing there, like you or me, not transparent like a specter in a movie. It was an eerie woman wearing an old-fashioned white nurse outfit. She looked like something out of an old black and white photo. I felt the threatening feeling that a mysterious stranger was in my house. I stopped dead in my tracks. The mind is a weird thing and can play tricks on you. I would know that more than most. At first, I took what I was seeing at face value, but when I thought more about it, I wondered if it could be a product of my mental illness. I'd never had visual hallucinations before, and I'd been taking my medication. Could I really be seeing this? I thought. Cautiously, I took a few steps forward in the cold, dark corridor. As if on cue, the nurse emerged from the door at the end of the long hallway. This time, however, she turned and faced towards me, staring blankly. Her piercing dark eyes gazed into me. This made my skin crawl. The woman's uniform was a white dress, shoes, and hat. Her skin was ghostly pale. Her short hair was dark brunette. She looked at me for quite a while before a wicked smile began to slowly appear on her face. We both stood transfixed, staring at one another for a moment. Something about the way she was looking at me was very sinister and intimidating. She appeared to be holding an odd, shiny silver medical instrument in her hand, but I couldn't see what it was. The nurse then began walking towards me. In a panic, I ran back into my room and slammed the door. I stayed awake all night. There was no way I was sleeping after that. I waited for daylight. In the morning, I nervously peered out the door but saw nothing. It took hours to gain the courage to investigate the hallway in the daylight, only to find absolutely nothing. No one was there. After that horrible night, I started storing snacks in my room to avoid the empty hallways where I saw the nurse. I still wasn't sure what she was. Given the history of the building, I thought she might be a ghost. But with my recent mental health crisis, there's no way I could be sure. One morning I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom mirror, trying not to think about what I'd been going through. I suddenly got the uncomfortable feeling that I was being watched. In the mirror, I saw the haunting figure gradually appear behind me out of nothing. With sudden alarm, I dropped my toothbrush and turned around to look, but she was gone. That's when I became really convinced that what I was seeing was a spirit of some kind, but that conviction was hard to hold on to as the days went by. I couldn't trust my own mind to be giving me accurate information on what I was seeing. I just didn't know if this was part of my condition somehow worsening or not. I wasn't sure which answer was more frightening, that my illness now resulted in vivid hallucinations, or that an asylum spirit was pursuing me. Then I started seeing her during the daytime more and more. Sometimes it'd be just for a moment and out of the corner of my eye. Other times I'd see the ghostly nurse going in and out of rooms doing her busy work. She always seemed to catch me off guard. I started closing all the doors, but somehow I'd find them inexplicably open again. The door physically moved. That couldn't be the result of a mental health issue, I thought. Then again, maybe I didn't actually close the doors, but just tricked myself into believing I did. Sometimes late at night when I was getting ready for bed, I'd hear the sound of her nurse shoes walking on the tile flooring out in the hallway. I'd shudder as she drew closer and closer. If she was a spirit, I wondered what she wanted from me. After weeks of being plagued by her mysterious and threatening presence, I decided I had to see my doctor and tell him about this. I told him that I'd been experiencing what I believed to be visual hallucinations. He increased the dosage of my medication in hopes that would help. It didn't. I continued to see the ghostly woman in the hallways or throughout the building as I tried to focus on my daily life. I'd see her again and again. She just wouldn't go away. Nothing could make her leave. I'd yell out to her in empty rooms, asking her what she wanted from me, or pleading with her to please stop and leave me alone in peace. She made no reply. Then one night, as I was sleeping, I grew restless and began to toss and turn. Suddenly I found myself awake in the dark room. My eyes strained in the darkness until I could make out what I was seeing. My bedroom door, which I had locked, was wide open. The nurse was standing at the foot of my bed looking at me as if I was a patient in her care. Terrified, I screamed, threw the blankets off of me, and ran out of the room. I made my way alone through the chilly hallways to the kitchen and flicked the light on. I stayed in the kitchen all night, guarding the door and looking around the room nervously, waiting for her to spontaneously appear somewhere. I knew I locked that door. With my dosage already increased, any notion that this was a product of my mental illness went right out the window for me. I needed to research the property more to see if there was any way to figure out what I was dealing with. I knew my grandfather had a binder of information he'd collected on the old asylum. He'd mentioned it to me before. I just needed to find it. I spent the day digging through storage until I finally uncovered it in an old tote at the very bottom of a stack of cardboard boxes. The binder was full of newspaper clippings and documents about the place, from the time it was being built until the time it was closed down and sold. There were even letters and correspondence between staff within its pages. I learned about the grisly history of the asylum and about the poor treatment and dehumanization of the patients there. In order to calm patients down, sometimes they'd put them in ice baths, which were tubs filled with ice to get them to calm down. They also did electroshock therapy on supposedly unruly patients. But the worst of it all was the many horrific transorbial lobotomies, which were done with tools resembling an ice pick and hammer. Lobotomies were once considered a helpful form of treatment from various mental illnesses including schizophrenia, OCD, depression, anxiety, and violent outbursts. Sometimes the patient's relatives just simply didn't want to deal with them for whatever reason, and so they had them committed or lobotomized. Anyone deemed abnormal was at risk. Sometimes this was an easy way for a husband to get rid of his former wife. The procedure essentially resulted in permanent brain damage to the prefrontal cortex and left the patient as a zombified shell of their former self. A steel ice pick was stabbed just below the eyelid into the thin bone inside the eye socket. The end of the long silver ice pick would then be struck with a small medical hammer until the pick cut into the brain tissue. The pick was then moved around from side to side until it severed the frontal lobe's connection to the thalamus. Their personality, their self, and their ability to make rational decisions were forever destroyed. Sometimes the patients were wide awake during these procedures, and sometimes they died from brain bleeding. The patients were left with vacant expressions and severely blunted or reduced emotions. The doctors found them to be more obedient and claimed to have fewer issues from them. Lobotomies continued in the medical field until around the late 1960s. It was perhaps the worst thing you could do to someone, like killing them, but without killing them. I soon learned there was a nurse there who was legendary for the amount of lobotomies she'd given. Her name was Amelia, and if the letters are to be believed, she was not the nicest of people. I was horrified when I turned the page and was met with a photo of the very specter that had been haunting me, standing outside on the building's front steps with the other nurses. Looking into her dark, hateful eyes, I was sure it was her. Every detail matched. The spirit I'd encountered was the cruel nurse Amelia, who worked here in the early part of the 20th century. Not wanting to be alone, or in the building at all after reading that, I asked a close friend of mine if I could come over to her place. I explained some of what I was going through to the extent that I could without seeming too off-kilter. Being a true friend, she agreed that I could stay over for tonight so I wouldn't be so frightened. I wondered how expensive a long hotel stay would be, until I could find somewhere else to live. I arrived at her house and we talked in the living room for a while. I showed her the binder and told her about what I was experiencing. It was nice to have someone to talk to, and she made me feel much more comfortable. Getting out of that depressing asylum certainly put me in a better spirit as well. Saying all of the story out loud to another person, I began to doubt myself a bit. It all sounded too unbelievable to be true. Suddenly my friend asked, "Do you hear that?" I listened closely. We both then heard the sound of shoes on hard tiling. It was coming from the hallway leading to my friend's bedroom. She got up to investigate, and I cautiously followed close behind her. Staring down the hallway, we both saw the ghostly figure of a dark-haired nurse. "You see what I see, right?" I asked. My friend, unable to form words, nodded. In the nurse's hands, she held a silver ice pick and hammer. Nurse Amelia just looked at me and smiled a foreboding smile. In that moment, I saw that my worst fears were justified, and there was no longer any ambiguity. I knew then what her intentions were for me, and I knew that I wouldn't be rid of her. She must have overheard me mention something about my diagnosis while I was living in the former asylum. She knew about my condition, and she intended to use her tools to fix it. The old-fashioned way. I love open floor layouts. When you grow up crammed in a small house with 3 other kids and your parents all sharing 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, you develop an appreciation for space. I like the breathing room. I like feeling like I can stretch out. It's like the "everything the light touches" scene from The Lion King. When I look at my open floor plan condo, it's a beautiful thing. Move-in was completely painless as well. As I'm on the ground floor, I've got these huge glass panes on either side of the front door. It's a real modern apartment. I've come a long way since my childhood, so it almost feels like the entire street. The open field and trees on the other side, everything out there is a part of my condo. It's all my domain, my territory. Even when I'm doing chores, I genuinely feel content just looking at it all. I get to see my neighbors walking their dogs and wildlife playing in the grass. I also harbor a great appreciation for films and television shows, so I laid out my furniture to accommodate immersion. When I'm really absorbed in a work, it's basically the only thing I don't want to be thinking about. How much I love my condo. So, across from the entrance, the TV stands against the wall, and the couch in between, facing the TV, of course. The kitchen's off to my left. The door to my bedroom is past the dining area to my right. Because of the limited distance between my couch and my TV, my field of view is mostly taken up by the screen. The glare can get annoying on a sunny day due to the aforementioned glass panes by the entrance, but I mostly watch in the evenings, so the trade-off is worth it to me. All I see is the TV. Last night, I was watching a period piece drama that took place in 19th century England. It's great junk food TV for when I get home from work, and I don't really want to use my brain. The camera work can be a bit lazy, but the actors look nice and the costumes are really detailed. Consequently, I don't mind when the camera lingers on a shot for a little too long. Moments like that can be immersive in their own way. I felt my eyes start to put up a fight, but there was 1 episode left in the season, so I decided to stick it out and watch it. Midway through the episode, it happened. I fell asleep. It happens. I can't always force myself awake even when I'm engaged with the story. Never one to admit defeat, I tried to rewind to where I slipped out of consciousness. My entertainment system had other plans. For some reason, I couldn't rewind past a certain point about 5 minutes after I passed out. It was a dialogue scene, a medium profile shot of a girl in a frilly dress and a man in a very nice suit against a floral wallpaper. I tried mashing the button, but if I'd hit a wall in the playback, I wasn't supposed to be doing this. The intrigue woke me up fully, and I restarted the entire system. When I hit resume on the show, it put me right back at the point, and the same problem happened again. I hit play to see if it would do anything, and as the characters began discussing their mutual friend, my remote stopped working entirely. There was no useful guidance to be gained from a couple Google searches, so I gave up. I put my phone back in my pocket and looked up, only to be met with silence and both of the on-screen characters making direct eye contact with the camera. Dead silent. Blank expressions. It felt like they were actually looking at me. When had they stopped talking? I hadn't noticed. For a moment, I thought I might have accidentally paused it, but I could see them breathing. This had never happened in the entire run of the show. I had no idea what was going on. The girl's expression shifted slightly to this subdued sadness, almost disappointment, like someone at a call center having to scam yet another elderly person out of their retirement. My stomach dropped. Her arms slowly raised, in fits and starts, pointing at the camera, pointing behind me. I felt every nerve in my body charge, a horrible pulse of the most ugly and vicious dread I have ever felt. My hands and feet felt like ice. My neck felt exposed. I was too aware of the skin on the back of my skull tightening up. I had to look. The glass panes. A man standing just to the right of my door, just outside. His nose too high on his face, unnaturally long philtrum, thin wide lips, his hands between his brow and the glass, leaning in, peering in, peeping, watching, looking, staring right at me, and my body was ice. A sort of hyper-awareness. I felt the air in my condo like it was part of my body, like my nerves extended out and beyond my form and stretched into the cavernous room. The precious space between he and I felt every disturbance. I could see everything, hear everything. I was so in the moment that it seemed to stretch on forever. It only lasted milliseconds before every muscle in my body contracted and I let loose from my throat a distorted white noise, a scraping or scratching scream I've never screamed before. I scrambled to my feet and he just watched. I looked around my apartment for something I could use to defend myself, but finding nothing, I looked back to see him moving away. His legs somehow moving his torso with no sway, no bob, perfectly evenly, as if he was sliding, but you could see his legs taking him, carrying him away, and he didn't break eye contact. Not for a second, not for a moment, not for anything. I'd never wanted so badly to curl into a ball and cry and just not exist. Could I even call the cops? He didn't commit a crime. I looked to my kitchen, finding the knives, and in my peripheral vision I saw it. His face was on my screen. 2 of them, imposed on the characters on my TV, still pointing. My head swiveling, turning like a top on a table. Rotation. Centrifugal force exercising slightly on my eyes and nose and the protrusion of the back of my skull. My hair pushed by the air that wanted to stay still. And he was there, just behind my couch, just feet away from me, still with his hands positioned like he was looking through glass. The door unopened. My panic gripped me and I just fell over. Genuinely fainted. Today, I awoke and found my TV missing. It was the only thing missing. The police came to my house, looked around. I told them about the man's appearance and behavior, but I left out the images I saw on my TV. The strange blurring of my reality in those moments. I don't think it really matters. I don't even know if it was real. Maybe it was my subconscious filling in the blanks of knowing there was someone watching me. I don't know. Is such a thing possible? Can you tell when someone's watching you? I used to like hiking. I say used to, because if I ever get out of here, I'm never doing it again. I live in West Virginia, and just about the only good things about it, really, are the nature and the folklore, so I've always spent as much time as I could outside. I've encountered some relatively weird stuff up until this point, so when I saw the staircase leading down into the ground in the middle of the woods, on the side of a mountain, it barely fazed me. In fact, it really intrigued me. You hear a lot of stories about feral people in the hills out here and all that, and they're the first thing I thought of. But I told myself that was stupid. None of that's real, and worrying about it shouldn't stop me from checking out something cool that I'd never seen before. So I, like the idiot I am, knelt down by the mysterious stairs in the woods. I used my phone flashlight to illuminate them, and saw an earthen tunnel that led down to a dead end, with little bits of rock and root sticking out. There was absolutely nothing else, but just seeing that wasn't enough for me. I figured there had to be more to it. Had to be some reason the stairs were there, but it occurred to me that it might be some kind of trap, that as soon as I stepped down into it, someone might block the entrance. Even if feral people aren't really out here, I figured it couldn't hurt to be at least kind of careful. So, I stood back up and shouted for my friend Greg, who I'd left behind a little way down the trail because he had to use the bathroom. He shouted back that he was on his way and rushed up to me, and I showed him the stairs and asked him to keep a lookout while I investigated. He agreed, saying that it was weird and that I was crazy, but whatever, man. So I went down the stairs. There were about 15 of them. I poked around, searched the dirt walls for signs of secret entrances, messages, anything interesting. I found nothing. So I headed back up. About halfway up the stairs, I got hit by a really bad bout of dizziness, like a vertigo, and I had to stop because I almost fell backwards back down them. I kinda curled forward and closed my eyes for a second. When I opened them, the light from above was much more dim, like the sky was clouded over. But there had been no clouds in the sky before. I climbed the rest of the stairs and found Greg there waiting for me. But he was different. I couldn't really place how. Part of it was the weird way he was staring at me, like blank and cold and shocked all at the same time. I was pretty sure he was wearing a different outfit than he'd been in before, but I was also pretty sure he hadn't brought a second one with him, and even if he had in case of an emergency, the idea that he'd just randomly changed clothes while I was down the stairs seemed really stupid. I wanted to ask him about it, but I couldn't bring myself to. I told him there was nothing down in the tunnel, and he didn't say anything back, just kept staring. I asked him what was up, why he was being so quiet, whether something had freaked him out. He still didn't say anything. At this point, I figured he was messing with me, and it honestly upset me. I wasn't about to just stand there begging him to talk to me, so I started down the trail again the way we'd been heading before. I had a really bad, weird feeling, obviously, and was just about done with everything. But we were far enough along the loop that it made more sense to keep going than to turn back. Greg walked behind me, and didn't talk the whole way to the lot. We'd ridden there together, in his car, but when we got to the parking lot, I didn't see it anywhere. In fact, the lot, which I was positive had been paved, was now just packed down dirt. The cars there all kind of looked old-fashioned, and I didn't recognize the logos on any of them. The trail was a simple loop. There should have been no way for us to end up in any other parking lot. So I was finally like, "Greg, what's going on?" But he just looked at me and still wouldn't open his mouth. Honestly, I had kind of a meltdown / breakdown / freakout. No matter what I said, Greg wouldn't respond. I think once I wore myself out, shock set in. I followed Greg to some weird blue car that looked like it was made in the 50s maybe. Got in. He pulled out onto a road that I didn't recognize. We passed houses and other buildings I had never seen in my life. All of them looked old-fashioned, but not old. When we passed signs, I didn't recognize the writing on them. Not just the language, but the writing itself was totally unfamiliar. Kind of like Russian, but also totally different than that. I guess I can't really describe it. That's when I figured I must be dreaming and calmed down a bit. Even though everything was way more realistic than any dream I've ever had, I could smell gas and pine trees and dirt. I felt grit sliding under my shoes on the floor mat. I pinched the side of my leg, and it hurt. By the time we pulled up to the building, I wasn't so sure I was dreaming anymore. I didn't recognize it. It was 3 stories, with some kind of butcher shop on the first floor and what looked like apartments above it. Then my mom stepped out the front door of the butcher shop, wearing a white apron. I got out and half jogged over to her. The instant I did, I saw that she was looking at me the same way Greg did, all cold and weird with her mouth clamped shut. I knew that if I said anything to her, she wouldn't answer. And past her, through the window of the butcher shop, there was some smoked meat hanging up. I don't want to say what it looked like it was from. I know how all this sounds already, and I was in a state of shock and panic. Besides, I couldn't bring myself to focus on it for too long. I walked past my mom, where there was another door beside the butcher one, up those stairs and into the apartment, or I guess townhouse above it. It felt kind of like I was on autopilot, like my feet were taking me there on their own. I still don't recognize anything. I'm so terrified and exhausted that I almost feel high. I've found a bedroom that obviously wasn't the master. That almost looks like it could maybe be mine, I guess. Got in and shut the door, locked it, and laid down on the bed. There are posters for movies in here that I've never heard of, with text I can't read. I pulled my phone out, and I still have service. I'm still connected to the internet, the normal internet that I can read. My mom and someone who sounds like my dad are standing outside the door talking. They aren't speaking English or any language I've ever heard. To be honest, I'm not even sure I should be calling it talking or speaking. They're clearly saying things to each other and answering each other, only it's like weird short sounds and a bunch of hissing interspersed with a few syllables here and there. I check the window, and there's no good way out or down. I'm on the 3rd floor, and there's a concrete sidewalk right below. Plus there's a guy standing there, staring up through the window, who looks exactly like me. I'm not sure when this numbness is going to fade, when I'll start freaking out again. I'm using the time I have while still being calm to find information on what could possibly be going on, and if there's a way for me to get back home without leaving this room. I don't think I can leave this room. My phone is low on battery though, and I don't know if I'll be able to charge it with anything here. If you've ever heard of anything like this, please tell me. I'll take any information I can get. Google's turning up nothing but stuff about stairs in the woods that lead upward. Nothing like this exactly. Pretty sure I can feel the panic coming back. The doorknob's jiggling now. They're trying to get in. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Sure, I'd get spooked by a good horror movie, or jump at an unexpected noise in the dark, but I always chalked it up to an overactive imagination. That changed last summer when I took a job that led me to the old Hartley house at the end of Willow Street. Now, I'm not sure what I believe anymore, but I know one thing for certain. Evil exists, and sometimes it finds a home in the most unexpected places. It started innocently enough. I'm a 23-year-old architecture student, and I was thrilled to land a summer internship with a local historical preservation society. My first major assignment was to survey and document the Hartley House, a decrepit Victorian mansion that had stood abandoned for decades. The plan was to assess its condition and determine if restoration was feasible. The house had a reputation, of course. Every small town has that one creepy building that's the subject of endless rumors and dares. Kids would dare each other to spend the night there, but no one ever did. Not really. There were whispers about the Hartley family, how they'd all died mysteriously over a century ago. Now the house had stood empty ever since, but I didn't put much stock in ghost stories and urban legends. My first visit to the house was on a sweltering July afternoon. The taxi dropped me off at the end of the overgrown driveway, and I remember thinking the place looked like something out of a Gothic novel. 3 stories of weathered brick and warped wood, with a tower on one side and a wraparound porch thick with vines. Most of the windows were boarded up, but I could see hints of stained glass behind the boards on the upper floors. As I approached the front door, key in hand, I felt a strange reluctance. It was like walking through molasses, each step harder than the last. I chalked it up to nerves and the oppressive heat. When I finally reached the porch, the wood creaked ominously under my feet. The key stuck in the lock at first, but with a bit of jiggling, it turned. The door swung open with a groan that seemed to echo through the entire house. The smell hit me first, musty and thick, with an underlying sweetness that reminded me of overripe fruit. I stepped inside, my shoes leaving prints in the thick layer of dust on the floor. The entry hall was grand, even in its state of decay. A sweeping staircase dominated the space, its once elegant banister now warped and splintered. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls in long strips, revealing glimpses of bare plaster beneath. To my left and right, open doorways led to what I assumed were the parlor and dining room. I spent that first day taking measurements and photos, scribbling notes about structural integrity and potential restoration challenges. It was tedious work, but I found myself oddly fascinated by the house. Every room seemed to hold whispers of its former glory, ornate moldings, fragments of expensive wallpaper, the occasional glint of tarnished brass. It wasn't until I reached the second floor that things started to feel off. I was in what appeared to be a child's bedroom, documenting the remains of a once cheerful nursery. Faded circus animals still danced across one wall, their painted eyes seeming to follow me as I moved around the room. I was crouched down, examining the base of an old rocking horse when I heard it, the clear, unmistakable sound of a child's laughter. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. The sound had come from somewhere above me, muffled but distinct. I held my breath, straining to hear more, but the house had fallen silent once again. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the empty room. No response. I told myself it must have come from outside, maybe some kids playing in a neighboring yard, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. The sound had been too close, too clear. I finished my work in that room quickly, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. As I stepped back into the hallway, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the thick dust coating the floorboards, was a set of small footprints. They led from the room I'd just left to the base of the attic stairs at the end of the hall. Child-sized footprints. Fresh ones. I stared at them for a long moment, my mind racing to find a logical explanation. Had some neighborhood kid snuck in while I was working? But I would have heard the front door open, and besides, these prints seemed to appear out of nowhere. There was no dust disturbed leading up to them. Against my better judgment, I followed the prints to the attic stairs. They went up a few steps before disappearing. The attic wasn't on my survey list for the day, but I knew I wouldn't be able to rest if I didn't check it out. The stairs creaked with every step, the sound impossibly loud in the silent house. At the top was a heavy wooden door, warped with age. It took some effort, but I managed to push it open. The attic was a cavernous space, the sloped ceiling creating deep shadows in the corners. Dust motes danced in the few rays of sunlight that managed to pierce through the grime-covered windows. The air was thick and stifling, carrying that same sickly sweet odor I'd noticed downstairs, but stronger here. I swept my flashlight across the room, taking in piles of forgotten furniture and stacks of mildewed boxes. Nothing seemed out of place or recently disturbed. I was about to turn back when the light caught something that made my heart skip a beat. In the far corner of the attic, partially hidden behind an old wardrobe, was a rocking chair, and it was moving, slowly, steadily, as if someone had just vacated it. I stood rooted to the spot, unable to look away from the gently swaying chair. The creaking of its runners seemed to grow louder, drowning out the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the movement stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I don't know how long I stood there, flashlight trained on that corner, before I finally managed to back out of the attic. I practically flew down the stairs, my earlier skepticism completely forgotten in the face of blind panic. I didn't stop running until I was out of the house and halfway down the overgrown driveway. Only then did I pause to catch my breath, hands on my knees as I gulped in the warm summer air. When I finally looked back at the house, I saw something that nearly stopped my heart. There, in a second-floor window, was a face. A child's face, pale and solemn, staring down at me. Our eyes met for the briefest moment before the figure melted away into the shadows. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I quit the internship, told the Historical Society to demolish the place and never looked back. But that's not what happened. Because the thing is, I went back again and again over the next few weeks. Each time something inexplicable would happen. Objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, the sound of footsteps when I knew I was alone. But instead of driving me away, these occurrences only fueled my obsession with the house and its secrets. I threw myself into researching the Hartley family history, spending countless hours in the local library poring over old newspapers and town records. What I found chilled me to the bone. The Hartleys weren't just any wealthy family. They were involved in something dark, something that the papers of the time only hinted at in vague terms. There were rumors of occult practices, of children going missing in nearby towns, and at the center of it all was Edgar Hartley, the family patriarch. From what I could piece together, Edgar had been obsessed with the idea of immortality. He'd traveled the world, studying ancient texts and obscure rituals. When he returned to Willow Street, he was a changed man. That's when the disappearances started. The official story was that the entire Hartley family, Edgar, his wife, and their 3 children, died of influenza in the winter of 1891. But I found whispers of a different tale. Of screams heard coming from the house on a moonless night, of lights in the attic windows and chanting in an unknown language. The more I uncovered, the more I felt drawn to the house. It was like it was calling to me, revealing its secrets one by one. I started spending more time there, long after my official work hours were over. I'd sit in the rooms for hours, waiting, watching, listening, and then one night, everything changed. I was in the attic again, drawn there by the persistent feeling that I was on the verge of understanding something crucial. The rocking chair was still, but I could feel a presence in the room, watching me. "I know you're here," I said aloud, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. "I want to understand. What happened in this house?" For a long moment there was only silence. Then a whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. "He's still here." A chill ran down my spine. Who? Edgar? The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath misting in front of me. The whisper came again, louder this time, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "He never left. He's waiting. He's always waiting." Suddenly the room exploded into chaos. Every object not nailed down began to levitate. Chairs, boxes, old picture frames. They swirled around me in a vortex of dust and debris. Through the maelstrom, I saw figures taking shape. Translucent, ghostly forms of children, their faces contorted in terror, and behind them, a larger shape was coalescing, a tall, gaunt figure in an old-fashioned suit. As I watched in horror, its features became clearer, sunken eyes, a wide, leering grin, and hands that ended in long, claw-like fingers. Edgar Hartley. His voice, when he spoke, was like gravel grinding against my skull. "Welcome, my dear. We've been waiting so long for someone like you. Someone to continue my work." I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The ghostly children swirled around me, their whispers growing urgent. "Run! You must run!" Edgar's form glided closer, Those terrible hands reaching for me. You've come so far, learned so much. Join us. Join me. We have such wonders to show you. In that moment, I understood the truth. The house wasn't just haunted. It was a trap. A prison for the souls Edgar had taken, and a lure for new victims. And I had walked right into it. With every ounce of will I possessed, I broke free of the paralysis that gripped me. I ran, Edgar's enraged howl following me as I fled down the attic stairs. The entire house seemed to come alive around me. Doors slamming, floorboards buckling, the very walls pulsing like a living thing. I didn't stop running until I was far down Willow Street, the sound of my own panicked breathing drowning out everything else. When I finally dared to look back, I saw the house standing silent and dark once more, but in an upper window, I could just make out a figure, tall and thin, watching me retreat. I quit the internship the next day. I told them I was sick, that I couldn't complete the project. I tried to warn them about the house, but who would believe such a fantastical story? As far as I know, the Hartley house still stands at the end of Willow Street, waiting for its next victim. I'm writing this now as a warning. If you ever find yourself in a small town with a house that everyone avoids, a house with a dark history and a bad reputation, stay away. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some secrets are meant to stay buried. Because sometimes, the monsters we tell ourselves don't exist are all too real. And sometimes, they're just waiting for someone curious enough, or foolish enough, to invite them back into the world. I thought I didn't believe in ghosts. Now I know better. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows of old houses and forgotten histories. And once you've seen them, once you know they're real, you can never truly escape. So if you're ever driving down Willow Street and you see an old Victorian house at the end, keep driving. Don't slow down. Don't look back. Because Edgar Hartley is still there, and he's always waiting for someone new to join his family. Anna, can you room the next patient? I asked, glancing up from my notes. Sure, she'll be in room 5, she replied, heading down the hall. I quickly reviewed the patient's history that Anna had written up. The lady had been complaining of a haze that seemed to come and go, and occasional stabbing pains in her left eye that began several days ago. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. It was probably just a combination of floaters and dry eye. In my mind, the diagnosis was already locked and loaded, but just out of precaution, the patient was dilated to make sure there wasn't anything going on with her retina. Satisfied with my guess, I took off my readers, picked up my laptop, and entered room 5. Mrs. Myers, it's good to meet you. I'm Dr. Ronald. It's nice to meet you too, she replied, her voice tense. Mrs. Myers was a young lady, her hands clutching her handbag in the exam chair, her eyes hidden behind a pair of sunglasses far too large for her face. Sorry for the sunglasses, Doc. Since yesterday, my eyes have been really sensitive to light. Faint alarm bells started to ring in my head, but I pushed the thought aside for now. Oh, it's no problem. Why don't you tell me a little more about what's been going on with your eyes? I asked, trying to sound reassuring. Well, it's just my left eye, really. Since Saturday, I feel like my vision's been getting worse, like a fog's been building up. And I get these shooting pains from time to time. It almost feels like someone is poking my eye from the back. I had lunch with a friend on Friday who had similar symptoms at the time. I was wondering if it's a weird form of pink eye or something. Could be. How about let's take those sunglasses off and we'll get a look at what's going on with your eye. Oh, of course, she said, removing the oversized sunglasses. Under the slit lamp, her eyes seemed normal enough, with the exception of her left eye being somewhat bloodshot. With no clear explanation for her symptoms, I took out my fundus lens and peered into the back of her eye. I had caught no more than a glimpse of her retina before she shrieked and slapped the lens, knocking it rattling onto the floor. But even without that abrupt interruption, I would have dropped the lens in shock. In that brief, horrifying instant, I saw something that defied all logic. Her optic nerve was a pitch-black void, an abyss that seemed to swallow light itself. The optic nerve usually looks like a donut, with a dark orange outer ring surrounding a brighter inner circle. The inside of Mrs. Meyer's optic nerve was pure darkness. A perfect little black circle, almost like a miniature black hole, had manifested in the back of her eye, absorbing all light passing into it. As my mind spun in a whirlwind of confusion, Mrs. Myers tumbled from her chair, collapsing onto the floor with a shriek that pierced the air. She clutched her hand over her eye, her voice rising in a crescendo of panic. Just then, Anna burst into the room, snapping me out of my stupor. We rushed to her side, dropping to our knees to help Mrs. Myers. She was inconsolable, moaning and rocking back and forth, her distress palpable. "Oh God, oh God," she wailed, her voice cracking with terror. "There's something moving in my eye." As her screaming reached an unbearable climax, Mrs. Myers suddenly looked up from her prostrated position. Her hand was still cupped firmly over her eye, but now we could see the blood trickling down between her fingers, a crimson stream staining her pale cheek. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in horror. Something was moving beneath her skin, forcing her fingers apart from the inside. The sight was grotesque, a nightmarish struggle playing out just beneath her flesh. With a final, blood-curdling scream, Mrs. Myers collapsed to the floor, her body convulsing violently. Her arms fell limply to her sides, revealing the true extent of the horror. Jet-black, spider-like appendages erupted from her eye, each one glistening with a wet, otherworldly sheen. They waved and writhed, searching for a grip on the slick linoleum tiles. Each movement left behind bloody scratches on Mrs. Myers' face, the lines of red contrasting starkly with her ashen skin. The appendages moved with a life of their own, a ghastly spectacle of wiggling limbs that defied all logic and understanding. The room was filled with the sickening sound of the scraping against the floor, mingling with the faint, gurgling moans that escaped Mrs. Myers' lips. The sight was more than I could bear, a vision straight from the depths of a fevered nightmare. Anna and I immediately fled the room, leaving Mrs. Myers' twitching body and the ever-growing appendages writhing in a pool of blood on the floor. The next few hours were a disorienting blur. The police arrived, sealing off the clinic. Soon after, men in black suits took over, their presence cold and methodical. Anna and I were separated, each placed in stark, white rooms and interrogated, forced to recount every harrowing detail of what we had witnessed. The questioning was relentless, and it felt as though we were trapped in a loop of terror, reliving the nightmare over and over. Finally, we were released, but only after signing hefty non-disclosure agreements. I'm writing this in the bedroom now. I know I signed the NDA, but somebody needs to know. The idea of returning to work seems impossible. I think I'll take some time off, perhaps go fishing, or finally make a dent in the Netflix watch list I've been building up. But first, I need to take some Tylenol for this shooting headache behind my eyes. Back in 2016, I was on a flight to Nashville. There was a storm that forced us to do an emergency landing in Atlanta. I was shuffling around with my bag, trying to find a way to get home, but it was the middle of the night. There was a single bus available, and it was heading the wrong way. Jacksonville. My options to get home were quickly running out, so I just went for the first possible option, renting a car. A lot of other people had apparently thought the same thing. I ended up in a queue, and by the time I reached the counter, clerks were already apologizing and closing. They had nothing left to give. I just slumped down in a chair with my phone, trying to figure out a plan C. About half an hour later, a lady behind the counter called out to me. Apparently there was a customer who'd booked a car but hadn't checked it out. It was up for grabs, if I wanted it. Of course I took it. I was a bit stressed. I hadn't had anything to eat, and it was close to 2 a.m. I was going to have to drive through the storm, and I wouldn't be home until, at best, early morning. It was going to be a long night. I got a forest green Chevrolet Equinox. Looked good enough. I was going to have to check it in once I got to Nashville, but I could probably walk from there or take an Uber. I signed off on all the papers, threw my bag in the back, plopped down in the driver's seat, and buried my face in my hands. I was already exhausted, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I stopped at a gas station on my way out of town, not to fill up on gas, it was already full, but to get myself a quick snack and something heavily caffeinated. I made a checklist in my head, trying to count the hours it'd take me. The I-75 to Chattanooga, then the I-24 to Nashville. I was looking at about a 4-hour drive, but considering the weather, I was probably going to have to slap another 30 to 60 minutes on top of that. I stocked up on snacks, got back in the car, turned on the radio, and hoped for the best. It was only droplets at that point, but the wind was picking up fast. Even then, I could feel it pushing from the northeast. There was this constant pressure forcing me to compensate. I felt that driving just a little too fast might make the wheels completely lose grip. The rain picked up as I passed through Marietta. The wipers were doing their best, but it was getting rough. I could barely see anything ahead. I was tuned into some calming piano music, but all it did was make me sleepy. I had to be focused. I had almost no time to react if anything were to step onto the road. The first half hour getting out of Atlanta was strange. I was still adjusting, and I think I was more tired than I realized. At one point, I thought I saw 2 people just off the road, holding a stop sign. At another point, I thought I saw a literal car wreck coming down the opposite lane. There was a pickup truck where I couldn't even see the driver. There's just something about blurred movement in the dark rain that makes our brains fill in the blanks, I thought. But I was warm and safe. I took my time, I did periodic stops, and I made my way northwest at a steady pace. 2 hours in, I stopped in Chattanooga. The rain was going strong. I was basically traveling along the path of the storm. I stopped to use the bathroom and stretch my legs. Getting back in my car, I turned up the radio for a bit and reached for a Slim Jim. Except there was no Slim Jim. Strange. I'd carefully counted everything out for the trip. I was going to have a snack at the halfway point, and a soda upon my final arrival. But my snack was gone. Again, it came back to uncertainty. Maybe I was being a bit ditzy about it. Maybe I'd already eaten it. Or maybe it just rolled between the seats. But I couldn't see it, and I was pretty sure of myself. As I pondered where I'd put it, a new song played on the radio. Don't worry, be happy. How fitting. I was just about to put the key in the ignition and leave when I got a text message. It was from the car rental place. They were asking me to return the keys, as I hadn't checked out my vehicle. What? I just stared at the screen for a bit. There must have been some kind of mistake. I was sitting in the vehicle right then and there. I was holding the key. It didn't make sense. I tried to text them back, but it was some sort of automated number. I figured I'd just talk to the folks when I returned it in Nashville instead. They would probably clear things up. I thought about going back inside and getting a new Slim Jim, but I couldn't be bothered. I fired the car right back up and headed for the I-24, putting my phone on mute for a bit as Don't Worry, Be Happy came to an end. Odd how that song came on in the first place, considering the station I was listening to was supposed to only play classical. I followed the road west, periodically looking down at the GPS. As the rain intensified, I realized I couldn't keep spending time looking away from the road, so I put the voice guide on. I turned my brain off and just followed the instructions for a bit, relaxing to the music. Then I saw a sign, Trenton. I was going the wrong way. I had to pull over at a rest stop. I'd gone about 20 minutes in the wrong direction. The storm was picking up, and during that short stop I saw no less than 2 lightning strikes. The rumble vibrated through me, making my bones itch. I got back in the car trying to figure out the GPS. I wiped the water from my eyes, trying to swipe the screen with wet fingers. I was so frustrated that I remember complaining out loud, "Come on, come on." For some reason, the GPS had been set to Langston, Alabama. If I'd followed the directions to a T, the car would have ended up on the bottom of Guntersville Lake. I hadn't even noticed how the radio had started playing Don't Worry, Be Happy. I just caught the last few notes as it ended. Getting back on the road, I knew I had to take a hard left to get back on track. I waited for a spot. Take a right, the GPS said. I looked down. The arrow was pointing left. The target was Nashville, which was to the left. And yet, it told me to go right. I looked back up as I just missed a spot. A lot of trucks going by that night. Take a right, it repeated. I was so frustrated that I laughed a little. I signaled left and got ready to turn, but the turn signal bounced right back up to neutral. I pushed it down again, and it bounced right back a second time. Finally, I just went with it. Turn signal or not, I was going left. As I finally made my way back to the I-24, I had to completely ignore the GPS. It was asking me to stop, to turn, to switch lanes. Anything but going straight, which was my destination. I just turned it off. That thing was clearly broken. I thought it had some kind of pre-saved destination that it defaulted to, and that I had to set up some kind of profile to fix it. Finally, back on the right track, I was coming up on a truck that had slowed down. As I turned to pass it, my headlights suddenly turned off. I managed to get out a "huh?" before I heard the whir of the engine dying. Then it all went dark. The car just died. Other cars had passed me, throwing themselves on the horn. I was barely visible. A dark car in the middle of the highway, at night, in full rain. It was a disaster waiting to happen. I slammed the dashboard, turning the key over and over again. Not a peep. Nothing. I took the key out, cleaned it on my shirt, swore a little more, and then the car started. I was still holding the key. Slowly, I put the key back in the ignition. Not that it seemed to matter. I blinked a couple of times, not really knowing how to process this. Either way, I had to get going. I couldn't just stand still in the middle of the highway. Thank God I wasn't rear-ended. As I got back on the road, the GPS kicked up again. It was getting more decisive, giving me not only general directions, but distances. Repeated reminders over and over. I turned it off, but a couple of minutes later, it came back on. It wasn't sudden, or even surprising at that point. The logo came back on screen, and then it was right back to the map, telling me where to go. I tried to ignore it, but it was getting harder. The radio would turn down with every reminder, so it would pull me out of whatever I was listening to. It seemed that no matter my intention, the car was hell-bent on getting to Guntersville Lake. I'm not going, I muttered to myself. I'm going home. The headlights blinked, almost as if responding. I shook my head. It's just me, I continued. It's all me. And again, the headlights blinked. I had to slow down as a truck passed me. The radio had gone quiet, and I expected another GPS reminder, but nothing came. Instead, I heard some kind of muffled noise, a low hum. What? I mumbled. The low hum returned a second time. I couldn't quite make it out. I just shook my head, trying my best not to think about it, but the third time I heard it, I couldn't ignore it. Please turn. It was coming from inside the car. It was hard to say exactly where. Maybe inside the trunk or the glove compartment. I almost swerved off the road in surprise. The realization that there was a real, actual voice somewhere in the vehicle. Someone was in there with me. I had nowhere to pull over, so I kept my head straight, focusing on the road ahead. I could feel my chest pounding as my mind rolled over, trying to figure out what was really happening. Maybe it auto-connected a call or something. Maybe it was someone calling through the GPS. Who said that? I wheezed. Who's there? I'm with you, it answered. I'd like to see the lake. I'm going to the city. After that, you can do whatever you want. It needs to. A short pause. It rains. It was a mumble, but it was getting clearer. An ambiguous voice. Possibly a young woman. It was hard to tell. They never picked me, it continued. They were supposed to pick me. I'm not sure what you think is happening here, I said, but I have no idea what you're referring to. This has nothing to do with me. You're going to the lake. I can drop you off right here if you want, but I'm not going anywhere else. This is my car. I paid for it. There were a few seconds of quiet, as if contemplating a proper response. The mumble turned sour, more aggressive. Can't be bought. The car began to steer left. I had to keep pulling to the right to avoid hitting the divider. The rain was already intense, and I was going at a high speed. Any sudden movement could have devastating consequences. Other cars were honking at me, trying to warn me that I was turning back and forth erratically. As resistance in the steering wheel increased, I found myself straining to bend the wheels back to the right. Then, all resistance just stopped. I could move the wheel any way I wanted. Problem was, the car wasn't responding. It kept going to the left, now out of control. As the car started to spin, there was a sequence of thumping noise, as if something heavy hit the asphalt. Then I got that feeling in my gut, like I was falling from a great height. Another thump, a blink of the headlights, and we were in the opposite lane, going back to where we came from, except the car was still heading off-road. I was just holding on for dear life at this point. I tried to hold the steering wheel straight, but it did nothing. There was no control. "Broke the contract," it kept mumbling. "They broke the contract." There was this rhythmic thumping on both sides of the car as it kept steering towards the edge of the road. Other cars were passing by, swerving desperately to get out of the way. One of them clipped the taillight, and for a second I thought I'd see my life flash before my eyes. But somehow, the car kept going. Straight off the road. I thought it'd be a big crash. The roadside was uneven, leading into a field, and yet the car went straight into it seemingly without issue. I could see something moving just outside the driver's side window. With every rhythmic thump, something moved, and beyond the sound of my pounding heart, there was something else. The GPS had gone completely mad by now, repeating straight ahead over and over on repeat. But there was another sound. I pressed the brakes and the gas and nothing happened. But as I pushed the gas, I heard something. The wheels were spinning. They weren't touching the ground. I let go of the steering wheel. It didn't matter anymore. I was coming to the realization that I wasn't even in control anymore, and reached for my phone. The moment my call connected to the emergency services, the radio started to shriek to the point where I thought my ears would bleed. Not a single word got through. The car was going past the field and into the forest. It was going way too fast, but it managed to dodge and weave through the trees with only minor bumps. I was being tossed around like on a roller coaster. Finally, a sharp turn. My head hit the steering wheel. I didn't exactly black out, but I think I had a concussion. I just sort of zoned out. By the time I came to, I heard a gulping noise. The hood of the car was submerged in water. I was sinking. We were at Guntersville Lake. After a bit of clicking, I managed to get the seatbelt off and tumbled out the door. My face hit the dirt with a thud, and I could smell lake water and reeds. I crawled away, trying desperately to keep the world from spinning. Something warm was running into my eye, which made me realize I was still bleeding from the head. Gaining some distance from the forest green Chevrolet Equinox, I realized a couple of things. One, that the wheels seemed to have come off. They were leaning out of the wheel hub. And two, that the car wasn't sinking into a lake. It was bending down as if drinking from it. I know what you're thinking. I had a head wound. I was exhausted and sleep deprived. Well, all of that is true. That doesn't change what I was experiencing. It was leaning down and the gulping noise sounded exactly like drinking. I just looked at it confused. I noticed something moving. With the wheels leaning down, there was something else moving around in the wheelhouse. Just like I'd seen something moving with that rhythmic thumping earlier. I came to suspect there was something just out of sight. It didn't take long for my suspicions to be realized, as a claw-like appendage extended from underneath the metal hull, like a combination of serrated beetle pincers and a scorpion stinger, but with a soft white shell. It squeezed itself out, lifting the car like the shell of a crab. As two massive headlights turned towards me, I could hear that voice again, this time coming from under the hood, still muffled. "You live," it said. And for a brief moment, none of us seemed to know what to do. I could hear a cockroach-like clicking coming from under the hood, as if an appendage strained against the metal. I turned only to see more headlights peeking through the distant tree line. There was the sound of shuffling grass as something large moved through the field. I wiped the rainwater from my brow and squinted, forcing my eyes to focus. An electric moped, crawling on all fours. A spider-like delivery truck, and further off, bounding through a field, a six-legged pickup truck. I stayed very still as the various vehicles moved closer, close enough for me to hear the rain pitter-pattering against their metal frames. They were moving much more organically by now, having mixtures of humanoid and insectoid limbs. The metal was groaning as they shambled back and forth. It was a surreal experience. Not only were they communicating in a sort of insectoid clicking, but they were also using their vehicle characteristics. Doors, alarms, radios, trunks, seats, and windows opening, closing and moving to accentuate their communication. I was nothing but a meaningless bystander. I think they forgot about me for a moment. I stayed completely still for probably about an hour or so. My body was trembling from the cold and the head wound. I had considered all my options over and over in the back of my mind. There was no way to outrun them, so maybe I could just wait them out. Then again, that was a roll of a die. As soon as they got a reminder that I was even there, they might deal with me immediately. The best thing I could do was to move, slow and steady, ready to burst into a sprint if necessary. Still, with the way my legs wobbled and my head spinning, I wasn't confident. Slow and steady, that had to be the ticket. So as the vehicles circled one another, metal groaning as they shifted through the reeds, I crawled along the edge of the lake. I made it about 20 feet before the electric moped turned my way. There was a cacophony of screeching noises as the ground around me lit up like a Christmas tree. My pulse shot through the roof. I threw myself into the lake hoping for the best. If I'd been cold before, now I was freezing. I was submerged completely, feeling my clothes weighing me down. I had to struggle to even breach the surface. Swimming further out, I noticed the headlights staying by the beach. They were looking my way, lighting up the water around me, but not following. For a moment, I thought I'd done the right thing, that all I had to do was keep going, and I'd be in the clear. But a thought hit me. Why had they come here, and why were they gathering around this particular part of the lake? It didn't take long for an answer to surface. Something brushed against my feet, something small and fast. I could see little white crab-like creatures rushing past just beneath the surface, poking at my legs and feet, as if to test me, and far down in the deep, something moved. The water shifted, pushing me away. I started swimming. My head felt like it had come loose, like an empty glass bottle rolling around the floor of a bus, clinking back and forth. I was not okay, and I started to realize that there was a very real possibility that I might just drown. A great wave pushed me. I drifted about 40 or so feet as something massive made its way out of the lake. It looked like an abandoned train car, probably from the late 40s or so. Paint long since stripped and roof covered in algae. The glass windows were long since broken off the hinges. Watching it step out of the lake, with water spilling out of the broken doors, was unreal. There seemed to be some sort of discussion, a scolding perhaps, as the larger ones screeched and pushed the smaller vehicles, like an alpha wolf trying to see if anyone was brave enough to step up for a challenge. Minutes later, I saw the forest green Chevrolet Equinox moving away, headlights scanning the high grass as the hood popped. Even at a distance, I could hear that voice again, clearer now. "Come out," it called. "Please, come out." By then, I had drifted ashore about 60 or so feet south. Pushed by the waves, I'd crawled into the reeds, resting my head against a large rock. I couldn't move anymore. The shakes had turned into fatigue. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. "Come out," the voice repeated. "Come out now." I couldn't. I just lay there, hypothermic, and waited. But nothing came for me. The green Chevrolet Equinox scanned the area. It searched, but it couldn't find me. It was growing increasingly panicked, its voice becoming shrill and animalistic. The others circled it. "Come out," it repeated. "Please, please come out." Then, a horrifying screech. It blared out this distorted version of "Don't worry, be happy" that reminded me of a dying bird. It was like dragging a knife along a guitar string, followed by rusted metal bending at unnatural angles. Steel against steel, crunching, groaning, tearing. Headlights blinking and sweeping over me as the voice turned to a scream. "Please," it begged. "Please." Then, nothing. By then I was barely conscious. A slow parade of a pickup truck, an electric moped, and a delivery truck rolled away in the distance. And finally, a train car, lifted by 100 little arms, moving like a centipede. It stopped next to me. Seeing it up close, I could notice more details. Black shark-like eyes peeking through cracks in the sheet metal. Worm-like appendages holding plates together as a shield. 1,000 micro-movements just beneath the surface. This was a living hive, a creature parading as something else. But it didn't care. 100 little beady eyes looked my way, but it had already made up its mind. Or maybe it thought I was done for. Long after the thump of the vehicles had passed, I crawled forward. I had reeds and flowers stuck to my hair. I think I swallowed a couple of blue petals from a sunflower. Along the bank of the lake, I found the remains of the green Chevrolet Equinox. The top and windshield of the car had caved in, and there were long tears along the side of it, like battle wounds on a dead animal. Part of the engine lay scattered in the dirt. It was half submerged, but I could reach into the driver's seat. The door was gone. I waved my arm around, searching desperately for something I knew to be there. And thank God I found it. My phone, buried under the remains of the busted glove compartment. I have no memory of my call for help, but I can't imagine it was coherent. The EMTs found me hypothermic and concussed, leaning against the car. They said I must have been hit by a large vehicle and, concussed, kept driving into nowhere. They had no idea about where I got the car from, though. The rental was still back in Atlanta. I didn't have any answers. It's been a few years, and I've recovered. I was in a rough shape back there, and I'm sure that was the most dangerous moment of my life. I saw something I wasn't supposed to, but it has also made me question things that I've seen since. There are several articles that I've read about vehicular accidents that just don't make sense to me. Situations where cars have seemingly gone out of their way to crash or kill. I'm sure you've seen a couple too. But there are other things too. Some of the posts I've read on here speak about inanimate objects. taking on a seemingly conscious intelligence. Could it be that it's not all just make-believe? Those things I felt in the lake were no larger than a hand. I'm sure they could use something as small as a computer, as a shell if they wanted to. I don't know. I don't know what to think. And I don't know what to trust. But I know for sure there is something living right under our noses. And I don't think there's anything being done about it. Some time ago, I had decided to go on a little personal vacation out into the woods of northern Arizona. I was experiencing a sort malaise that was really messing with my creative flow, and I needed a chance to really knuckle down and just enjoy the natural world again. I had spent 6 days out in the wilderness, just enjoying the feeling of being in nature. But the night of day 7 was one I will never forget. Noise. Something was waking me up. Groggily, I rolled over and looked at my phone. It was ringing. I looked to the top of it and blinked. No signal. That made sense. I had come out here for the isolation, a chance to clear my head and make some music again. So why was my phone ringing? How was my phone ringing? I stared at the number as my phone rang incessantly. An unknown caller. I heaved a tired sigh, swiped to answer, and croaked blearily. Hello? You need to be ready. It knows you're there, and it's already here. It has come for you, came the voice on the other line. Who is this? Who am I speaking to? I asked, the exhaustion beginning to leave my voice. Be ready. It will be there soon. Don't open the door. The line went dead. My phone blinked and the words, "Signal lost," flashed on the screen. Don't open. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and wearily watched my phone, waiting to see if it would ring again. I must be losing it, I murmured, placing my phone back on the nightstand and rolling back over to go to sleep. That's when the house thundered. Booming knocks shook the glass of the windows and rattled the glassware. I spun to the door of my room, and my mouth dropped. My door was closed, but it was shaking like something was trying to get in. Boom, boom, boom. 3 knocks in short succession thundered against my bedroom door. I didn't remember locking it. The only door I locked was the front. It was the only one I figured I needed to out here. The angered knocking came again. 3 strong blows, and the rattling began anew. It shook the door, and as I watched, I saw the frame begin to crack. My phone rang and the rattling stopped. Sparing a glance, I snatched it off the nightstand and looked at the number. Unknown caller again. Shakily, I swiped to answer the call and brought the phone to my ear, saying nothing. It knows you're in there. It isn't going to be polite for long. Go under the bed. Hide. Then the line went dead again. Signal lost. I looked at the cracking door frame and wasted no time taking this mysterious caller's advice. Quickly, I crawled under the bed and watched. It was only minutes. I knew it was only minutes, but it felt like hours. I stared at the door, terror wrapping its cold arms around my gut. My breathing became ragged as my eyes remained glued to the door. It wasn't moving. There was no knocking. Had the caller been wrong this time? Was it done? Had it just given up? What was it? Questions raced through my skull, each firing out of the cannon of doubt before the next one could be rationalized. Could any of this be rationalized, though? Something had called me up and warned me of something else in my house. Now that something else was just outside my door. I couldn't explain it, but I had this feeling, like whatever it was that was out there was waiting for me to make a move. like we were in some kind of terrible chess game. So I watched. I waited beneath that bed for agonizing minutes. The sounds began shortly after that. Soft scratching noises, almost inaudible from my position. The one my signal-less savior alleged would keep me safe. I never let my gaze drift from the door, and I'm glad I kept it there because watching what happened next defied logic. The door itself began to bulge inward. I could hear the wood splintering at the center, continued to bubble toward me. Then it exploded. Debris and lethal wooden scrap fired through the bedroom. I wasn't spared when this happened. My hiding place provided shelter from the blunt of the door's destruction, but I was peppered with fragments of splintered wood that dug themselves into my skin. I wanted to cry out in pain, but the sight of what was beyond caught the scream in my throat. There, standing in the doorway, I saw a pair of feet, massive legs that must have been at least 3 feet across themselves. But that wasn't the strangest thing. The skin was no tone I had ever seen on a human. It was this mossy green and brown, and the texture was so wooden, like a pair of tree trunks. Slowly the thing in my doorway ambled its way into my room. I could hear its heavy, ragged breaths, like some sort of hunting beast. It was at the foot of my bed. The scent of moss and pine clung heavily to it, but there was another scent I caught as it just stood there. Rot. Death. The pungent odor of decaying meat clung to the creature's wooden legs. I had to cover my nose and mouth to keep from retching as it circled the bed. Was it going to throw it up and pull me out from underneath? Was this monster just waiting for the perfect chance to tear me to shreds? What was it? The feet turned, and suddenly my blood felt like ice. My whole body shivered as the temperature in the room suddenly plummeted. I could see my breath as this thing let out an ear-shattering roar. I can't place the sound, but it reminded me of a mixture between a jet engine's roar and a grizzly bear's growl. I watched from my hiding place as the nightstand was lifted and launched across the room. I could only hear the thing shatter as the creature tore the place apart. My eyes were discs in my head. My hands were clamped over my mouth to hide any sounds of breathing or whimpering. But just as it spun to face the bed, it stopped. Instead, whatever it was turned and shambled out of my room. What the... They were the only words I could choke out as the creature disappeared from my sight. Then the phone rang again. Terrified, I seized it, trying to silence the ring. I swiped to answer the caller, and immediately began to whisper into the phone. What was that? Who are you? How did you know it was coming? There's no time for any of that. It knows where you are. You need to run. Jump out the window and keep running until you lose sight of this place. Keep going until you reach the highway. Don't come back until morning. Are you kidding me? That thing is huge. I can't outrun it. You have to. It's the only way you win this. Then the call cut out. Signal lost. I steadied my breathing and psyched myself up, shooting out from under the bed as I heard that dreadful roar again. It was coming back. I didn't have time to think. No time to find shoes. I bolted toward the now shattered window and dove, slicing my arms and legs against the shards of glass. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, urging me to ignore everything else. I ran, bolted through the forest as fast as my legs would carry me. Twigs and rocks tore into my feet, but I kept going. Even as my chest began to tighten and my lungs began to feel like there was a fire being set beneath them, I ran. I couldn't hear the monster behind me anymore. Maybe it stayed at my cabin. Maybe it kept looking elsewhere. Every ounce of me just hoped I had gotten lucky. But the voice on the phone told me to keep running until I hit the highway. So I did. I ran through miles of backcountry woods and never stopping, pushing myself far beyond anything I thought I was capable of, just to get away from whatever that thing was. I could see darkness starting to push its way into my vision. My legs were beginning to feel like they were made of stone. My body ached and every muscle screamed for me to stop, but I kept pushing. When I burst through the tree line onto the road, I stopped. Almost instantly, I began sobbing and dropped to my knees. I gazed up at the moon as my phone began to ring again. I pulled it out of my pocket and looked at the number. Before I could do anything else, darkness overtook me. I woke the following day in a hospital bed. Apparently, someone had discovered my unconscious and bloodied body on the side of the road. The sheriffs had a million questions, none of which I had a good answer for. They thought my story sounded like something I had made up, but when they went to the cabin, many of them were singing a different tune. "Looks like you got lucky and escaped one of the biggest bears I've ever seen," one of them said. "Didn't find it, but the claw marks in the wood made it look like a dinosaur. Grizzlies are huge, son, but not even they leave marks like that." When I asked about the phone calls, they just shook their heads. "There is no call service that far out. You might have imagined that part and everything." It took me over a week to recover from my injuries. I was told I had lacerated a tendon in my right arm, and that it had never quite functioned the way it had before. That was the arm I used to play guitar, and to this day, there are still certain notes my fingers just can't quite nail anymore. The day of my discharge, I was given the things that they had found me with, and given an escort back to the cabin. The debris was mostly cleaned up by the time I arrived to collect my things, but the damage to the building itself was visible. And the cops were right. Whatever it was that came after me that night must have been massive to leave the marks it did so deep in the wood. I checked my phone as I crossed the threshold of the house to gather my things and sighed. No signal. "Well, thanks, whoever you were," I muttered, gathering what stuff was left after the attack. To this day, I don't know who called me, or what it was that was in that cabin, but frankly, I don't think I want to know. It started as a simple road trip. I had a few days off work and decided to drive across the state to visit an old friend. The plan was to take the scenic route, avoid the interstates, and enjoy the open road. I had my GPS set, snacks packed, and a playlist ready. It was supposed to be a relaxing drive, but somewhere along the way, I took a wrong turn. And that's when everything changed. I had been driving for hours when my GPS started acting up. The screen flickered, and the route kept circulating. Frustrated, I pulled over to the side of the road to reset it. I was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense woods and the occasional farmhouse. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the road. After fiddling with the GPS for a few minutes, it finally seemed to be working again. It rerouted me down a narrow, winding road that I didn't remember seeing on the map, but I trusted the technology more than my own sense of direction, so I followed it. The road grew narrower and the trees thicker as I drove on. The sunlight faded, and a thick fog began to roll in, reducing visibility to just a few feet in front of my car. I turned on my headlights and slowed down, hoping I would find a way back to the main road soon. After what felt like an eternity, the fog lifted slightly, revealing an old, rusted sign by the side of the road. "Welcome to Ravenwood." I had never heard of this place, and a quick glance at my GPS showed no record of it. Still, the idea of a small town where I could get my bearings and maybe ask for directions was appealing. I drove into Ravenwood and immediately felt a chill run down my spine. The town looked like it had been abandoned for years. The buildings were old and decaying, windows boarded up or broken. Weeds grew through the cracks in the pavement, and there wasn't a single car or person in sight. I parked my car in front of what used to be a diner and got out. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was almost deafening. I decided to check the diner first, hoping to find someone who could tell me where I was and how to get back on track. The door to the diner creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, it was dark and musty. The tables and chairs were covered in a thick layer of dust, and the smell of mold hung in the air. I called out, but there was no response. The place was empty. Feeling uneasy, I decided to leave and try another building. Across the street was a small grocery store. The windows were covered in grime, but I could see faint light flickering inside. I crossed the street and tried the door. It was locked. As I stood there contemplating my next move, I heard a sound behind me. I turned around, but there was no one there. Just the empty street and the fog slowly creeping back in. My heart was racing now. Something was very wrong with this place. I walked back to my car, the feeling of being watched growing stronger with each step. I decided to leave Ravenwood and find another route, but as I reached for the car door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My car tires were slashed. Panic set in. I was stranded in an abandoned town with no way out. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. Desperate, I decided to search the town for a working phone or someone who could help me. I walked through the empty streets, the sense of dread growing with each step. Every building I tried was either locked or empty. The town was a ghost town, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. As I approached the town square, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. He was staring directly at me. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. He just stood there motionless. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. When I was about 10 feet away, the man turned and walked down an alleyway. I hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him. He was the first sign of life I had seen, and I needed answers. The alleyway was narrow and dark, the walls covered in peeling paint and graffiti. The man was nowhere to be seen. As I walked deeper into the alley, I heard whispers all around me, faint and indistinct. I spun around, but there was no one there. My footsteps echoed in the narrow space, and the whispers grew louder. They seemed to be coming from all directions. I quickened my pace, hoping to reach the end of the alley and find the man, but instead, I found myself in front of an old, decrepit church. The door to the church was slightly ajar, and a faint light glowed from inside. I pushed the door open and stepped in. The interior was dark and cold, the pews covered in dust and cobwebs. At the far end of the church, near the altar, I saw the man kneeling in prayer. I approached him slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silent church. As I got closer, I noticed that he was whispering something under his breath. I couldn't make out the words, but they sent a shiver down my spine. "Excuse me?" I said, my voice trembling. "Can you help me? I'm lost." The man stopped whispering and slowly turned his head to look at me. His eyes were empty and hollow, and his face was gaunt and pale. He didn't say anything, just stared at me with those vacant eyes. I took a step back, fear gripping me. "Please, I need help," I repeated. The man stood up slowly, his movements stiff and unnatural. He pointed towards the back of the church, where a door led to what looked like a small office. Without a word, he walked towards the door and disappeared inside. I hesitated for a moment before following him. The office was small and cluttered, with old books and papers strewn everywhere. The man was standing by a desk, looking at an old rotary phone. He picked it up and handed it to me. I took the phone, relieved to finally have a way to call for help. I dialed 911, but there was no dial tone. The line was dead. I looked at the man, but he just stared at me with those empty eyes. "Is there another phone?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. He shook his head slowly and pointed to a piece of paper on the desk. I picked it up and saw that it was a map of the town. There was a red X marked on a building near the edge of town. Scribbled next to the X were the words, "Help here." I looked back at the man, but he was gone. The office door was closed and I was alone. My hands were shaking as I folded the map and put it in my pocket. I had no choice but to go to the marked building and hope for the best. I left the church and followed the map to the edge of town. The building marked with the red X was an old factory, its windows broken and walls covered in ivy. The front door was slightly open, and I could see a faint light inside. I entered the factory, the air thick with dust and the smell of decay. The light was coming from a room at the far end of the building. I made my way through the dark, empty halls, the whispers following me every step of the way. When I reached the room, I saw a group of people standing in a circle. They were dressed in the same old-fashioned clothes as the man in the church, and they were all whispering the same indistinct words. In the center of the circle was a large, ornate mirror. One of the people, a woman with long, dark hair, looked up as I entered. She smiled, but it was a cold, empty smile that sent chills down my spine. "Welcome," she said in a voice that echoed unnaturally. "We've been waiting for you." I took a step back, but the door behind me slammed shut. The people in the circle began to chant louder, their voices rising in a haunting melody. The mirror in the center of the room started to glow, a faint blue light emanating from its surface. "Please, I just want to leave," I pleaded, my voice barely audible over the chanting. The woman stepped forward, her smile never wavering. "You can't leave," she said. "Not yet. You have to see." She grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the mirror. I tried to resist, but her grip was surprisingly strong. As I got closer, I saw my reflection in the mirror, but it was distorted and twisted. My face looked gaunt and hollow, my eyes empty and lifeless. "What is this?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. The woman leaned in close, her breath cold against my ear. "This is the truth," she whispered. "This is who you are." I tried to pull away, but the chanting grew louder and the mirror's light intensified. I felt a cold, dark presence envelop me, and my vision started to blur. The last thing I saw before everything went black was my reflection in the mirror, smiling back at me with that same empty, hollow smile. When I woke up, I was lying on the side of the road, my car parked nearby. The sun was rising and the fog had lifted. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. Was it all just a dream? I checked my car and, to my relief, the tires were intact. My phone had a signal and the GPS was working fine. I quickly got in the car and drove away, not daring to look back. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The memories of Ravenwood haunted me, and I couldn't get the image of my distorted reflection out of my mind. Eventually, I reached my friend's house, but I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Who would believe me? Days passed, but the experience lingered in my thoughts. One night, I found an old box of family photos while rummaging through the attic. As I sifted through the pictures, one in particular caught my eye. It was a sepia-toned photograph of a small town that looked eerily familiar. In the background, I could see a sign that read, Ravenwood. In the foreground stood a group of people dressed in old-fashioned clothes, their faces hauntingly vacant. My heart nearly stopped when I recognized one of the faces. It was the woman from the factory, her cold, empty smile unmistakable. Standing next to her with the same hollow eyes was a younger version of the man from the church. And there, in the middle of the group, was a boy with a familiar face. It was me. I dropped the photo, my hands trembling. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Ravenwood wasn't just a random, sinister town. It was part of my past, a forgotten piece of my history, and somehow, it had called me back. To this day, I don't know what Ravenwood truly is or why it isn't on any map, but one thing is certain, it's part of me, and I'll never escape its haunting presence. As I look into the mirror now, I sometimes catch a glimpse of that empty, hollow smile, and I wonder if one day I'll find myself back in Ravenwood, where I truly belong. Lately, I've been having trouble keeping a consistent sleep schedule. I'm sure plenty of other 20-somethings can relate. Every time I manage to fall asleep at a good time, I'll stay up a little bit later the next night, and so on and so forth, until once again I'm waking up at 5 p.m. and going down at 7 a.m. As I have no girlfriend or job or goals in life, it really hasn't been a problem I've been keen on fixing. Anyway, cut to another sleepless night, and I realize I have literally no clean clothes. I live in the middle of hot Arizona, so even someone who doesn't go outside often ends up with pit stains in his shirts. Plus the grease from wiping my meals on my jeans was getting a bit thick too. So, genius that I am, I decide to go on a laundry run. My apartment complex has a laundry room a short walk away from my building, so washing my clothes at the dead of night isn't the most insane idea, but of course that doesn't keep me from feeling creeped out on the walk there. You know that feeling. Being in the middle of the city, way past a reasonable person's curfew, when it's dark and quiet, and you feel like you're the only person there. You know you aren't, though. The city has a population of several million, and you're in the middle of an apartment complex of over 50 units. That sense of quiet feels fake, that loneliness misleading. It sort of feels like you're doing something wrong, or you're somewhere you aren't supposed to be, but you can't logically put a feeling on why. Anyway, that's how I felt as I took the short walk to the laundry room. The laundry facility itself is actually outside of the gated community, for some reason, so I had to go through said gate to get there. When you're doing this after midnight, you feel like a complete a-hole, or at least I did. It's one of those cheap metal gates with this new lock that opens with an app on your phone. So in addition to the loud, rusty sounding creak of the gate opening, and the echoing slam of it shutting, there's also an obnoxious sound when it unlocks. Compared to the eerie silence of the sleeping city, it seems like the loudest noise that could be. It feels like you might wake your neighbors, or alert something else in the quiet dark to your location. It's the city, so of course it wasn't that dark. The street lights everywhere to try and create some semblance of safety. Even so, the fluorescent white lights of the laundry room felt like a relief when I stepped in from the dark, quiet, hot night air. Turning the washing machine and hearing those thumps and electric hums felt even better. I felt a weird comfort in there, like I was in a confined, safe space that was shut off from some great trouble on the other side of the door. It reminded me of when I was a kid and I would sit in the bathroom, letting the shower run, Knowing my parents fighting in the other room wouldn't bother me in there. If that seems like too much information, it's because it's such a specific kind of feeling, and if you can relate, you might understand how weird it was to suddenly be feeling it here. The point was, I sat down on one of those little benches facing the wall of dryers. I sat down, looked at my phone for a minute, then I leaned my head back and shut my eyes. The next thing I remember was the sound of someone trying to turn the locked doorknob to the laundry room. The room has sort of an L shape, and my back was to a wall that blocked my view of the door, so I couldn't see who it was. I could tell, however, that they were really trying to get in, shaking the knob violently as if the electronic lock would give out with enough pressure. I thought about letting them in, but then I heard them. "Hello?" a man's voice said. "Are you in there? Can you open the door? Open the door, please." Maybe I'm just a bad person, but as soon as I heard him speak, I froze. I decided, in that moment, not to be a good Samaritan, and instead stay sat there, where I knew he couldn't see me. I remember thinking to myself, if he was supposed to be in here, he'd have the app on his phone too. If he was allowed in here, he would unlock the door. The idea of a stranger trying to get into the laundry room with me this late at night, a stranger who didn't even live here, was enough to keep me away from that door. I was stuck there now, and so I leaned my head back against the wall and shut my eyes again. "Hey." I snapped back awake at the sound of another person. There was a guy peeking over from the bend of the corner, as if he wasn't sure if he was supposed to see me there or not. He was dressed in a black sweatshirt and skinny jeans, bald with the greenest eyes I think I've ever seen. He was pale and gaunt, and had a look that made me think tweaker against my better judgment. I made small talk with him, trying to act like I wasn't just asleep. We talked about how hot it was out there. He asked which machines were empty, and I said all of them more or less. It was an awkward, quick little exchange, until he said, "Did you hear me at the door?" I felt icicles on the back of my neck. It was only now that I recognized the guy's voice as the same from before. I felt guilty, and more than that, afraid of what he might do if I said yes. I immediately felt all the more uncomfortable being alone here with this guy. No," I said. "I was asleep. Sorry." "Are you lying to me?" He said with a weird sternness in his voice. It was like a parent talking to a child. "No," I responded. "No, I really was just asleep. I couldn't hear you. Sorry." "Huh," he responded. He stared at me for a moment, his mouth hanging slightly open. It felt like the longest couple of seconds of my life, until he walked away to tend to his wash cycle. I stayed at my phone until he left, dreading every single moment as I attentively listened to the sounds of his footsteps, until I heard the door shut again. When I was certain he was gone, I knew it was time to get back home, but then I froze again. If I was uncomfortable being alone in here with him, I thought, it would be so much worse being alone out there, in the dark, with him. What if he followed me home? The thought kept me on that bench until I felt my eyes closing again. When they opened again, that dude was back in front of me, leaning down, staring right into my face. I jumped, to say the least, but didn't have the courage to shout at him or do anything but whisper, "What the?" in a panic. "You fell asleep?" he said, like some kind of detective. His inflection was so strange. It was like he was asking me a question and making a statement at the same time. I don't know which it was, so I responded, "Yeah." I was as far back against the wall as I could be at this point, clearly trying to get away from the man standing between me and my escape. Instead of seeing how uncomfortable I was, though, he chose to sit right down next to me. I felt like I might just break into tears at that moment. "Are you here all alone?" That question was maybe the worst thing I could have heard at that moment. "No," I lied. "I'm waiting on my brother." I don't have a brother, much less one I was waiting on, but I wanted to put the image in the guy's head that there was another man coming here soon. I felt like it might keep me safe. "Aha," he said in response. His voice was raspy, and the weird way of pronouncing what I imagined was meant to be, "uh-huh," felt like someone trying to remember how to sound human. It's then that he put his hands on my thigh. "You're a sweet thing," he said, and I felt my lower lip tremble. "Sweet and tender." I'm a man, and I'm not in the best shape, so I am in no way used to getting hit on. Certainly not by crackhead dudes with no sense of personal space. It was possible, I assume, but something about the way he was looking at me made it feel wrong. I struggled to describe it, even in my own head. He wasn't looking at me in a way that felt lecherous. In fact, it didn't look like he had any kind of desire within him at all. Instead, it felt like there was some kind of inexplainable hunger behind those eyes. Whatever the case, I never wanted to know what he was thinking in that moment. I heard the door open again, and the sound was startling enough to break me out of my fear trance and make me stand up. Another man came in, this guy much heavier than both of us, and hairy too, with hair longer than most women I've met and a big beard on his face. It must have given some credence to my lie from before, because the tweaker guy stood up when he saw him. He shot me one more of those inexplainable glances before heading out the door. If I wasn't going to walk out that door before, I sure wasn't going to do it now. I felt way more comfortable with this new guy here anyway, especially since he seemed to mind his own business. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself shutting my eyes again. "Don't go with him." I woke up again to the sound of a new voice, and given what happened last time, I was in a panic. This time, however, it was just the heavier guy in the room with me, tending to his dryer. I must have slept through his entire wash cycle, and I was immediately surprised and worried that I wasn't woken up by the tweaker in all that time. "You shouldn't go with him," the guy said again, his back facing me. "I shouldn't go with who?" I asked, confused, but somehow feeling like I knew just who he was talking about. "Don't go with that guy," he said again, a bit of hum in his voice as he started the dry cycle. "You won't like him. He isn't good for you." "Okay, thanks," I said, not sure what else there was to say. He simply nodded and walked back out into the night. I realized quickly that this was probably my best chance to get home. I all but ran my way out, not caring about my laundry, which was still sitting wet in the washing machine. As soon as I cleared the threshold of the door, the dude was gone, nowhere to be seen, and I was immediately in some kind of panic. I started power walking towards my apartment when I heard a familiar voice, and my heart all but stopped. "Hey ya there," he rasped. "Sweet and tender." I broke into a run towards the gate, and without thinking tried the handle. It was locked, of course, and as I reached for my phone, I could hear the sounds of rushed footsteps against the pavement behind me. My hands were shaking as I tried to unlock my phone, get to the app, and hold it to the gate's Bluetooth sensor. Oh my god, the loading bar. It felt intentionally designed to break my heart. moving up to 60% and then stopping for a few seconds. A second that felt like it would be my last. I cursed at my phone, my voice cracking, pleading to just work, until I finally heard that obnoxious beep, which at that moment was the greatest sound I had ever heard in my life. I reached for the gate and pulled it open. It got maybe 2 inches open when I felt firm hands grab my shoulders, pulling me back. I watched my grip slip off of the gate handle and saw it slam shut, locking in place. My eyes flew open, and I was back at the laundry room. I broke into a weak laugh, and even started crying a little bit. The laundry cycle was still going, and according to the timer on the machine, I couldn't have been asleep longer than 10 minutes. That was an hour ago. I'm sitting here still in the laundry room, typing all this out because I don't know how else to keep myself awake. I called 911 immediately, but I'm still waiting for a patrol car or something to show up. I told them that I felt like my life was in danger, that someone was following me and was going to attack me if I left the laundry room. I really didn't know what else to tell them. I don't know what to think myself, really. All I know is that a few minutes after I woke up, I heard the door of the laundry room shaking, and a familiar man's voice asking, "Hello? Are you in there? Can you open the door? Open the door?" I know that asking for help is a difficult thing for many people. I, luckily, am not usually worried about doing that. For me, asking for help is so fun. Taking on a challenge with another person instantly makes it all worth doing. Or, if it's more of a problem than just a challenge, it gives me the opportunity to get an outside perspective instead of feeling so overwhelmed. But right now I can't ask anyone I know for help. It's not the sort of problem I can ask friends to help with without sounding crazy. So I need your help to decide. Should I go into my girlfriend's art studio? So, for context, my girlfriend is an artist. A really, really good artist. Painting, sculpting, crochet. She does anything that she felt she had to do to express herself. And honestly, not to seem entirely materialistic, but the money she would get from commissions or selling her pieces gives us the needed leeway so that I could find a job I liked instead of one that pays a ton but is super soul destroying. I work at a theme park, and I won't name for internet safety, but I work in the entertainment department in a dinosaur show, pretending to be a Steve Irwin type of character, but less cool and more of a lesbian. So overall, this setup is awesome. Now that you understand all that, it's time to get into the actual issue. There are 2 months of the year that I don't work due to the fact that the park is closed in the months following New Year. I thought, perhaps, earlier this year during my extended break, that I'd get to hang out with my girlfriend, catch up on all the horror movies I've been recommended, and hopefully, if timing's allowed, propose to the love of my life. It was 2 weeks in that I realized that despite working from home, my girlfriend spends her entire life in her studio, which is a spare downstairs bedroom we converted for her, from 8:30 a.m. to 7, 8, or sometimes even 9 p.m. at night. She's working on her latest project. I decided, seeing as she's working so hard, to try and paint her something. It wasn't great. It was a worm that became an astronaut, floating in space. She likes that sort of thing. I felt like 10 minutes was an okay amount of time to distract her, so I approached the studio door and knocked. The first thing I noticed was that my knocks echoed. Faint rumblings rippled out from the door into the walls. I swear I didn't hit it that hard. I'm actually super weak. Usually she would have responded by now, so I faintly called her name. Lucy, Lucy, Footloose, can I come in? I heard a very faint reply from inside. I couldn't hear if she said yes or no, but I was honestly starting to get worried, and I slowly opened the door. I stepped into a world unknown to me. The entire room was filled with trees, vast trees that, through what I hope was forced perspective, formed a great canopy about 40 feet above my head. A giant elephant stood in the middle of the room, completely motionless, frozen in time. I know deep down that it's just a statue, but even deeper down lies the fear that it wasn't. The worst part of this jungle was the heat. I don't know how she got it to be this temperature. I didn't see the window. Behind the wooden trees that seemed to go on and on for rows behind this. Despite the enormity of my surroundings, I was still deeply aware that this was in the space of one medium-sized room, and that combination seemed to make this vast jungle scene incredibly claustrophobic. How did she make this? How was she gonna get it out? All these thoughts echoed in my head like the knocks on the door. I decided, unnecessarily cautious as it may seem, to creep my way behind the elephant, to make my way toward the walk-in closet she used for her art supplies, and get her to stop hiding. I start my 10-foot trek, but I swear I hear bird calls, and I immediately stop. Must be a speaker. In the corner of my eye, I see a figure, not human, dark and sleek, leaping from the treetop with a glint of white teeth. I was frozen in place. It's only when I heard a growl that I turned around. Nothing. Must have been the heat making me crazy. I got to the far wall and demanded she come out of the closet. Not like that. The door opened, and where I expected to find my smug girlfriend, I saw a tunnel. My brain swam with endless thoughts. Why is there a tunnel in my closet? How did I not know? What is that behind me? Before I realized what I was doing, I ran into the tunnel and slammed the door behind me, hoping that whatever big cat I hallucinated can't open doors. I walked into the tunnel, illuminating it with my phone torch and hoping the light would cast over my girlfriend, so I could get at least some answers. Unlike the studio, this room was cold and damp. The walls are dark gray and stony, like a cave, and I felt gross putting my hands on them, as they dripped with condensation or worse. I got to what I'd say in hindsight was about halfway through when I saw it. A human leg, half-eaten and pooling with dark red blood that slunk towards me as if there was a slight incline. I stepped towards it, and it's only when I'm about 2 feet away that I realize what I'm seeing. Crochet. She crocheted a human leg somehow and put it here to frighten me. That's one problem with that explanation, though. The red liquid pooling from it. I decided now to call her name again. She answers me. "Oh hey babe, I'm in here, just at the end of the tunnel. Don't worry, you're safe. All the limbs are fake." I realized then that about 10 feet ahead of me, the entire floor was full of these crocheted body parts, and I'd have to climb them to get to her. That would be fine. What wouldn't be was the smell. I don't know how, but these fake woolen limbs smelled like they were supposed to be. Intense scents of rotting meat and decay emanated from their soft, woven skin, and all of them felt wet. I climbed over them and crawled into the room where Lucy waited. This room was genuinely huge. Not fake, large like the jungle. I had entered a giant barn, constructed with wooden planks. It seemed to go up higher than any barn I'd ever seen, a hollow skyscraper, and I could tell through the orange sunlight peeking in through the gaps in the wood that it was nearing sundown. I checked my phone. It was 2 p.m. The thing I immediately noticed was the floor, as the hay hurt my hands when I crawled in over the limbs. The entire floor was made of hay, some places woven together, and seemingly stable enough to support mine and Lucy's weight, and the rest being large pools of loose hay. I'm about to ask Lucy what's happening when I see its head poking out of the hay pool in the center of the room. It's completely hairless and rounded, like the end of a hot dog, with pale, clammy skin. Its thin, lipless mouth reaches from ear to ear, or at least if it had ears it would have. 2 tusks reached upwards out his mouth at about 45 degrees, and the tips of them were level with its pig-like snout. The worst part, however, was above the nose. It had human eyes, astoundingly blue. Clearly human, but with none of the empathy or understanding you'd see from a member of our species. I couldn't see anything below its neck. What is this, Lucy? What is going on with any of this? I'm so confused. I just wanted to bring you this painting, but now I'm in this place. That's a very nice drawing, baby. I can put it up in the angel room. Do you want to meet the angels I've made? Her smile seemed genuine, like she had no idea why I was so concerned. I couldn't handle it. No, Lucy, I just want to go back. I just don't understand how this could even fit in our... Can this thing stop looking at me? She only said one thing. Oh, Ellie, that's just the bull. Before I had a chance to ask what kind of bulls have ever looked like that, it started to stand up. As hay toppled from its huge body, so did skin falling onto the floor, revealing giant, pulsing musculature that formed this hulking nightmare. I'm sure some of the freaks out there are wondering, so I'll just say now. I didn't see its genitals. I turned and ran, scrambling into the tunnel behind me and dropping my painting so I had both hands free. I could hardly focus on anything as I heard its squeals and roars behind me. I climbed over the limb pile, but I feel it touch my leg, and I jump. I fully hit my face on the stone floor and passed out. When I woke up, I was on the sofa. Lucy sat next to me with painkillers. After we checked Google to see if I had a concussion, we had a serious talk. I explained my plan to propose, and that I don't know if I can marry her if she keeps eldritch horrors and impossible spaces in our house. She promised to explain everything to me if I gave her 6 months to finish the project. Well, now it's approaching that time, and honestly my life returned completely to normal. The only change being that I don't go into her studio. So, I'm just hoping anyone could help me decide whether or not to see the finished product. I honestly really like... I found the photograph among a pile of old, dusty albums in the attic. It had been years since I last ventured up there, and the nostalgia of my childhood was bittersweet. But as I flipped through the pages, a single photo caught my eye, sending a chill down my spine. It was an old, faded image of an elderly woman sitting in what looked like a dimly lit room. She was dressed in a pink shirt, her expression vacant and distant. Her eyes seemed to bore into the camera, or perhaps through it with an unsettling intensity. I didn't recognize her, yet there was something disturbingly familiar about her face. I showed the photo to my mother, hoping she could shed some light on the mysterious woman. Her reaction was immediate and visceral. She gasped, her face draining of color as she snatched the picture from my hands. "Where did you find this?" she demanded, her voice trembling. "In the attic," I replied, taken aback by her reaction. "Who is she?" My mother stared at the photo for a long moment before finally speaking. "That's your great-grandmother, Eleanor. We don't talk about her much. She had some issues." "What kind of issues?" I pressed, curious despite the growing sense of dread in my stomach. "She was institutionalized when I was a child," my mother explained, her voice hushed. "She claimed to see things, hear voices. They said she was schizophrenic, but she always insisted it was something else. Something darker." I took the photo back, examining it more closely. The room in the background was shadowy, almost as if it was swallowing the light. There was a strange blur near her hand, almost like a motion blur but more sinister, as if something was trying to escape the frame. That night, I couldn't get the image out of my head. I placed it on my nightstand, hoping that some sleep would help me shake off the eerie feeling. But as the hours passed, I found myself unable to drift off. The darkness in my room felt oppressive, the shadows lengthening and shifting in ways that defied logic. Around midnight, I heard a faint whispering, barely audible but persistent. I strained to make out the words, but it was like trying to grasp smoke. The whispers grew louder, and I realized they were coming from the direction of the photograph. I turned on my bedside lamp, the sudden light blinding me momentarily. When my eyes adjusted, I saw the photograph had fallen to the floor, the image of Eleanor now eerily illuminated by the lamp's glow. The whispering stopped, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed down on me. Picking up the photo, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. In the background, behind Eleanor, there was a faint outline of a figure, almost invisible but definitely there. It sent a shiver down my spine. Was this what she had claimed to see? Unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I decided to do some research on Eleanor. The next day I visited the local library and dug through old newspapers and records. What I found was chilling. Eleanor had been committed to the asylum after she attacked her husband, claiming he was possessed by a dark spirit. She became increasingly violent and paranoid, convinced that something was after her. Her claims were dismissed as the ravings of a madwoman, but the more I read, the more I began to believe there was something to her stories. I found her old journal, a small leather-bound book filled with erratic writing. Her entries were a mix of lucid thoughts and frantic scribbles, detailing her descent into madness. She described seeing shadowy figures, hearing whispers in the night, and feeling an oppressive presence that never left her alone. One entry stood out to me. March 3rd, 1956. The shadows are getting closer. They whisper my name, taunt me with promises of peace if I just give in. I see them in every corner, every dark place. They want me. I know it, but I won't give in. I won't. The more I read, the more I felt a creeping dread settle over me. The descriptions matched what I had been experiencing since finding the photo. The whispers, the shadows, the sense of being watched. It was all too real. That night the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. They seemed to echo through my mind, filling me with a sense of impending doom. I clutched the photo, feeling a strange compulsion to keep it close. As the hours dragged on, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. A shadow, darker than the rest, seemed to shift and pulse almost as if it was alive, my heart pounding in my chest as I watched it slowly take shape, forming into the figure I had seen in the background of the photograph. It moved closer, a black amorphous shape that seemed to absorb the light around it. I could feel its malevolence, a tangible force that sent waves of fear coursing through me. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and I realized they were coming from the shadow itself. "Give in," it hissed, the voice of a twisted, distorted echo. "Join us." I scrambled out of bed, my mind racing. The shadow followed, relentless and unyielding. I felt a cold touch on my skin, a tendril of darkness wrapping around my arm. Panic surged through me and I lashed out, my hand passing through the shadow with no effect. Desperation took hold and I ran to the attic, the one place that seemed to hold any answers. I found the box of old albums and rifled through them, hoping to find something, anything that could help. As I pulled out the albums, I noticed a small, hidden compartment at the bottom of the box. Inside was another journal, older and more worn than the first. It belonged to Eleanor, but the entries were different. They were written in a shaky hand, the words barely legible. October 31st, 1955. They came for me tonight. The shadows, they are real. I know that now. They took my husband. He is gone and I am alone, but they won't stop. They want me. They will never stop. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I turned to see the shadow looming over me, its form twisting and writhing. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices all urging me to give in, to surrender. In a moment of clarity, I realized what I had to do. I grabbed the photograph and the journal and I ran to the backyard. The wind howled around me as I built a small fire, my hands trembling. I threw the photograph into the flames, watching as it curled and blackened. The shadows seemed to scream, a sound that pierced through me, and I knew I was doing the right thing. I tossed the journal in after the photo, the pages catching fire and burning away the darkness. As the fire died down, the whispers faded, and the oppressive presence lifted. I felt a sense of peace, a calmness that I hadn't known in days. The shadows were gone, banished by the flames, but the peace was short-lived. As I walked back inside, I saw a reflection in the window. Eleanor's face, her eyes filled with a silent warning. The shadows may have been gone, but the darkness remained, waiting for another chance. I knew then that this was not the end. The darkness had been a part of my family for generations, and it would not be so easily defeated. It was only a matter of time before it returned, and I had to be ready. The photograph may have been destroyed, but the shadows left their mark on me. I could feel them lurking in the corners of my mind, whispering their promises of peace, and deep down, I knew that one day I would have to face them again. For now, I keep the journal close in my thoughts, a reminder of the darkness that haunts my family. And every night as I lay in bed, I listen to the whispers, knowing that the shadows are always watching, always waiting. We as a species are creatures of lingering regrets. We constantly think of the things that we didn't do, the opportunities we missed out on, the alternatives to the choices we have made, and the haunting question of, what if? I'm no different, and that is what brings me here to share my experience today. I've had a what if question that has persisted in my head like a broken record. It has lingered in the darkest recesses of my mind like a cockroach, and has continued to fester there to the present day. What if we had just come forward with the truth? The answer to this question is not for the faint of heart. What I am about to describe is just as much a detailed recollection of events as it is a confession. What you choose to believe is entirely up to all of you, but I need the truth to be out there in order to repent. This all started a few months ago when I began communication with the dead. Now, this grave endeavor wasn't in vain, mind you. The main reason I entertained this idea and participated was because I was desperate. You see, I have lost a lot of people in my life. People I wished I could see again and communicate with that were no longer here. What I desired most was closure with my loved ones and friends, and death had taken that from me. That is, until Jane and I were cleaning our basement one day. We were moving some miscellaneous junk strewn about the basement to the garage for donation or the trash. It was nothing more than a typical cleaning project that neither of us wanted to do, but it had to get done. As I was cleaning out a particular corner of the basement, I stumbled upon a box containing a Ouija board. Now, I didn't remember ever purchasing or acquiring a Ouija board, and I know for certain Jane wouldn't have either. She was not a fan of creepy things in the slightest. How it ended up there was a complete mystery. My immediate thought was just to throw it away. There was no reason for us to have it. It's not that I didn't believe in the paranormal or anything. I had an experience years ago that made me a believer. I just didn't think it was an item that should continue to be in our household. That is when a thought crossed my mind, one that I should have never begun to entertain the idea of. What if I could speak with those people I never got a chance to speak with again? This was an idea that intrigued me at the time. Reconnecting with people that were once in my life, and knowing that there was a life beyond death provided a strange comfort to me. I can't explain it, but in that moment, I felt like I was compelled to use the board once I had found it. After pondering things for a moment longer, I had made my decision. In hindsight, I should not have made a decision of such magnitude so recklessly, but regardless, my mind was made up. I placed the Ouija board back where I had found it, pretending that I hadn't seen it, and proceeded to go about my day, acting as if I hadn't seen anything. Tomorrow when I got home from work and while my wife was still working, I would use the Ouija board. And that is exactly what I did. From that day forward for months, I spent that 2-hour time period before Jane would get home from work downstairs in the basement communicating with the deceased. My usage of the Ouija board granted me the ability to being able to talk to my mother, my father, my grandmother, and grandfather, and anyone else I so desired to talk to. We discussed the afterlife, my life, and what I had never gotten to when they were here on this soil. It was a relief unlike any other, and I was grateful to be able to break the barrier between the living and dead to talk to my loved ones. It began so innocently with them. All I ever intended was to talk to them and to get some closure, but it became an addiction. I couldn't stop using the Ouija board. Over time, I had started inviting random spirits to conduct a conversation with me. It became therapeutic for me when I would ask these spirits questions and learn about them in addition to the unknown and beyond. Despite my morbid fixation on conversing with the dead, I never let anything get out of hand. My habit was always restricted to that 2-hour window I had, and I was always going to be in control of the situation. Yesterday, though, that all changed. I was going about things like I normally did with the Ouija board. The candles that circled me illuminated the basement as I was called out. Are there any spirits here that want to communicate at this time? My words echoed through the basement as I patiently awaited a response from beyond the grave. Some time had passed before the planchette I had my hands placed over began to shake. Slowly, it moved over to the word yes. I nodded my head and inquired, "Who am I speaking to?" Once more the planchette began to move and glided over the letters G, R, A, C, and E. I felt myself grow cold as if I had stepped 1 foot into a meat locker. My eyes widened in horror. That name. Grace, why are you communicating with me? My words hung in the air like a fog as I anxiously waited for the spirit to answer. I could feel my heart pulsating very fast, and I did my best to take deep breaths to slow its frantic pace. A moment later, the planchette moved to a series of letters that spelled out the word return. Return? What do you mean by this? I inquired, my eyes darting around in the darkness surrounding the candles I had lit. Silence overcast the basement, and nothing was heard besides the thunderous thumping of my heart. I had never experienced anything like this in the months I had used the Ouija board. I had never felt such an ominous and dark energy that contaminated the room like a plague. I glanced back down at the planchette, wondering if there was ever going to be a response when a gust of wind snuffed out the candles. I blindly looked around, the darkness enveloping my vision as I felt the perspiration from my forehead from fright. It felt like I was being watched, but by who I could not tell. It was a feeling that lurked as I felt an icy, cold hand grip my shoulder. I stood still as a statue, rooted to the spot in horror as a voice whispered a command into my ear. Run. That's when my adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted up the stairs. I closed the basement door behind me and went up to Jane and I's room to hide and calm down. I didn't move from my place in our bedroom until Jane had come back home from work. I didn't dare tell her what had occurred. The last thing I wanted to feel was unsafe and scared in the comfort of our home. I collected myself and went downstairs to greet her, and resumed the evening like it was any other. When it was time to call it a night, I waited for her to go upstairs before going back down and hiding the Ouija board. I would take care of its disposal in the morning while Jane still slept. In the meantime, however, I was going to catch some much-needed rest and put this whole bizarre fixation of mine behind me. I promised myself from that moment onward I would never communicate with the dead ever again. My weird addiction to the Ouija board had to end for the sake of my sanity and well-being. The room was painfully quiet in the early hours of the morning, almost as if time itself had stopped entirely. Darkness cloaked the room like a massive blanket as I lay next to Jane. A faint light creeped in through the window, allowing for little visibility of the various pieces of furniture in the bedroom. My eyes scanned the room for a moment for any anomalies, before resting my gaze upon her. She was still sound asleep, her breathing rhythmic as she continued to dream in peace. Her arms were wrapped around me lightly like vines on a tree trunk. I slowly wiggled free from her grasp and rolled on my side. I was still in a dazed state, my eyelids fighting a losing battle to stay open as I became self-aware of my heart beating against my rib cage. It thudded rapidly, like I had just been engulfed in a nightmare. I couldn't remember if I had been dreaming or not, but it must not have been important if I couldn't remember, right? That's what I told myself as I closed my eyes and wrapped myself back into the sheets like a cocoon. I lay still for a while, waiting for sleep to overtake my conscience. When it seemed as though I was about to doze off, my cell phone that was on my nightside table lit up like a Christmas tree and began to ring. The vibration of the device buzzing on the table grated my eardrums as I let out a groan of frustration. I sluggishly reached out and silenced the phone without even acknowledging who it was. I turned to my wife to see if she had stirred at all, but thankfully to my delight, she had not been ripped from her slumber. I breathed a sigh of relief as I looked at the time. 3:03 a.m. Give me a break. I muttered irritably to myself as I turned back over, hoping to get some sleep. The idea of having to go to work on just a couple hours of sleep was not a pleasant thought. The last thing I wanted to do was daydream about dreaming. I closed my eyes and tried my best to silence my thoughts, but not even a moment after I had nestled into the warm embraces of the sheets, the phone rang again. My eyes shot open, and I lunged out into the void of darkness to silence the phone. Good God, can I just get some rest? I buried my head under the blanket and face planted into the pillow, not wanting to think, see, or hear anything until 6 a.m. sharp when I absolutely had to be awake. The sound of my phone going off seconds after my face connected with the pillow indicated that someone was still trying to get in touch with me. I begrudgingly lifted my face from the pillow and squinted to look at my phone, which shone like a beacon of light on the bedside table. I exhaled angrily as I yanked the phone from its place on the table and stared down at the screen. My heart immediately sunk as I read the name of the person who was vehemently blowing up my phone. Grace. It was the same name that was spelt out on the Ouija board earlier. I was confused. How was a spirit contacting me outside of the board? Was this the spirit that I thought it was? I chalked it up to it all being a strange coincidence and put that dreadful thought to rest. I hit decline on the call, and not even a second after I did, the phone began to ring again. This person doesn't give up. I thought as I pressed decline call. The phone lit up and hummed violently as Grace continued to call again and again. I promptly kept declining the calls as they came through, and I was able to eventually block the person, resulting in a blissful silence falling upon the room. I gently placed the phone back down and was about to lay back down when I noticed Jane sitting up, looking at me in pure confusion. In the midst of all the chaos, I neglected the fact that the constant noise of my phone and I would have woken her. "What's going on?" she asked as a yawn escaped her lips. "Nothing, Jane. It was just some stupid scam caller or something. I took care of it." I reassured as I turned to my place beside her in the comfort of our bed. As soon as she and I began to get comfortable, the familiar humming sound filled the air, indicating that my phone was going off. "Apparently you didn't," she quipped as I snatched the phone from its resting place and messed with its settings. I was perplexed. I had blocked this person, so how was the same number calling? I decided to take matters a step further and turn my phone off. I held the power button on my phone and watched the brand logo light up on the screen before dimming and blacking out completely. There, now I did. I breathed a sigh of relief as I returned to Jane's side and gave a light smile. That was way more complicated than it needed to be. We shared a laugh as we both lay on our backs and snuggled together under the sheets. "I noticed. Seems like you got a stalker." She teased as she wrapped her arms around my torso and placed her head on my chest. Who wants to stalk someone like me, though? "I don't know. You tell me." She raised her head to look me in the face and raised a slight brow jokingly. In that moment, I wanted to tell her the person's name, but decided it was better to withhold the information. There was no need to bother her with something as small as a name in the grand scheme of things. Before I could give a reply to her question, though, my phone rang yet again. This time Jane and I both sat straight up in bed, immediately alarmed at what we were hearing. You turned that off, right?" she asked with a concerned tone, her face peering over at my bedside table. "Yeah, I turned the phone off. Did you not see me turn the phone off?" I felt like my arms weighed 1,000 tons, and my fingers shook as I took the phone and brought it to my face. I stood there and just stared at the brightly lit screen, the name Grace striking fear into my heart. "Grace? Who is this Grace, and why is she calling you? It's 3 a.m. Jane said, clearly agitated and suspicious of the fact that another woman was calling me in the early hours of the morning. "I don't know, but I'm going to answer and figure out what the meaning of this is." I pressed accept on the phone call and brought it up to my ear. Listen, I don't know who you think you are, but... I was interrupted by a burst of static that sounded like a radio trying to find a proper frequency. Hello? Is anybody there? I asked as I glanced over my shoulder at Jane, who appeared to be a nervous wreck. She looked how I felt internally, but I needed to be strong for her. I didn't want to look scared, but it was hard not to be. This whole thing was certainly strange. Put it on speaker. Her voice trembled with a worried tone. I nodded my head and pulled the phone away from my ear. I pressed the speaker button, and we both listened with racing hearts as the static continued to blare. This noise persisted for a while before a faint voice crept through. Hello? The voice was weak, but there was no mistaking it. Someone was on the line. Yes, hello? Who is this? How did you get my number? The questions poured out of me at a rapid-fire pace as I was trying to rationalize the scenario we found ourselves in. There was no response to anything I asked, and instead we were left to listen to the static, deafeningly sounding from the speaker. The moments we spent waiting for a response seemed to drag on in dog years, but eventually the voice returned. This time, much clearer. This is Grace. I felt my blood turn to ice. Every word pierced my skin like a hunting knife as I looked over at Jane, who shared the same horrified expression as myself. I felt my grip loosening on the phone as the words seemingly spun around me. This couldn't be real. None of this is real. Leave us alone. Jane's voice broke the silence between the two of us. She seized the phone from what little grasp I still had and tried to decline the call. No matter how many times she attempted to hang up, though, the phone call would not end. If anything, the static sound got louder and louder, forcing Jane and I to cover our ears. As quickly as the static noise raised itself to ear-piercing decibels, it stopped. Jane and I were afraid to breathe as we listened to the phone for any signs of life besides our own. I could feel my limbs trembling from the fear and adrenaline. I was afraid to move in any capacity. I clenched my eyes shut and prayed for this to end. I could feel Jane's face hovering above my shoulder, and I could hear her trying to stifle cries of terror. The silence on the other end of the line was somehow more deafening than the static coming through just moments ago. It was not to last, however, as the voice returned and spoke clear as day from the other end of the line. I'm here. The voice stated in an aggressive rasp before the phone call suddenly ended and the screen went to black. Jane and I sat in the darkness, paralyzed by our own fear. We weren't sure of what to make of what just happened. It felt like a piece of fiction had come to life. There was nothing fictitious about this, however. This was the gravity of the situation coming crashing down upon us. There was a reason why that name had sounded so familiar earlier downstairs with the Ouija board. The voice on the phone all but confirmed our suspicions. She and I locked eyes in horror, and I felt myself shiver at the revelation. The spirit from the Ouija board and the voice on the phone were the same entity. It was Grace. Our daughter we had killed. I, 23 female, have been in a wheelchair all my life. Or at least it felt like it. My mom had told me that when I was young, maybe 6 or so, I had some accident in a lake nearby in Charleston, Texas, that left my lower half paralyzed. We had to move soon after because my dad found a new job in New York that made a whole lot more money, according to him. I never understood why he would always harp on that, since it seemed obvious to me that anyone would switch jobs if they'd been given an upwards of 50% pay raise. Anyways, the whole point of that was just to say that I've moved back to Charleston. Much to the chagrin of my parents, who wanted me to stay close to them. I was able to scrape up enough money to buy a used car and gas to drive down there. I have ample mobility in my feet to drive, while also having enough to afford the down payment on a house where I was looking at online. Obviously, since I'm not able to spend too much time on my feet, I opted for a single-story house, which would also be a lot cheaper. When I arrived in Charleston, I headed over to the office to sign some paperwork regarding the house and whether or not I'd take out a mortgage. I rolled myself into the elevator and pressed 6. When the elevator doors began to close, I heard a voice call out, "Hey, hold the door for me." I stuck my foot between the doors and a large man came stumbling in. I don't mean to judge a person by their appearance, but quite frankly, he looked like the epitome of a deadbeat. His hair was unkempt, he reeked of sweat, and looked as if he hadn't bathed in days. What put me off the most, however, was his clean-shaven face that didn't fit the rest of his body. If you were to only look at his face, it seemed like a grown baby. Regardless, I felt uncomfortable being in an elevator with him. His stench immediately made the air grow heavy right when he stepped in, and I felt disgusted with every breath I took. I almost felt bad for being so repulsed by a stranger I had known less than 10 seconds. But his later actions would make me feel no more guilt. When the man walked into the elevator, he was in a bit of a daze. It only took him a few seconds, however, before he looked down and saw me. He smirked, and I swore I heard him chuckle too. Before the doors finally closed, he looked towards the shining 6 button. I could feel my heart sink when he pressed the buttons for every single floor before it. I wanted to close my eyes so bad, thinking he'd do something for me. Fortunately, it seemed all he wanted to do was talk. Unfortunately, he wanted to talk. "So, where are you from?" "Oh, just New York." I wanted to slap myself for telling him the truth. My parents taught me countless lessons in stranger danger, and I had already broken the most important rule. "New York, eh? Then you must be quite the big shot, huh?" The elevator reached floor 2. "No, not really. There's a lot of normal people there, too." "I see. What's your name?" I caught myself. "Samantha." The elevator reached floor 3. "That's a beautiful name." He thought about it for a second. "I like it. Mine's Jerry." The elevator reached floor 4. "You seem to be new here. It's a great town, but can be a bit dangerous, especially for a young lady such as yourself. It's important to have a man nearby." The elevator reached floor 5. He took out a piece of paper that appeared to be stained with coffee or something brown and wrote something on it. Then he folded the paper and tucked it into my shirt pocket, making no effort to avoid touching my chest. The elevator finally reached floor 6. I had never been more relieved to get out of a conversation before. I wheeled myself out of the elevator as fast as I could. I made sure not to look back. I could feel Jerry's gaze burning into the back of my neck. I don't know why, but I imagined he was smiling as well. "Hi, Sarah. It's good to see you today." I was a bit startled to hear someone call my name out like that. Then I remembered I had to put my name on the application to have the meeting in the first place. I simply smiled and greeted her back. "It's good to meet you too." "Cheryl," she filled in. "It's good to meet you too, Cheryl." Cheryl looked to be in her late 50s. She had quite a few gray hairs here and there as well as wrinkles. However, she still had more than enough youth left in her. She was quite excited to hand me all the forms and paperwork I needed to sign. She was even thoughtful enough to bring me a shorter table to sign everything on. Everything was done with a cheerful smile on her face. It was comforting. I was over 1,000 miles away from my old life, and I had just experienced one of the creepiest moments in my life so far. Having someone treat me like a child felt more reassuring than patronizing at that moment. When I finished filling out and signing everything, I found myself talking casually with her. Maybe a bit too casually. "Thanks so much for the help, Mom." It took a while for me to realize what I just said, and I wish I didn't. I could feel my face getting red with embarrassment. Cheryl looked at me with a sympathetic look in her eyes. "Oh, babe, if you ever need a mama or a hug, you know where to find me." I nodded and left the office with a smile on my face. Before I left the room, I heard Cheryl call out, "Oh, and good luck." "Thanks." Didn't know what she was saying good luck for. I assumed it was a southern thing. I arrived at my house very late that night. The house looked a lot bigger than what it should have been, to the point I was worried I arrived at the wrong house. I tried using the house key I was given, and, to my surprise, it worked. The interior of the house seemed to fit that of a single story. The ceiling was quite low, but it wouldn't be a problem, considering I wouldn't be standing very often. The first thing someone would see if they were to walk in would be a short hallway leading to a living room area. There was a kitchen to the left of the living room, and a bedroom to the right. Connected to the bedroom was a relatively spacious bathroom. There were only 2 or 3 closets and a backyard as well, and the flooring was carpet besides the kitchen and bathroom. I didn't bring anything with me on my drive to Charleston besides a few snacks, drinks, and an air mattress. I would have to buy some furniture later. I changed my clothes, making sure to toss the piece of paper Jerry gave me, and plugged the inflating machine into an outlet and inserted its tip into the mattress. That's when I heard something strange. Thump. I thought I was imagining things, so I tried ignoring it. Thump. It sounded even louder this time. Thump. I turned off the inflator and listened more closely this time. It sounded like footsteps? That couldn't be right. It's a single-story house, and the sound came from what would have been upstairs. I decided to ignore the sound and continued inflating the mattress until it was full. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept hearing the thuds and thumping all throughout the night. I couldn't take it anymore. The noises pounded in my ear, and my heart raced every time I heard them. I kept having intrusive thoughts that maybe these sounds really were footsteps, which only put me further on edge. I got out of bed and wobbled around the house. My legs were weak, and I thought I'd be able to get around the house and find the source of my distress before my legs gave out on me. My first thought was that there was some kind of machinery or piping in the ceiling, but the sounds felt too irregular to be any of those. My second thought was an animal on the roof. Maybe a raccoon or possum, but the roofing tiles were ceramic and would have sounded more like a clang. Unfortunately, my mind was too tired to think any further than those 2 reasons. So I looked around the house instead, hoping I'd see something that might explain something. My little search ended up leading to more questions than answers. I ended up going through almost every single space in the house. Almost. I remembered the online listing for the house saying there was a space made for a washer and dryer to be installed, but I didn't remember seeing it. The website said the room was connected to the bedroom, so I went back there. After a quick break on the mattress, I got back to searching. I wanted to sleep badly, but the thumping was keeping me up, and honestly, so was my curiosity. It only took a few minutes of active searching until I finally found it. There was no knob, but rather a hook that jutted only slightly out of the wall. No one would have been able to tell there was a door there, if they didn't look closely enough to see the outline of one. The only reason I noticed it was because I cut myself on the hook after leaning on the wall to get some rest. I put my ear to the wall, and I knew I had solved the mystery. The sound was much louder there than anywhere else in the house. I gently gripped the hook. Before I could open the door, I felt a great sense of dread. It was as if my body was telling me that I shouldn't see what's behind the door. Looking back on it now, I should have listened. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. There was a set of stairs. What the? I was bewildered. There wasn't anything wrong with the stairs. It wasn't like it was covered in blood or anything. It was just a normal staircase made out of carpet. It's just the placement was so odd. I couldn't tell what was more strange, finding a set of stairs in a single-story house, or the fact that the stairs didn't lead anywhere. I'm serious. It didn't lead anywhere, just straight into the wall. It was like the builders thought they were building something else, realized their mistake but were too lazy to take it down, and just covered it up. I even went up the stairs thinking there was another secret hook, but nothing was there. What was even worse was that the noises persisted. At that point, I grew too tired and a bit scared to deal with whatever was happening. I closed the door and collapsed onto my bed. I didn't sleep well that night. My mind was running, attempting to understand the things that happened that day, but it couldn't. The worst part was that I suddenly felt like someone was watching me. I can't remember if it was part of a dream, or I guess a nightmare, but when I rolled over in bed, I could see the stairs peeking from behind the door. The next few weeks went a lot better. I was able to purchase all my furniture and get it moved into the house. The house was starting to feel a lot more like a home. Sleeping became much better as well. Along with having an actual bed instead of an air mattress, the thumping stopped. I guessed opening the hook door released some air pressure in the room, which must have been circulating for who knows how long. I felt safe. That feeling would only last momentarily. It seemed to be a normal day. I was planning on going on a big grocery shopping trip since I received my first paycheck from my new job that allowed me to work from home. I opened the front door before I realized I forgot to grab my reserved parking permit. I locked the door before I started looking for it. Locking doors sort of became a habit for me since back where I lived in NYC. Not locking your doors was an invitation for strangers to walk in, even if you were home. As I was shuffling through the drawer in the kitchen, that's when I heard it again. The thumping. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like someone was walking down a set of stairs. Thump, thump, thump. The sound suddenly got louder and I started getting scared. There was no logical explanation for my fear, but my instincts were telling me I needed to hide. I started panicking. The sound was getting louder and my wheelchair kept slipping on the kitchen tiles. I abandoned the wheelchair and crawled as fast as I could into the shoe closet, compressing my body so I could fit. Creak. I heard a door open, and another creak. Another door opened. It sounded closer. I was terrified. I've left my phone in the kitchen and had no other way to get help, and now someone or something was opening all the doors to my house. It was only a matter of time before they'd find me. I shut my eyes tight. I heard more doors open. Then I heard the kitchen sink turn on. Suddenly, all the sound stopped. I waited for a few minutes before peeking out the closet door. I couldn't see anything. I took a deep breath and shoved the door open. There was nothing there. All the doors were closed. Even the front door was still locked. I let out a loud laugh. I was stressed for no reason. I stumbled out of the closet, grabbed my phone and parking tag, and sat down in my wheelchair ready to leave. Before I went out, I took a quick glance behind me and my heart dropped. The kitchen faucet was still dry.